So I am doing something very uncomfortable. I have decided to record videos every week and put them on YouTube. And yeah, this is something that I'm feeling pulled towards, but it's definitely uncomfortable. There's that cliche mantra, like consume less than you produce, right? Or produce before consume. And I'm feeling this pull from God to create in my own time, in my free time. And so that's what I'm going to do. If you don't know me, my name is Tristan, and yeah, I'm a Jesus follower who is a creative, and I pursued a career in filmmaking, and it turned into working full-time for my church as a communications manager. And so, yeah, I've been working in video for a long time. And so I've always thought that I would have a YouTube channel and that would be something that I would pursue in some capacity, whether it was for a hobby or as a career. I grew up on YouTube, right? I think a lot of people in my age range, YouTube was a huge place. I mean, like, I would watch shows like they were YouTube channels, but to me it was like television growing up. And I love YouTube, and I see the benefits of YouTube for all kinds of things, right? And so I've gone into YouTube with different agendas in the past. And by gone into YouTube, I mean in like my mind, where I've like, oh, if I had a channel that helped Christian filmmakers, or if I blended faith and creativity, like what would that look like? And a couple weeks ago, I was up on this mountain and I just felt this pull, right? Growing up, I would have said, God is nudging me in this direction, right? But the language that I've learned that I think is more accurate, or that, I don't know, it feels it's a better description of how I feel, is this pull, that God is pulling me out into an uncomfortable space and a place that requires me to trust Him. So I've made my career in making videos. That's what I've been doing for a long time, right? Not exclusively anymore. That's not my main role in my job. But yeah, I'm a filmmaker. So, but this is very uncomfortable, me getting in front of the camera, talking. And also I realize, and I'm going to play around with the format a little bit, of course. I'm always going to try things. Does this work? I'm filming with my phone. I'm like, should I be using a camera? But that's the whole thing. I'm like, as a professional, right? As a professional, can I film on my phone? Is it okay if I make a video with like no cuts or minimal edits, right? Is it okay if I'm not using the most legit studio lighting? I'm doing a basic lighting setup, or I'm using, the window lighting. There's so many areas where this is uncomfortable for me, or so many reasons, I guess. And one of them is that professionalism, and realizing God has given me gifts and experiences, and He wants me to share those with others. And that was the main pull, is Him saying, hey, now it's time for you to create. I need you to share your stories, share your insights with others, and don't make it a big, flashy thing, right? As much as I would love to maybe hide behind editing, or hide behind a really nice camera and lens package, this is what I feel I'm being pulled to do. And yeah, it's cool. I don't know what this is going to look like. I don't know how long this is going to be. I'm not making a commitment or anything. I'm just saying yes and showing up as often as I can, probably once a week, and doing this. So if you're seeing this, if this is interesting for you, either you're a Jesus follower and you want to hear the stories that I have, the things that I've learned in about 30 years of life. Yeah, would love to have you join on this. Or if you're a creative, if you're someone who, I think creatives struggle in just, being that, feeling comfortable, feeling fully confident. But yeah, I know that God sees you, whatever words you use to describe that. God sees you. He sees your gifts. He sees your creativity. He sees your desires to create. I believe God has gifted us all with an innate desire to create in some capacity, right? And so whether it's in kind of this filmmaking space or in some other way, yeah, I would love to just share stories that I have, experiences that I've had, things that I'm thinking through, things that I'm wrestling with, and just hope to share this journey that I'm on and have been on as a Christian creative, Christian filmmaker. What does it look like for you to step out into an uncomfortable place? I heard this recently from a pastor. He said that we say that we want faith, but really what we want is comfort. And when we say, hey God, give me faith, often that looks like him directing us to step out in an uncomfortable place or in an uncomfortable way. But I think when we have faith, what that leads us to, that uncomfortable place, actually leads us to being a more authentic version of ourselves, or to embracing more of ourselves. So yeah, that's what I've been thinking about and wanted to share with you in this video. And so thank you for engaging with this, and I'll see you soon. All of my adult life, I have struggled with creativity, and I think that's a very normal thing, right? Whether you call yourself a creative person or not, or think of yourself in that way, we all kind of struggle to have our giftings and our skill set and our ideas fit in, right, with what we think our gifts and ideas how they should fit in, right? We all see ourselves kind of, I think, in our minds in this ideal setting. And as creatives, there's some setting, maybe it's not a super visualized thing or something that's super crystallized in your mind, but there's this vision of ourselves as a creative that we see ourselves. We see ourselves creating and making, and we see it being in harmony with the world, and others recognizing the gifts that we have and appreciating our art and appreciating us, the artist. But I think it's pretty common to feel discouraged and afraid and confused of our gifts and our ability to create, and that unique perspective that we have of things and of the world as creatives. I know for me, all through my 20s, I've struggled with honing in specific gifts. And back it up a little bit, I guess, as a kid and going through high school, I was like, okay, what am I going to do with my life, right? We all think of that, right? And I knew pretty early on in high school that I loved video and filming with a camera. And that was something I really enjoyed. And so I pursued that as a hobby. And I have videos here on this YouTube channel that you can go watch that are me from high school, right? And that was a huge passion of mine. And I loved it. And then I developed the skill for editing and actually just really enjoyed just sitting down for hours and editing. And I realized, oh, this matches well with my personality. This gives me an outlet. There's this really unique creativity in editing that I just loved. And so as I graduated high school and I went on to film school, even choosing between those two things of filming and editing, if I had to pick one, I couldn't have. So I had both of those things. But leaving high school, I felt like you have to pick your thing. it's kind of like in the Divergent series, right? If you've read the books or seen the movies, right? It's like, hey, pick your faction, pick your what's your job that you're gonna have for the rest of your life. That's kind of how I felt. And I don't know if that was a societal thing, pressure from adults in my life, or just me and my own rigid thinking. But I had this rigid thinking about myself as a creative, what I could and couldn't do. And like there was a limited amount of things that I could say, hey, as a creative, this is what I do. I do X, Y, and Z. And so for me, it was like, okay, it's filming and editing. I couldn't even pick between one of those. So I went into film school with that in mind. And it wasn't a big deal back then, but I just kind of struggled with like, what do I do? Who am I as a creative? Am I this type of filmmaker? Am I this type of editor? And so as I started to make my way through my 20s, I really struggled with that of like, okay, am I a music video guy? I was working with nonprofits. Am I the nonprofit guy? And I really felt like I had to kind of niche down and that I had to pick something. And so even my experience with YouTube was like, well, I'd love to start a YouTube channel, but what would that look like? Would it be helping artists in this way? Would it be helping creatives over in this specific way? Do I do editing tutorials? Because that's kind of my main thing right now. Like what can that look like? What should that look like, really? And so I had this rigid thinking about my own creativity. And lately, and really in just like the last year or so, I have felt this freedom beginning to, this weight kind of begin to lift off of me, and my perspective has started to shift and change, knowing that as a creative, that creativity isn't limited to like a specific box or a specific thing, or, how do I express myself on Instagram? Like, no, we are all complex people, complex individuals. And so maybe for your business, it might be nice to kind of say, hey, I'm this guy. I've got a drone and I'm the drone video guy. Or I'm a boom operator and I do sound. Like maybe it makes sense for money-making purposes, business purposes. I'm not talking about any of that. Don't listen to me right now for advice on anything business or money-making related. This is purely just what I've been learning about my own creativity, that it is unlimited. And so I've been able to explore my creativity, thankfully, in my job, in my 9-to-5, and I work for my church, and I'm the communications manager. And in that role, I've just realized, hey, I enjoy writing. And I enjoy writing for social media captions, not as much. I've enjoyed writing for blog posts or newsletter things. I've enjoyed writing scripts for videos. I'm not using a script right now, but for my job, I do that. And things like that. Graphic design. Like, hey, I like editing, but there's elements of graphic design or web design that I enjoy and appreciate. And it doesn't mean I'm the best at it. It doesn't mean I'm great at it, but there is some joy that is sparked in me when I am pursuing those things. So, yeah, I would encourage you to not feel like you have to niche down or have this rigid box around your creativity and who you are as a creative. You are so much more as a creative than I think you've experienced up to this point. And so I would love to encourage you in that. I would love to encourage you to be, just thinking beyond wherever you're at. Like I said, for me, it was, okay, I'm a filmmaker and an editor and I want to do freelance, but what type of freelancer am I? What types of videos do I do? And I see even now, like all these people who have specific things on their Instagram, like I'm known for this thing. And it's like, oh, if you do that, you're going to get more work. Or if you do that on YouTube, people are going to appreciate you more, or you're going to get more views and more monetary gain. But that's not what I'm concerned about right now, in just this pursuit and this opening up. And I found a lot of freedom in that idea that I don't have to pick a lane. I don't have to just settle on one thing, and that my goals, whether they're a year-long goal or longer, or even a short-term goal, as a creative and as someone who's been given my creativity by the creator of the universe, I just have unlimited creativity at my disposal. And packaging that is one thing, right? There's a skill set to your creativity, right? That is separate from the actual joy and I guess ability to create, right? If you have an idea for something, you can create it. The execution of that comes from the skills, and that comes from practicing, right? If I want to make something, a video that looks professional, that meets a specific purpose, well, I need some skills to be able to do that. So I'm not really talking about that. The skills are important. But if you have an idea, don't feel like you have to limit it. Oh, that's outside of my lane, or that's outside of my niche. My challenge for you would be to think of one thing that you have been afraid to create. For me, it was graphic design. I'm not saying I'm good at graphic design. And I don't always enjoy graphic design, but there are elements of design that I love. And so for me, it was stepping out and actually being willing to do that and to mess around in like Adobe Express, which is super basic, but really fun to use. And just learning, oh wow, I can create things that I find satisfaction in and are useful, and I can develop my skill sets. That'd be my challenge for you, is what is that one area that you've been afraid, or you have tried so hard to be known as, I'm this type of creative, or I do this type of work. Step out, and maybe again, like if you have a business or something, okay, maybe this is separate from your business, but something that is you, that is a way of you expressing more of yourself. Because that's what I think. I think when we're allowed to be kind of the full version, the full artistic version of ourselves, that we become a fuller version of ourselves. I don't know if that made any sense. When we're able to create more fully, we as people are representing ourselves more fully to the world. And I think that's what we're called to do as people. So that is those are my thoughts. And yeah, if this has helped you at all, yeah, feel free to follow along for more videos. And thank you. I really appreciate it. So there is a lot of freedom when you are on a journey to discover who you truly are at like a deep level, right? For me, that's looked like asking God, who have you made me to be? What unique gifts do I have? And how can I share those with others? And so I've been on this journey, just starting out, of sharing my stories, sharing myself with people online. I've been doing this in very informal ways with people I know, right? You go out to lunch with a friend, you have a chat with a coworker, or you run into someone like a stranger and you have a conversation, right? I'm not necessarily the best at this. I'm not extroverted by any means, but I love these kinds of conversations with people who I know and trust and who can communicate back to me in this way. I don't know when as a kid I learned this, but through watching films, I learned that there is power in stories. And growing up as a Christian in the church, that's something that we talk about a lot, right? In Christian circles, you talk about your testimony, right? This idea that you've experienced things as a person on this earth. And as a Christian, I believe God is intimately involved in things that happen, right? I don't think he is hands off on this world. I think he is guiding people and pulling people in the direction that he wants, right? Or it's like a whisper, right? Whispering that, giving them insight. I do feel like I get insight from God. Now, whether we are paying attention to that voice is another thing, whether we are being obedient in that or choosing our own selfishness or our own through immaturity, where we're saying, no, I know better, I'm going to do this, right? That's a whole other thing. But yeah, stories are really powerful. And I wish I was better at just like telling stories. I know a guy who, like, he has a story for everything, right? Sometimes it can be a little obnoxious, but there's power in that, right? There's power in connecting things in your life to a story or to someone else's life and things that they've gone through. Is there a story that you need to share? A story that you need to tell? It may be good to start, before you just start spouting off a story to someone, it may be good for you to tell your story to yourself. I've been going through, I don't do this perfectly, but I have, in the last like 6 or so months, discovered journaling. I always thought journaling was weird and I never did it. And then I saw this guy who was kind of teaching you how to journal through what he calls layers of yourself, essentially. And I started journaling, and you go layer by layer and you pull back so many emotions and so many things that you're not aware of, right? There's so much that comes out from that process. And it's been really cool, and it's helped me a lot, right? Because it's so easy to ignore the emotions that we have, the things that we're feeling. And so we lie to ourselves, right? And in fact, we're always telling a story, but often it's a false story. We're telling lies to ourselves. And so there is a process, and I would encourage you to embark on that. What is the truth? Who has God uniquely made you to be? What unique gifts, right? And I'm not saying like, oh, I as an artist, as a creative, I can do this. It's like, yeah, sure, everyone can do that. But I mean like very unique, right? Because I believe each person is on this earth for a unique purpose. And so what is that for you? What is that thing that you've been afraid to step into? What is that thing that's hidden deep down that you know it is there, but you got to discover it. You got to figure that out. What does that look like? That would be my encouragement for you, is to begin telling that story to yourself. And sometimes we don't know where to start. I think talking to God, having a conversation with Him, asking Him to reveal that story to you is a great first step. But as creatives, there's so much unlocked when we can express ourselves from like a true place of who we are, right? When we know who we are at a deeper level. I'm barely 30. I don't know how this changes, this self-discovery, if it changes over time. Does it get easier? I don't know. I don't know if I felt like it gets any easier. When you have had significant discovery of self, let me finish that sentence. When you have significant discovery of self, I think it gets easier to discover more and deeper truths about yourself. I'm sure you've seen an older person who is towards the end of their life, unhappy, ungrateful. They've pushed all the people that have been in their life out, and they do not know who they are. And they do not know why they are here, what their existence is for. And they're angry about that, and they're bitter, and they're hurt, and they're sad, and they lash out at people, right? And I'm sure you've met a young person who is a vibrant person and can look you in the eyes, and you see that they care genuinely about you, and they're living out their story by caring for others. So I don't think age matters in this. I think you can do a poor job of self-discovery for your entire life, and I think you can do a really good job of self-discovery all throughout your life, and especially in the early stages. So that'd be my encouragement, is who has God made you to be? What is He pulling you towards that leads you to a deeper sense of yourself? If you enjoyed this, thank you for watching, and I'll see you again soon. In what ways have you struggled with confidence in your life? I know for me, I spent about the first half of my adult life feeling very unconfident and lacking self-confidence, right? Because I was placing all of my validation and seeking validation in relationships with women, right? I was pursuing a dating relationship, hoping it would turn into marriage, and feeling like that was going to solve my issues of self-confidence. And that kind of interest from another person was going to kind of solve that question for me of like, am I enough, right? And I don't know fully where that came up, but it took some effort and some years to overcome that, right? It was an active effort to say, okay, my confidence does not come from others. For me, the answer was it comes from God, right? That I am uniquely made, I have a unique purpose, and that all the love that I need is already given, is already bestowed upon me, right? I think also there's practices of living for yourself that are helpful in the sense of like, can I do this, right? I don't know, there's simple things. I remember in my early 20s, like, can I go to a movie alone? Like, am I gonna be okay if I do that? Are people gonna be looking at me and thinking negatively about me? And being able to overcome that, right? And, you know, for most people, right, we're thinking about ourselves. Humans are pretty ego-driven and vain, right? And that's kind of on one hand is like we all are going about life thinking about ourselves. You think about you more than anyone else, and I think about me more than anyone else, right? And we're kind of going through life side by side, constantly thinking about ourselves. And then there's the other side of things where we are seeking validation from other people. We are looking for confidence from external sources. And I actually think that's headed in the right direction, but often we attribute that to relationships and other people, right? So there's this other side where we kind of tell lies that we are not good enough. We do not deserve love from other people, or we're not good enough to, you know, we need to do more to earn love from others, right? And so both sides of things are obviously wrong. I know for me as a filmmaker, I've spent my career as a filmmaker, filming and editing and doing all kinds of videos and stuff, right? And I haven't really had a lot of issues growing in confidence, right? As an early filmmaker, I would feel that at times, but I've been pretty good, I think, at consistently pursuing ways to develop skills and level up my experience and my confidence as a filmmaker. I think that's something that hasn't been an issue, you know? And as I was going through, even in my like kind of early to mid 20s, I would be in rooms with other creatives where I realized like, oh, I have an edge. Like I have an expertise and an experience in this specific area, right? And that was always a cool thing to experience as I was going through and developing my skills and leveling up, noticing like, oh man, my confidence is going up here. I'm around people who I can teach and offer my experience to, knowing that they have things that they can teach me, but a lot of the times when it came to specific things, whether it was filmmaking, social media, editing, sound, lighting, whatever it was, there were things that's like, oh, I've picked this up, I've worked hard to develop skills and grow my confidence in this area, and that's been really cool. When it comes to self-image, that's something that I have struggled with a lot, and I think everyone struggles with themselves in some way, right? Either how they look, how they talk. It could be the most little of things that no one else ever notices, but that's going to be the thing that stands out to us. For me, it's kind of wild that I'm saying this on the internet in public, but I have really struggled with acne and my face and like how my face looks, right? And I'm feeling good today. If you see me with a hat, you might be like, okay, he's going through it. And yeah, that's just something all of my 20s, dealing with acne, being hyper aware of how I look and really being upset about that, struggling with that, right? I think we all deal with something similar. Maybe if you want, in the comments, you can list out your 5 least favorite body parts. No, don't do that. To me, the thing that gets in our way the most when it comes to self-image and confidence is ourselves. And I think often we are our biggest critics. We sink our own ship. And the reason is because we tell lies to ourselves. So often we are speaking negatively about ourselves hundreds and thousands of times a day. We are saying things to ourselves. It doesn't have to be out loud for it to be spoken to us, right? Like received by us. You're saying lies like you're not good enough, right? You don't deserve X, Y, and Z. You need to keep working towards this thing, or whatever it is. I know for me, like starting this YouTube channel was a thing that I had to battle and go, no, Like, I can do this, and I don't have to do it in a specific way, and I just can do it. It's fine. And there were lies that I had been telling myself that, oh, well, I have to do X, Y, and Z, or, oh, well, what if people don't watch it? What, like, all these different things that get in our way. I think we are really good at telling lies to ourselves. And so, yeah, that was kind of the main purpose of this video, is just to talk through, okay, what area of confidence, is there a specific thing that you struggle with? Maybe it's with yourself, maybe it's how others perceive you. And what are those lies that you're telling yourself? I really think we can uncover those things. I would encourage you, talk to God, right? Have a conversation, just like you'd have a conversation with a friend. Ask him, what are the lies that I am telling myself? If that feels too weird, ask yourself that, right? Ask yourself, man, what are the lies that I am saying to myself? Maybe if there's someone close to you, ask them that question. What is the thing that I like constantly trip myself up over that I just need to let go of, right? And whenever you discover a lie that you've been telling yourself, you need to like deny it, basically say that's not true, that's a lie, call it what it is, call it a lie, and then replace it with the truth. What is the actual truth? Like knowing that you are good enough. You do deserve love. You can make a YouTube channel and do it however you want, and no one else can tell you that you're wrong for doing it or stupid for doing it, right? What are those truths that you can insert instead of those lies? Maybe it will help you to write those down, like actually write the lie down and then replace it with the truth. And then eventually just get rid of that lie. Just write down what is the truth. And maybe it's a sticky note you see somewhere, you write it down, you put it on your phone, whatever, and say that to yourself. I would even encourage you to say it out loud, right? What is the truth about yourself in this area? That you are good enough, you are beautiful, you look amazing, you deserve love, regardless of how you feel about yourself, right? Hopefully you have people in your life that can encourage you through that, or you have people who are already speaking truth into your life, right? When you cut yourself down and you say, I'm not good enough, you have people in your life that say, hey, that's not true. And they know you, they can speak the truth about you. I hope this video encourages you to think about lies that you are telling yourself. Maybe take some time, pick one. Don't try and like do a gauntlet and try and what's every single lie that I've ever told about myself. No, think about one lie that you've been telling yourself and replace it with the truth. Thank you so much for watching this video. As a creative, you have a job. You have been given a job, you've been given an assignment, you've been given tasks to do, and you should be doing them, right? Let me explain it this way. When you get hired on at a restaurant, right? If I'm gonna go work in a restaurant, they're gonna teach me how to make all the food, right? But they're not, I'm not gonna show up on the first day and they're gonna say, hey, did you bring the ingredients? Did you bring, the spatula? And, did you bring the burger patties with you today? Like, no, they're going to provide everything I need to be able to do the job. They are providing the tools, the food, everything so that I can show up and create, right? And in other forms of creativity, it is the same thing. Whatever you are doing that's a creative act, you have everything that you need to be able to do it, because everything you need is here in your mind. It's a shift to think about it this way and to go, okay, what do I need to be doing as a creative, right? And obviously the answer is creating, being creative, acting out on our creativity, on our art, all of that, right? Easier said than done, of course. So you've been given a job, a task to do, and you have all the tools that you need. Now, thankfully, this is your dream job. Imagine this. Everything that you want in an assignment, it's there, right? Because you have been given a unique gift or unique set of gifts. You are a unique person who has an interest that is special to you, right? No one is going to create the art that you are going to create. No one is going to think of the ideas that you are going to think of. And so when you engage with this creative part of yourself, you are acting in a way, you're living out your most ideal and dream job, right? Think of that job description. Hey, if someone could pay you $100,000 a year to go do something, what is that thing? Right now, Obviously, we all need to make money, have a job, provide for our family. This is separate from that, right? I'm not saying to abandon those things or to change what that might be in your situation. But what I'm talking about is your ability to create, not just your ability, but your assignment. I believe that God has called us all who are creatives to be creating, right? Not to be hiding our gifts, not to be keeping those away from the world, but to be sharing them, but to be expressing them, but to be practicing them and getting better at them. I believe that is what we are called to do. That is a job that we have been given, right? And it's a really special job because only you can do it. Only you are going to create the art that you can create. Only you have those creative ideas that you have. God has asked you to give of these gifts, right? And to offer them and share them with the people and community that is around you. For about the last 2 years, I have felt really lazy around my creativity. I work for my church. I get to do communications, and I'm super thankful for my job because there's a lot of aspects that are creative. And so over the last 2 years, I've been feeling pretty fulfilled creatively. Like, no job is perfect. You kind of take the good with the bad. But I was feeling very satisfied creatively in my job, and I was cool with it. And I was feeling lazy in my free time. On the weekends, I'm thinking, nope, I don't want to create anything. I just want to rest. I just want to be lazy. I just want to sit back and watch, TV, YouTube, whatever, TV shows, movies. I just want to hang out with friends, hang out with my wife, and just exist, right? Try new food, visit new places. All of these things are good, right? There's nothing wrong with resting. There's nothing wrong with taking a lazy Saturday afternoon, whatever once in a while, right? All these things, going and seeing a movie with friends. But I was feeling very lazy in my creativity and realizing there's so much more that I can experience when I am being obedient. Is a weird word, but it really is like when I am being obedient to who I know I am deep down inside, like who I am as a creative. God has gifted me and given me a clear direction of where I should go as a creative. And so I don't know if you are feeling this pull the way that I've been feeling. I started this YouTube channel. It's a pull from God to share with the world. And so maybe you're feeling something similar, is like you have these gifts, you have these talents, and you need to be doing them more. You need to be practicing that more. Now, it doesn't have to be a public, exposition of your art. Not every art or every creative act needs to be like totally public, like published on the internet or, put in, not every, for writers, not everything that you're going to write is going to be published, right? But as a writer, if you aren't writing, nothing that you're not going to publish anything, right? I remember for me, my longest running hobby for a really long time was writing music, and specifically hip hop music. And so for me, one of my favorite things to do would just to be pull up a YouTube beat and start writing. And often it was a expression, a way for me to express my emotions or to connect more with a difficult circumstances. Maybe if I wanted to have a challenging conversation with a friend, or I was upset at a coworker, I would throw on a beat and start writing. And that was a really amazing way for me to express myself and to get that out, right? And that hobby has fallen away. And it's kind of interesting. I wrestle with that. I'm like, should I be doing that more? But it was this freedom for me of just, hey, I'm going to do this. And there were times where I would record the songs. There were times where I did a more professional recording of certain things. And some stuff came out. Most of the time, if I recorded something, it didn't ever go public or go out to the world. But that's okay, because it was just for me, right? So when you create, the act of publishing, right? The act of posting it on social media, that's not the important part. The important part is that you are being creative, that you are being, again, here's the word obedient. You are being obedient to what you know deep down is what you were created for, how you were created, and what you were created to do. Because you have a job, you have an assignment. Our world needs your creativity, The world needs you to act and be doing your job, right? Be doing this job of being creative and sharing that with others. A lot of the times we think about the goal in life is to work, and then one day we don't have to work anymore and we can just sit on the beach and do nothing, and just we're not contributing anymore because we've done our contributing and now we can live off of what we've contributed. And that's complete BS. That is completely backwards. You and I were created for good work, for using our unique gifts to produce. And that's never supposed to stop. There's never supposed to be a time where you do that and then you don't do that. You should be continuing to discover who you are, the unique gifts that you have, the unique ways that you love to express yourself creatively. So continue doing that. Continue finding those ways and being and creating in only the way that you can be and create. My name is Tristan, and for nearly all of my adult life, I have worked for my church. So for over 8 years, I have worked for my church, started off doing video, and now I oversee all of communications. And when you add it up, it's a long time. Nearly 30% of my life I have spent working for my church, right? Nearly all of my 20s has been spent working for a church. And so I have often asked myself this question, like, can I be a creative? Can I be creative while working for a church, within that church structure? And I've, throughout the years, asked myself that question because there's been a lot of times where I have questioned that for myself. And so I wanted to speak about that and share that with you, encourage you, give you some insight on how to think about it. Maybe you work for a church or you volunteer or serve. Every church is different, right? There's different denominations. Your context, part of the country, part of the world you live in, is going to be completely different from the context and the church that I'm a part of. But wanted to share some insight as someone who has spent basically my entire career, my entire 20s, working for a church. And yeah, I mean, I would say I am flourishing in my role. I am thriving in what I'm able to do, and I am finding creativity. So to answer the question off the bat, can you be a creative and work for a church? Yes, you can. But there are some things that need to be in place when it comes to the leadership, when it comes to your own self, and when it comes to kind of the structure or the model of the church, and really the church's willingness to change. That's a huge thing. So kind of wanted to get into all of that. The first aspect of being a creative in church is the leadership. So there are leaders, maybe depending on the church, it's elders or a leadership team, or it's one guy, one pastor. And as a creative, as someone who is either serving or working, they're the ones calling the shots, and you're kind of submitting to their authority, right? This is how it works in the business world, right? You got a boss. If you're working in that context, they're going to say, hey, this is where we're going. And then you might be able to, interject and say, hey, creatively, we can do this. Or, hey, using my experience or expertise in marketing, video, graphic design, whatever your thing is, you get to speak into that. And so that's pretty cool. So it's really the same for church. But a lot of the time, church leaders, they don't want to try something new because there's pressure to either keep things the same or not to rock the boat too much. And a lot of the times in churches, unfortunately, people see artists as kind of pushing boundaries and pushing lines, right? And in a church context, it's like, hey, we have a mission, we have a vision for where we're going, and there are just less risks that people are willing to take creatively. Now, you may be in a context where that's not necessarily the case, but in my experience and having grown up around ministry, grown up in the church, that's been my experience. The main thing I want to say around leadership is that you have to approach it in a way where they know they can trust you, right? Maybe they're willing to say, hey, I'm going to take a chance on this person. They have some creative ideas. They have some strengths that they are bringing to the team. They're bringing to the church some creative ideas. Let's hear them out. But from my experience, I needed to be trusted in the little things before I was trusted in the bigger things. So in my role, I started off just making videos, and someone would tell me, hey, here's the video that you're gonna make, and I would go make it, right? And as I got better in my role, as I developed my skills and continued in my role, then I was able to say, hey, what about this video? I was able to introduce ideas, and I would say, hey, I've done a video like this in the past. Let's do it again, but let's integrate this creative idea, right? It's kind of pushing the boundary a little bit more, because they had seen the results, the successful results of what I had done in the past. They said, cool, Tristan knows how to do this. We're going to trust him with this thing, and it's going to be, it's going to have this other creative element that we've never done in our church, or whatever it is. I was able to say, hey, trust me in this. And because they had placed trust in me with the little things, I was able to grow in my role and be trusted more and more with the bigger things, right? And so, yeah, it was, it's been a process, right? And even to this day, if I were just walk into my boss's room or the lead pastor's room and say, hey, I want to do this, and let's say it's like a crazy thing, it would cost like $50,000 or something, they're going to go, well, hold on, like, what is this going to do, right? So just because I have trust in the organization doesn't mean I can just do anything I want. No, there is, there has to be some reason behind it and some practicality to it. But if you're thinking about your own creative gifts and your own ability, think about how you have shown to leadership your ability to show up with the little things. You have integrated yourself into something that already exists. Maybe it's a ministry and they need some creative help, or they need something that only you can do. Maybe you're a musician. Hey, I'm going to help out with this small event and play a guitar or lead music or whatever it is. Then they might know, hey, there's this bigger event coming up, and this person has shown that they can handle this event that already happened. Let's entrust them with this thing over here, right? Things like that are what I would encourage you to think about when it comes to leadership and your ability to be creative. Okay, so the second thing that I'll talk about is your own creativity and the ability to take risks, right? A lot of times we get in our own head as creatives and we think, okay, is this going to work out? Am I going to be able to take creative risks? Am I going to be able to do this? And a lot of the times we get in our own heads, like I said, and we don't trust ourselves to take a creative risk. So maybe the pastor of the church or the leader in the church that you're reporting to is saying, hey, yeah, go do this thing, right? But do you actually trust yourself to be able to execute and show up? A lot of the times when I've been faced with a big project in church, the way that I get through it and kind of keep myself from freaking out, especially if there's elements of that project, a lot of the times it was like videos, and there's elements of that video that I'd never done before. Well, I'd never actually filmed using this type of a drone, or I'd never actually used this kind of lighting, or I'd never done a gimbal on a location. We're really far away from everyone, right? Whatever it was, showing up and trying something new. I really had to trust myself and know, okay, take it one day at a time, take it one aspect of the project at a time. And that is how I was able to trust myself in the creative process. A lot of the times we freak ourselves out by the end goal, and we're constantly thinking about, okay, how do I achieve this creative end goal? When really, whenever you see something great on TV, or, some project that costs a lot of money that creative people put a lot of time in, they're just showing up each day and they're going through the creative process. Ultimately, if you have a creative process, it's going to be pretty much the same no matter the scale of the project, right? That process is the same. So trust yourself to take risks. And it always helps to have a team around you. If you have people in the church that can support you or have other creative gifts, leaning on them. Often I've relied on people just for feedback. Hey, this is something I'm creating. What do you think? Or hey, this is the end goal, or I'm trying to reach this type of person. This is my audience. Do you think this speaks to them? I have a lot of help from staff and people who maybe they don't have the creative skill, but they have wisdom and insight to just be able to say, hey, this is my opinion, this is what I think, and that can be super valuable. The last thing that I would encourage you when you're considering whether you can serve in a church or be a creative within a specific ministry or church context is to understand that God wants you to lean into your creative gifts. He wants you to lean into the the gifts and unique talents that he's given you. And oftentimes we are part of churches, or we're part of nonprofits, or these faith-based organizations that lean so heavily into man-made structure, right? So we lean into this man-made structure more than we lean into our creative gifts that God has given us. So often this looks like organizations that don't change, right? You've probably seen this before if you grew up in church. There's someone who started a ministry 30 years ago, and it was to reach a specific group of people, or it was to do a specific thing. And 30 years go by, maybe that person is still leading the ministry, or at least the ministry is still going on, but it's not as effective as it was when it first started. It's not reaching its intended goal. And a lot of times as creatives, we see that and we like notice it right away, right? As creatives, we have this gift of noticing when things aren't working, when things aren't matching up and aligning. At least in my mind, that's what I think of, is I'm like, oh, you have this idea, but it's not landing. It's not reaching who you thought it's supposed to reach, or the goal isn't being met. And you might bring that up to leadership, or bring that up to the person who's leading the ministry, and you say, hey, like, why are we doing this? And they're like, well, it's ministry. Why wouldn't we do this? We're serving God. We're doing this. We're being the church. Whatever reason or wording they have behind that, they aren't seeing how their event or their ministry or the work that they're doing isn't matching up, right? And so it's a bummer, because a lot of the times churches, they mean well. They're trying to be obedient, but they are using methods that don't actually reach the people that they're trying to reach. Or maybe they don't even know who they're trying to reach. They just go, well, like, it's the saying, like, if we build it, they will come, which isn't true anymore of church. That used to be how it was back 30, 40, 50 years ago. It's like, if you had a church, you didn't need to advertise your church. If someone saw the church and it was the denomination they were part of, they're going to show up, right? And nowadays we are relying on really marketing and digital tools and ways to invite people in. And it's a necessary thing as far as where we're at in the culture. And again, I'm speaking to my church culture, the city that I'm in, the context that I'm in, right? Think about the gifts that you have been given. Are you able to use those gifts in the church that you're a part of, or in the faith community that you are wanting to serve in or use those gifts in, right? And yeah, if there is a church who's not willing to change, they have all these ministries that aren't actually reaching people, or they're not willing to adopt new tools, like a lot of digital tools, social media, even things like AI, good use of AI tools that are helpful. If they're unwilling to do that, they're probably not going to be open to your creative ideas, because they just want to do what they've always been doing. They like to stick to their tradition. But again, these are man-made traditions. God has given us freedom to reach people with new tools and new ideas. He's given us freedom to establish churches and create structures. And so these structures aren't bad or wrong or evil necessarily, but if they're ineffective or not allowing people to use their gifts, then they need to be getting rid of. They need to be replaced with something else. And so as a creative, I'm sure you often see that. You go, oh, wow, like I have a vision for how this could look, how this could be different. And so for me, in my church context, I'm very thankful for the people who trust in me and, seeing how I've been faithful through these last over 8 years in ministry, and know, hey, Tristan's going to show up. He's going to be using his gifts. He's actively seeking God with acquiring new skills and trying new things out, not trying to get stuck in a rut and try to do the same thing just because that's what we've been doing. But yeah, I have a lot of trust from leadership. I've also seen how when I show up and lean into my God-given gifts, the results happen. It may not always be perfect. I may try something and it kind of fails, or I need to go back and try another draft, try another revision of that creative idea. But ultimately knowing, hey, it's okay to show up and to fail, and that's okay as a creative. It's okay to have an abundance mindset around that, not a fear mindset, and to go, yeah, you're not always going to get it right, but to trust in the process and to show up. And again, if you are in a church structure that doesn't let you be creative because they're holding on to the past, or they're holding on to a man-made structure that doesn't allow people to use their gifts, then that can't be a place for you to use those gifts. And so maybe that means for you, you gotta go find a different church to be able to use your gifts. Maybe that just means you need to go find a way to use your gifts that's not in a church context, or it's in a different, maybe it's to go serve at a nonprofit and do creative work for them, a group or group of people that's doing work in your community that's not your church, right? So yeah, those would be my encouragements. I have this book up over here that I've been reading. It's just called Art and Faith by Makoto Fujimura. And don't ask me how it is, because I'm only like 2 or 3 chapters in. But I wanted to read this section because it just struck me. It just struck me, and I feel like kind of fits with what we're talking about when it comes to creativity in the church. So here's what he said. He said, "A concerned friend once advised me never to share in a church setting what I had just told him. Quote, God does not need us to fulfill God's need. God does not need us," end quote. There's a type of need to justify the existence of the institution of the church or any nonprofit organization to be useful to society and thereby useful to God. While the impetus is noble, we must start from the correct biblical understanding of God's self-sufficiency. God does not need any of our institutions to exist, period. But God's exuberant love invites us, broken vessels of God's choosing, to co-create into the new creation through Jesus. Got one more paragraph. God is all-sufficient, self-sufficient, and does not need creation either. Creation, including humanity, is superfluous, is a superfluous act of generosity in God's love. My friend's comment helped me see how the Christian church to this day has been undermined by the utilitarian mindset of the Industrial Revolution. We see our existence and value only in terms of fixing the world. The gospel of a creator who acts out of love, not necessity, liberates us from this bondage. Okay, so kind of a long quote there, but I love what that is speaking to, which is, like churches, a lot of the time we get, as a community, we get into this idea that like, oh, are we doing something useful? And if it's useful, then it's valuable. And a lot of the times we take our art and try to place it in the church in a way that says, well, this is useful. Or leadership might say to you, hey, this isn't very useful, and so it's not very valuable to us. It's not going to be used by God. And of course, that's completely wrong, right? We know that through the love of Jesus, we are liberated from that bondage, from that utilitarian mindset to go, no, I can create because I'm a creative, right? I've been made by the Creator to create. And that's all the excuse. That's all the thing you need behind that to create. Of course, when you're creating art in a church context, it's there to reach people, right? So there does have to be a justification. You can't, just laugh at the church leadership and say, you're wrong, you're dumb for not seeing it the way that I'm seeing it. But maybe that helps you make a decision, is knowing, okay, in my church context, unfortunately, I am not able to create using my gifts. And to me, again, I think that's the most important thing that I want to speak to in this specific thing. If you're asking that question, again, can I be a creative while being in the church? Can I serve in the church using my unique gifts? The answer is, are you able to use your gifts? And to me, if the answer is no, then you got to find an outlet somewhere else. Again, it doesn't mean leave the church. It doesn't mean put that church on blast or say they're wrong or they have it backwards. It just means you got to be able to express your gifts in another context. It's great as followers of Jesus to be able to express our gifts within a church of people who think similarly to us, but that isn't always the case. And everyone needs your art, right? Like I've been saying on this channel, we need you to be creative. We need you to create. The world needs you. God needs you to use your gifts. And so that is my encouragement for you to do that. And as you're thinking about church and kind of wrestling with that, be obedient with the gifts God has given you. And it's hard. You're always going to wrestle with this. I think when we get in close community, especially when it comes to our giftings and our art and our creativity, when you get close to people in community, like churches are, that can feel very uncomfortable. I know I've been pushed and I've been frustrated with people in the church who either don't see my gifts or they want to take something that I've made and turn it into something else. Say, hey, I don't like the way that this was represented. Let's change it. I need you to represent your art differently. That can be a challenge. And so as I've had a job, I've had to wrestle with that. Okay, how much of this is my job? How much of this is something God has called me to? How much of this is the leadership telling me that I need to do this? And where's that line? How do I play that? So it's always going to exist. It's never going to be perfect, but it is good. And I think God redeems a lot of the hardships of that when we're faithful to Him and we show up and we are using our gifts. Okay, thank you so much for kind of hearing me ramble. This is a bit of a longer video. I feel like I just had more to say in this video, but I really appreciate you just paying attention and hearing what I have to say from my experience and the things that God is teaching me. So yeah, love if you want to continue watching more videos, please subscribe. Also, you can read this video. You can read the transcript on Substack. In the description, I have a link to my Substack if you want to follow along with that. Have a good day. All right. So I feel like I've always struggled as a creative to collaborate well with other people, whether they're creatives or not. The whole process of collaboration for a project, in my experience, has been videos, right, is difficult. And I don't know exactly why it's so hard. I think sometimes as creatives, we want to create, right? And so we build time in our schedule to make our art, to do a creative project, to try something new, try something fun. And we build our schedule around an idea, and then we just do it. And we want to see it to completion. I know for me, I have the gift of like tenacity, which is just getting a project over the finish line. And I love to finish a project, like the even the dopamine hit that you get from like completing little tasks or completing a big project is amazing. It feels really good. And so for me, I feel like I've conditioned myself to like take the easy route or take the shortcut, where I'm like, if I just cut this person out of the process, I can just get the project done faster. And I don't mean like going behind someone's back who like you need to let them know about the project, but just little things. So like I've gotten really good at filming in like a one person environment where like, okay, I'm going to set up a boom pole and set up an interview and set up all the lighting in the video. And I'm going to film, direct, write, edit a full video project and do it all by myself. And I'm going to review it and I'm going to mix the sound. And like I've learned all those aspects to where I know, okay, I can create a video on my own without anyone's help, anyone's input. Obviously I need someone to film. I need someone to like be interviewed or whatever it is. But yeah, I don't know. I think I've conditioned myself to take those shortcuts, those creative shortcuts, to avoid hard, challenging, difficult collaboration processes. Does anyone else feel this way? I know like if I'm going to get better at filmmaking or better at video, whatever it is, I need to include other people or I need to start working with someone else, right? If you start a business, like a freelance business, marketing, whatever it is, and you expand, you're going to need to bring people in, right? And ideally you bring people in who are better at you than the things that you're good at, right? They have skills where you have weaknesses. And then in the areas where they have weaknesses, you have strengths. And so it's good to collaborate. When we watch some of the greatest, let's call it modern masterpieces like films, how many thousands of people does it take to make a Christopher Nolan movie or even a Marvel film. Like, you can't do this on a single, one solo person. But like, it's hard. I was just reading this little article. They interviewed Ron Howard and how he stepped in to direct the Solo movie when it came out, and how he was disappointed. He was just like, yeah, it's a shame the way that went. And he was talking about the original directors. I guess Solo had these two original co-directors, and Star Wars and Kathleen Kennedy, Disney, they were all like, yeah, it's not really working out, right? And they had to basically kind of fire them. And so they brought in Ron Howard to finish up the film, or really to like reshoot and make it be what it needed to be from their perspective. And so when you get into those higher levels of creativity, I wouldn't even say creativity, higher levels of like complexity in a project, you have to rely on people. You have to rely on others. But for me and my journey, oh man, it's been easy to just cut people out and go, I'm going to go create something. And I don't think that's healthy. So I'm here just sharing this, acknowledging, I don't think that's healthy. If we were to change that, I think part of it is seeing where people have strengths. And so you got to be around people to know, like, hey, what are their strengths? What can they contribute? And it's not, but I guess in some ways that's kind of weird, because are you just using them for their gifts and their abilities? Like, are you just trying to, at that point, are you still just trying to get the end result? Maybe this brings about too many other questions. Like, okay, am I just using people to get the project done? Or do I actually care about the people? And do I actually care about the process, like the journey of the creation process, right? The journey of getting across that finish line, not to just say we made something, but to say we made something together. Maybe that's the value. I would love to hear your experiences. What has it been like for you as a creative, learning to work with people? What are those challenges and what are those joys that you've experienced? Because I think there's always going to be pros and cons. There's always going to be challenges and things that are amazing. It's like, man, that person is really hard to work with. Or man, adding 10 more people to this project complicates it like 100x, because you got 10 people trying to talk to 10 people. Like it exponentially complicates the process. But like, what are the results, right? And I think sometimes in work environments, we're forced to work with people. We don't necessarily choose who we get to work with. But I love like the working genius assessment, which is great for like working environments where you can, when you learn each other's working genius, you can go, okay, you're really good at this thing. You're really good at this like wonder or invention, and you see the bigger picture. Or you're really good at galvanizing or enabling and helping people reach their goals. Or you're really good at tenacity, getting things across the finish line, making sure that we're getting things done. You have all these different people with different gifts. So the working genius assessment is really good at assessing different people. And then when you're having meetings, like, hey, I need more of your invention in this meeting. Or, hey, we don't need your wonder right now. We need you to galvanize in this meeting, whatever it is, right? But yeah, creative collaboration is hard. And I'm just sharing this I'm just processing this right now. What do I need to work on? How can I get better at this? Are there aspects of what I'm doing here that could be better suited with someone else? Like, what's the meme? Like, this could have been an email. Maybe this video could have been a conversation with a friend that I don't record. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe the challenge for us, for you, and for me can be work to embrace the challenges that collaboration requires. Embrace the suck of like, oh, I have to work with someone else, or oh, I have to communicate my ideas. Embrace the difficulty in, man, I don't know how this is going to turn out because I involved this other person and they have a different idea or they have a different approach creatively. But knowing that our creativity will grow when we are doing the hard things, when we're not just making it easy and choosing shortcuts. There is exponential growth for us. There's unlimited growth and creativity for us when we can embrace the hard things. And one of those hard things is collaboration. All right. Well, my name is Tristan. Thank you so much for hearing me rant about this topic, and I hope that it encourages you. When I turned 19, I had moved just a month and a half prior, 3,000 miles to a new state around people I didn't know in a kind of a different culture and environment than I grew up in. And I was beginning what would end up being over a year where I was depressed. And I don't use that term lightly. It goes without saying I don't have a medical background or anything like that. I'm just speaking from my experiences. When I moved to Michigan for film school, it was a weird time. I think for me, that time after high school, like graduating high school and then into college, was just different and strange and weird. It kind of felt like an out-of-body experience for me. And I didn't have the tools that I needed to thrive in the world as an adult and be mentally healthy the way that I needed to. And that was for a few different reasons. And it would basically take me through the next 6 or so years to become really healthy mentally in my mental health. And so, yeah, I wanted to share just my experiences with that. During that year when I was 19, I think a big aspect of what I would call my year of depression, it was actually more like a year and a half, where every day I woke up and I felt this fog. I felt just like a fog over me, no matter what was going on, no matter how great things in life were, no matter how terrible they were. There was this like malaise, just this like haziness over my life that I couldn't seem to break. And maybe you're watching this because you've experienced something like that. Maybe you're experiencing something like that right now. And for me, I didn't know what that was. Like, I think I would have said at the time that I was depressed, but I didn't tell anyone that. I wasn't talking to people in that way. I don't think really many people at that time would have guessed that I was depressed or dealing with depression. But that definitely was where I was at the time. And looking back on that, the biggest factor in that was a chemical factor, a chemical reason. I had moved to Michigan, and here where I'm at in Washington, our winters aren't harsh by any means, but I remember it snowing on Halloween, and then there was basically snow on the ground until like late April, early May. Like it was wild to me that the snow would be around that long. And so there was some seasonal depressional, there were some environmental factors, but I would definitely say that the chemical factors were there. I had, gone through a breakup, right when I was moving, and like that was definitely the catalyst. And I was doing a lot of negative self-talk at the time. I'll kind of get to that later. But yeah, I just didn't have the tools to accurately assess what I was dealing with. At the time, I would have said I was dealing with like a seasonal depression, but it was more than that. I think I was dealing with a lot of change and not knowing how to process my life and what my life was now. It's like all this change had happened in such a short amount of time, and moving 3,000 miles, all this stuff. And I just don't think my brain and the chemicals could handle that. And again, this is just speaking from my experience. I was never diagnosed with depression or anything like that. But yeah, like I said, maybe you're experiencing something, and I hope you're open to medication of some kind, being diagnosed and being able to deal with that if that is something you are dealing with in a prolonged way. I know for me, the healing that I got from that, the fix, if you will, to that season of depression, that over a year long of depression, was those chemicals being like balanced. And I think me having a life where I could feel okay in my environment, and a life where I could feel a little more security and consistency. When I moved back home, there was still a lot of change. It felt like all the people I'd grown up with, some had gone to college, people were getting married. It was just a lot of like change, and I still didn't really know how to deal with that. But for me, it was God who really spoke life into me and showed me a path where I could not feel like I had to be stuck, not feel like I had to be depressed, but spoke to me in a way that I was like, I'm going to be okay. And yeah, so there was a lot of those like chemical imbalances that would be fixed just through my environment being better. And so moving forward though, I would still experience seasonal depression, and I think my self-talk was kind of the worst at that time. In the years after college, early 20s, I was starting out in my career, but I was still placing my identity in like relationships, wanting to be in a relationship or be in a marriage. Like I was heavily focused on that pursuit and really seeking validation from external sources in that way. And it took me a lot of years, took me into like my mid-20s to realize what was going on when it came to the self-talk. That if I was feeling rejected by someone, even if in a work situation, I felt like, oh, I deserve this at work, I deserve this promotion, whatever it is, that would impact me personally. I wasn't able to separate a lot of the things I was experiencing or what was happening in my life, or even the things that people would say to me. Because people are going to say things to you in your life that are negative, that are hurtful, and often they're going to say lies to you. They're going to speak untruths to you, and your brain is going to want to like internalize that and take that for truth. And so I didn't have the tools at that time, even then, to separate and go, nope, that's not true, and like replace that lie with the truth. Say, nope, this is who I am. This is who God says I am. And yeah, it took me a while. The thing that really helped it was having a community, especially of young men who were like close in my age, to speak life into me and say, hey, I see these gifts in you. I see your giftings in these areas. Hey, you helped me. You were kind to me in this way, and I see that kindness as part of who you are. These were young men who spoke into my life when I really needed it. And yeah, like there was just a lifting up of my mind, of my spirits throughout that time, where I realized, oh, I don't have to hold on to this negative thing that this person said to me. I don't have to hold on to this failed relationship or what this ex-girlfriend said to me or whatever it is. I was able to let those things go and replace the lies that people had said, or even just the negative things that people had said to me, replace them with truth, replace them with positive things. And I wasn't thinking about those constantly. I think that was a huge factor, especially in even seasonal depression. Like it's the chemical imbalances mixed with the negative talk. And so like in those seasons where whether it was winter or not, like it didn't matter. I was just feeling depressed, and I was feeling anxious, and feeling like other people had control over my life, or not my life, but like how I felt about myself, or how I felt about what I was doing, how I was spending my time. Like just me going through life felt like I wasn't in control of how I felt. And that caused a lot of anxiety. That caused me to be depressed. And so yeah, it took a couple years of that healing process to happen, and ultimately finding my identity in who God says I am, and in the inherent things about myself that I knew were true. And so that was a huge win of like going kind of a night and day. I mean, it took some years, but it was a difference of the old anxious, reserved, afraid person that I was before into the confident person who cared for other people, who could see other people and not be so self-focused. Of course, it's always a journey. It's always a process. But having those people around me and realizing, oh, there's like some trash self-talk. Like I'm trashing my own self here without even realizing it. The last thing when it came to anxiety or depression, I remember experiencing a couple years ago was seasonal depression. At least that's what I called it. And it would happen every once in a while in the winter where I would just start feeling really burned out. And I think a big part of that was remembering when I used to be depressed, or remembering when maybe some more traumatic or hurtful things had happened to me. And maybe there were certain triggers or that things that I wasn't even aware of, or mindset shifts that I would start to shift back into this negative talk. Or even when the winter would come, being chemically imbalanced and knowing, I just need to take some vitamin D, some vitamin C. Like when I would start to feel those shifts because of one reason or another, it would almost be like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It'd be like, oh, I'm getting depressed again. I'm going to be depressed again. And I would start getting in this cycle of anxiousness. And so a cycle, I guess, that I had to break, or a mindset shift that I had to break, was going, no, I'm going to be okay. I am okay. I'm going to be okay. And yeah, so through all of these various things, I think the chemical aspect, the spiritual aspect, the self-talk, the self-internalization aspect, and then even just the confidence in knowing you are going to be okay. Some of you have experienced some really traumatic things. Some of you have been harmed by people. You've been harmed by systems. And you have just experienced a hard life. Maybe there hasn't been one big dramatic or traumatic thing that's happened to you, but it's just little things over time have caused you to be distrustful of people, or even distrustful of yourself. This idea that like you can't trust your own emotions. You can't trust your own read on maybe other people or on yourself. Like, am I okay? Am I going to make it through? Is this going to be okay? And especially for people who are creative, people who see the world a little different, they have this creative way of looking at the world, that can be really hard. It can be debilitating. It can take us out of the things that we love to do, the joys that we have in life, the things that we like to create, and the way we like to spend our time. Yeah, it can be really hard. It can be very discouraging. And so I just want to encourage you to lean into the truth about who you are. God loves you. He sees you. He sees the difficulties that you've been through. But at the same time, He made you. He made your brain chemistry. He's given us, thankfully, in this day, doctors and medicine and things that we can help to, maybe it's a chemical imbalance, or maybe it's just a seasonal thing. You gotta stock up on some supplements in the winter or whatever it is. But at the same time, the lies that you've been told, the things that people have told you about yourself that aren't true, replace those with the truth. What are the truths about you? Who are you really? Who do you place your identity in? Is it in other people? Is it in relationships? Is it in money, security, a good job? Or do you place your security in Jesus? Do you place your security in God? Do you place your security in your own identity, who you were made to be? So how can you be content with where you're at? If you are struggling with a chemical imbalance, what does that look like to walk through that? If it's a spiritual imbalance, what does that look like? If it's a self-talk issue, what does that look like to walk through that? And to know that you're going to be okay. You're going to make it through this. There is going to be a better day. There is going to be a day where you're not depressed, where you're not constantly anxious, where you can have peace. And that's going to look like different ways for different people. For some, that's going to look like moving like to a different space, to a different, like your whole life is going to change. God's going to work things out for you and change your circumstances. He's going to remove negative people from your life. For others, it's going to look like finding that they can heal in place, that you can heal where you're at, that you actually have the ability to get back to a positive self-talk or to accept the identity that God has made you, the identity that He's given you. So yeah, wherever you're at, I hope that this video encourages you. I hope for creatives that this encourages you to get back to where you were before, to get back to a place of creativity, or even better, get to a new place, get to a place of healing that you didn't even know was possible. So I believe whatever experience, thing you're going through, whatever experiences you've had, there is so much more. There is like an unlimited amount of abundance for you in your life that God can grant you. Trust in Him, be faithful to what He's called you to. And yeah, thank you for watching this video. My view of creativity has kind of taken a pretty drastic shift in the last like 8 months, 6 months. And I wanted to share with you kind of what led up to that shift in my thinking, and then what I've been processing and thinking through and how I've been looking at creativity over the last couple of months. So to start talking about this, we got to go back to a couple years, 5 or 6 years, to my mid-20s. There was this gradual shift, but for me, a helpful shift in understanding creativity was having a deeper understanding of myself. Part of that was just growing in confidence as an adult, as a person, and realizing, oh yeah, I have unique creativity. I have unique gifts. I have things that I can offer to the world. I feel like when you're a younger person, you're often struggling and striving to answer the questions of like, what is my job? What is my purpose? How do I fit into the world? And so I was asking a lot of those questions. And I had a lot of people in my life, like friends, especially in that season, who were speaking life and truth to me and into my life and saying, hey, I see this about you. I see this gifting, whether it was creative or not. They were just speaking this truth. A lot of people, you know, I was trying out new things around video and creative freelance work and finding a lot of joy in that process. And so that was cool to have friends and people and collaborators communicate like, hey, you're really good at this. And so that was a helpful like bedrock or foundation for me to know like, man, I do have unique gifts as a creative. I do have a purpose here on this earth outside of just, oh, like loving God and caring for people, you know, those kinds of things that I grew up hearing that were more generic and general. It's like, no, like there really is more beyond that. And so that was cool to discover that. That was really cool to go through that process. And yeah, that's come in waves. That's come in different aspects. You learn about yourself through conflict. You learn about yourself through family issues, right? Something comes up. As my siblings get older, as my parents get older, like you just discover so much more about who you are as a person. I got married over 2 years ago, and you learn so much about yourself. You learn so much about other people, getting to experience in-laws and family dynamics and differences. It's really cool. And so from my mid-20s on through the rest of my 20s, it's just been this foundation of learning more about myself, trusting that who I am is intentional. Even some of the things that we don't like about ourselves, personality things or just habits or whatever it is, understanding that there are some things that we can change and some things that we should be working on, but there are just aspects of ourselves that's how it is, right? And that might rub people the wrong way. That might not work. You know, I feel like I've also learned like, oh, certain friendships just don't quite work, and that's okay. It doesn't mean you become enemies or you hate that person. It just is like a deprioritization of friendship, and I think that's totally okay. So yeah, coming into this season, I had a sense of who I was and kind of a confidence, right? Of just like, yep, this is who I am. But then over the last couple months, I would say it started, this shift started in the winter or spring, but then really happened in the summer. And then I've been taking action on it more kind of summer and beyond, is realizing that my creativity isn't bound up in whether it is useful or not. I've talked about this in a past video where I've just been realizing that often, and especially in our society, we view creativity in kind of this box of usefulness. A lot of the times that comes in like capital. Does your creative abilities, do those make money? Do those reach people, right? We look at numbers on social media. We look at metrics online and we go, oh, well, this person's gift, they're getting millions of views on their videos. Their ability to make a video and post it and share it is greater than the person who gets 100 views or 50 views or only 1,000 views, right? This idea that like, oh yeah, if there isn't a K or an M after the number, that it is invaluable or that it is not of the same value. So I used to think that, and even knowing like, well, like my skill set, like I work for a church, right? So I do video, I was doing video for a long time. I do communications now and all that stuff. And in my mind it was going, well, like my creative skills and abilities, they're not reaching millions of people, but they are reaching significant amount of people in our community on a weekly basis. So I would kind of go, yeah, that's good. But then also I was like, well, I'm getting paid a salary. I'm getting paid like a set number, and thinking, yeah, and I'm able to live off that number, right? And I'm able to have a life, and I don't have to work multiple jobs, or I don't have to rely on another income, whatever it is, right? I was even in that mindset going, well, no, like my job pays for what I do. So therefore what I do is valuable, or it's more valuable than if a church doesn't pay someone for what they do. And now I'm not really speaking to this idea of being valued for your work. I do think like if you're making valuable work, like it's great to get paid for that. Or if you're offering a service or offering a commodity or offering your art to someone, like hopefully you're getting paid for that work, right? I'm not speaking to the valuing in that sense, but more that like, yeah, I just had this thing of like, oh, if you get paid more, that means your art is literally more valuable. And I just don't think that way anymore. Basically, the way I'm viewing things now is you, like I said earlier, like you are given a unique gift. You have a unique set of skills. Your mind works a different way. As a creative, you see the world a little bit different. And so you have this gift that is useful just by you having it and using it. Like it's useful just because of that. And that's a really cool thing. And so I've realized, man, like what are the gifts that I have? And are there opportunities that I have or should have, taking those opportunities and bringing them to the world? I use this word obedient a lot because that's like kind of what's trained in my mind. But like, am I being obedient to the call or to the pull to post, like share my thoughts and post them online? That's what I'm doing here. It's like, am I being willing to do that? Or if you have a skill set, are you even willing to just practice that skill set, practice that creative gift? I don't think sharing it online is the end all be all, or sharing it with a group of people. I think just simply practicing your art is valuable in and of itself. So that's been a huge shift for me. I'm really thankful for the ways that I've been changing my mind about giftings and just what people are bringing to the table. And also like it helps me not look down on other people or try to make myself feel better by going, oh, well, like my gift is being seen by this many people, or like I'm being paid for my gift. I get to do video work or social media work over here, and that's valuable because I'm getting paid, right? Not thinking of things that way anymore, instead being more grateful and thankful for the gifts that I have and the fact that I do get paid for some of the work that I get to do. Or even the idea that I have a job and that it allows me the freedom to do stuff like this on the side. It allows me to have the freedom to have hobbies and do other creative projects and fun things with friends, whatever it is. So yeah, that is the second thing that has shifted in the last couple of months. And then the main kind of overarching thing, and it's not necessarily something different or new for me, but a shift that I've been thinking about, and I don't know, just finding it to be more, like, I want to say precious, more dear to me, is the fact that God has given me these gifts. And that when I'm creating, when I'm using these gifts, it is an opportunity to connect with Him. And that's a big shift for me. I feel like I used to view my creativity as almost like a job or an assignment. And I do see creativity as being useful in that way, in the sense that, like, I can make a video here and it can communicate to someone and reach someone, and it's going to be impactful to them. But like, so that's all good. But the other thing that I've been realizing is that the gift in and of itself, the ability to communicate, the ability to come on and have thoughts about creativity that could encourage people, that comes from someplace beyond just me. That idea is not just even for me to receive, but then also to share with others. And yeah, I don't know. Hopefully this is making sense. This is definitely like kind of just rambling, but I'm really thankful that God has revealed to me, like, the process of creating in and of itself is a beautiful way to reconnect with Him. And so, yeah, that's just been a cool thing to experience, realizing like that I can just create and I don't have to have this pressure of performance or this pressure of like, oh, is this going to do well, or will others receive this in a positive way? Will others appreciate my work and validate me in that? But just knowing, no, like, God has already validated me by giving me these gifts, and all He wants me to do with them is to use them. Whether in a certain season I'm saying, hey, I'm going to share this with others, or I'm going to post this online, or I'm going to share this with friends and hope that it blesses them. Like, all of that is great, but being able to just create for the sake of creating. And in that process, I have discovered for me that I'm able to connect more with God and find a deeper union and deeper connection with Him. This idea of like, I can offer up my gifts, and that is an intimate moment, like an opportunity to just connect. There's this visual that I love of our gifts being offered up to the Creator. And I think a good visual of that is the child who picks the flowers for the mother. So you have this child, if you've ever seen like a little kid, like a 2, 3, 4-year-old, right? Maybe they've seen their parents like give gifts or give flowers, but either way, they see these flowers, and usually it's like a dandelion. Usually it's like an actual weed. And I remember doing this as a kid, where I would offer like my mom this dandelion that was growing in the grass, right? And so you give that to them, and they're appreciative of it. Why? Because the child thought of them, and the child says, hey, this is what I have to offer. I am giving this to you. And we look at that now as like adults, and we are like, okay, that's absolutely useless, right? That has no value. The mom might put it in a cup of water or a vase or something, and like, okay, but the reality is that the actual thing that's being given is not useful. But obviously we know that that is cherished by the mother, because the child is willingly giving that, and it's coming from an innocent place. And that is exactly how we can offer up our gifts and offer up our creative abilities to God. It's just to say, hey, you gave me this. This is all I have. It's not much. It's not going to do anything to change who you are or change how you view me. You already view me with love. You created me, but here's what I'm going to offer. And so just that process, like that's one of the reasons why we're here, is to use our creative gifts, to share it with other people, to offer that back up. And yeah, so this is the shift that I've been going through. This is how my mind has been kind of rethinking creativity. Yeah, I used to just kind of think it was like, oh, I'm gonna go work on this because it's fun, and hopefully the outcome is really good, or hopefully what I create for my job is useful and other people are gonna see my value. All of that has changed, and I'm still working on this, obviously, still trying to be innocent, but be obedient in this process of just like, yeah, these are the gifts I have, and like I'm here in this place, this time to use these gifts. And so that's what I'm gonna do. So I hope this encourages you. Maybe you have a gift that you've kind of been holding on to and not releasing it, not working on it. You've been afraid of what people would think, or you're looking at it and you're like, yeah, this is trash. The outcome of this creative process is not desirable. And that's okay. The whole point of getting better at your skills is so that you improve. And that can be in different ways. It doesn't have to be getting better at the actual creative thing that you make. Yeah, it's just about using the gifts. All right, thank you so much for listening. My name is Tristan. If you haven't seen one of my videos before, I appreciate you watching all the way through to the end. I'd love to connect with you. Let me know in the comments if there's a unique gift that you feel like God has given you. What does that look like for you to use that? And in what ways are you shifting your thinking about creativity? Hey everyone, my name is Tristan, and as of the posting of this video, I am in the last week of my 20s. My 20s are wrapping up, and I wanted to take this time to reflect on the last 10 years, the last decade, and share just my experience journeying through growing as a creative. There's a lot of self-discovery in the process of creativity and in developing skills and just going and doing things and being creative and struggling, a lot of struggle. But I'm really looking forward to the next decade because I was able to build such a bedrock and a foundation for life as a creative. And yeah, it's never perfect. It's never like, we always think, oh, when I achieve this thing, I will have arrived, right? When you're 20, your goals for yourself in 5 years are different and they change. And often I feel like we reach goals, we reach the place that we want to as creatives, but just as people in general. And we are not the best often at reflecting on how far we've come, right? And so, yeah, I wanted to just make this video to maybe help you as you reflect on whatever the last 10 years has been for you, or whatever your creative journey has been so far. Maybe you haven't always considered yourself to be a creative person, and you're in the process of self-discovery and creative discovery for yourself and the skills and the abilities and the unique God-given gifts that you have. So yeah, I just wanted to come on and kind of share my journey. It definitely started, there was a period right after high school, so when I was like 19, 20, but yeah, really at age 19, I left my hometown and went 3,000 miles away to film school. And that was such an important moment because it revealed to me, one, like I can do a lot, and I can pursue my dreams, right? And at the end of high school, my only focus was go to film school, right? I got into a film school. I was like, I'm going, right? That was all that I was focused on. So I went and did that and had a great year, enjoyed it. And then I came back to my hometown. And that was the opportunity to leave was the opportunity for me to come back. The town I grew up in, definitely the vibes at the time were, for my peers, was like, get out of this small town, never come back, never look back. That was sort of the mentality with a lot of people. And so I had that mentality and I was like, I got to get out of here. And then I realized actually the place I grew up in was fine and actually great. And I enjoyed living there. And I still live here today. And I came back and haven't left since that time, but I'm really thankful for that opportunity. It allowed me to see beyond just the place I grew up in and gave me a lot of thankfulness for where I grew up. And so that kind of gave me the confidence to put down roots and say, as a person, but also as a creative, this is where I want to make a living. This is where I want to create my art and be a filmmaker and pursue developing my skills and crafts. So that was kind of the beginning. In my early 20s, there was a lot of just trial and error. I remember feeling very, not very confident in my skills and abilities as a filmmaker. And at that time too, I was very single-minded, very focused on becoming a filmmaker, basically focused on filming and editing. That was like my focus. And at that time, I was willing to just do anything. Any project, especially if it paid, any project I was willing to pick up and try out, and was wanting to learn from the people around me. And yeah, that was a lot of just showing up and doing the thing and making mistakes. Oh, this shot wasn't in focus, like kind of some of the basic stuff at that time, because it really was just about developing skills. Like I said, there's a bedrock, a foundation. And for me in my 20s, developing the skills of just straight up, how do you light someone? How do you make the audio work and sound good? All that stuff. It was a process of just trial and error. And I got hired at my church when I was 21, and that was an opportunity to show up every day. You're getting paid every single day, no matter the results, and just to show up and learn the skills. It was very much learning on the job how to make a video. And every week I was making videos. So that part of my early 20s was just super beneficial. I'm really thankful for that season, as how much I lack confidence. Like, as much as I think about the lack of confidence from back then, I am just very thankful for that season, because it showed me the value of just being there every week, showing up, making the thing, filming the thing, editing the thing, right? That was my focus at the time. And it paid off, I think. I think it paid off to just be resilient. I'm definitely thankful that I was getting paid as I was learning all of that. A lot of creatives don't get the opportunity to make an income while they're learning their craft or their art or expressing themselves creatively. But yeah, that was definitely the focus back then, less on creative ideas and more in creative execution and in the task-based side of creativity. So then moving into more of my mid-20s, I developed some skills, and there were some cool connections that I had made and had some people that were essentially, in a way, either challenging me or just commissioning me to go make something, whether it was a client or just a friend. I had opportunities to start going outside of my normal sort of niche, if you will, as a filmmaker. And I was starting to find creative ways to express myself or help artists express their ideas through music videos, different commercials, all kinds of stuff, even just helping on someone else's shoot and being their gaffer and doing lighting and thinking, okay, how can we communicate the story through lighting? I was starting to get those ideas that it wasn't just about accomplishing the result, like, is the video done? Is the video in focus? That stuff is important. But as I was growing, I was starting to see more of, the emotion behind why you frame something a certain way, right? So it was really cool. There was a lot of this like creative discovery that I was able to experience and enjoy. And yeah, there was a lot in that time frame of just saying yes to every opportunity, every project. And that was cool and fun for a season. But very shortly, I remember, I think it was in like 2022, there was a season where I said yes. It was like January and February. I said yes to everything. And then that meant March, April, May, June, I was fulfilling all of these yeses, all of these requests for video projects. And I was traveling. Within like a 3-month span, I was traveling to Mexico, to Canada. Like I was like, whoa, I'm all over the globe, right? All over the continent, being able to film really cool and creative projects. Those projects ended up taking well into August and September. I remember getting so burned out in the summer by the time I was realizing, oh, all of these projects that I'd said yes to, the process of editing and completing the obligations that I'd said yes to was just enormous. It was way too much. So I got burned out. Even just maybe not so much creatively burned out, but more just emotionally, mentally, physically was burned out. And then there was a process of saying no, learning to say no, because I was really bad at saying no when people would ask me to do stuff, especially feeling almost guilty, like I have these gifts and abilities, like God has given me this talent. Why wouldn't I go help someone make a video? Or why wouldn't I go make some extra money on the side doing some client work? In my mind at the time, it seemed like I had to say yes. So that burnout and that like saying yes too many times and saying yes indiscriminately helped me learn, helped me just through that process learn, no, you can't do everything, and that's okay. And so, yeah, there was that creative discovery. I don't want to overshadow that season because there was that season in my mid-20s where there was just so much fun in saying yes and doing the thing and saying, well, what if we did this? What if we did something crazy? And the time it took was a lot. But I'm really thankful for that season. And then, yes, that season kind of ended in burnout. I think it was unsustained. Also, I had a lot going on in my life, right? I think as you get older, you have more responsibilities in other areas of your life. And so there was just less time that I could devote strictly to side projects, freelance projects, all that extra stuff as a filmmaker. So kind of shifting into my late 20s, we'll call it post-burnout. Again, it wasn't this crazy thing. It was just the season where I was like, I have to start saying no to projects. So I start saying no to the things that I don't want to do. Because there were things that I was saying yes to that I was like, I don't actually want to do that, but I'm going to say yes because I want to help the person out. So I started saying no to things. And that season, and I would say I'm in that season now. What started then is where I've landed now. And it's still a process. There's always little like shifts, or maybe sometimes that's like a pendulum swing. You go from one extreme to the other. And I remember slowing down so much to the point where 2 years ago, for example, I wasn't really doing any major creative work outside of my job. And my job at the church I work for, I had shifted from being the video person to the communications person. And so there was a lot of new things that I was learning, figuring out in that process. So there was a lot that I was doing in my job that was creatively very fulfilling. But in my free time, I was like not doing anything. Like there was just this hesitation I had to say yes to any kind of project, especially around video. But I realized creatively I was limiting myself and trying to preserve my energy, which I think is good to do. I think it is good to be, like I said, discriminate, I think is the right term, of what you say yes to. We shouldn't say yes to just everything. Hey, come do this project. Okay, sure, I'm going to do it no matter what, no matter how much time it takes or what it requires of me. No, we need to be discerning what creative projects we should be saying yes to. And so, yeah, I kind of learned that I didn't want to say yes to everything. And it kind of got to the point where I'm like, I'm just saying no to everything. And when I get the urge again, that's when I'll say yes. And so that actually took a couple of years, almost 2 years, where I was just in this phase of saying no to pretty much everything. I had a few rubrics, I think that's the right term, like decision tree, like, okay, I'm going to say yes to one project per month. That was kind of my process. And even then, I wasn't always getting calls every single month, or people reaching out every month saying, hey, you want to do this video project? Things like that. So there was just always this hesitation the last couple of years until this summer where I felt this urge to, one, view creativity outside of just a very narrow field. In my job, I was experiencing getting to be creative in so many other ways besides in film and video. And that was inspiring to me. I was like, oh, I didn't know that I would ever be a creative person in the area of graphic design or in the area of even like print. And those are things that I still don't claim to be very good at or even a professional in. I guess I get paid for what I do, so I guess that makes me a professional. But yeah, those are areas where I'm still hesitant to sort of claim my identity in them. I think that's probably a good way to put it. But I'm realizing, no, as a creative, like that creativity is unlimited. And so I've been able to realize that. And then one of the things was stepping in and doing this YouTube channel and just feeling the freedom to step into this and be creative. Step into that, make these videos, talk about my experiences. And this has been a really nice outlet for me to express myself, express specific creative ideas. So that's what I've been doing. And yeah, as I look back on my 20s, it is so cool to see where I've gone from the insecure early 20-year-old who was just developing skills, developing knowledge too. A lot of YouTube University, as they call it, right? A lot of YouTube videos and following other creators and getting inspired to, oh, could I try out this lighting technique? Could I do this thing? Could I try something? And often it wouldn't work. It's not always guaranteed. Something doesn't always have to pay off. But at that time, I was learning a lot. Then in my mid-20s, it was this process of saying yes to every creative opportunity. And that was beneficial because that got me out of my head in a lot of ways of like, okay, do I have the skills? Do I have the knowledge? Do I have the ability to do this? To then, I am doing this. I can do it because I did do it. And being able to look back on past projects and go, wow, I can't believe I made that. Or I can't believe I collaborated with people and that was the result. It was so cool. Did lead to this season of emotional, mental, physical burnout of just being like, man, I don't want to say yes to anything, which then led me to the season I am now, which is a much more slower, methodical approach to my creativity. But that has allowed me to have freedom in how I view my creativity and just being okay with creating, not forcing anything, not having to say yes because someone reached out to me, right? Sometimes maybe you've experienced as a creative, you're creating on behalf of or on the demand of someone else. And I think that has been the strongest or biggest pendulum swing for me is going from, man, like I only create when someone is commissioning me to create, to I only create when I'm commissioning myself. And there's nuance in that, right? There's, I think leaning hard one way or the other isn't going to be the best, but finding that percentage for you, I think is going to be valuable. Maybe you're in a season where you just want to develop skills. And so you'll take any project that comes your way. You'll say the yes whenever someone asks you. You'll say the yes, or you'll pursue clients to hire you on, whatever it is. But maybe you're in a different season. You want to slow down. You want to create carefully and methodically. And you are just ready to do that on your own terms. So I hope that encourages you. Maybe you're reflecting on a decade, whether it's your 20s, your 30s, a different decade, or you're just generally reflecting on your last years as a creative. I hope this encourages you. My name is Tristan. Again, I'm a filmmaker, kind of turned communications person. And I just want to encourage you to be creative, lean into the God-given gifts that you have, and say yes to the right things. Hey everyone, my name is Tristan, and this week I am turning 30. This week I am celebrating my 30th birthday. It's a bit of a cliche thing to do, is to make a YouTube video for a milestone like this. But I kind of wanted to just get on here and reflect a little bit on where I'm at in life, even just as a creative, the good things, the hard things, but really wanted to open this up and start thinking about the word celebration. This is this word that I've kind of been thinking about often. I don't know if you're like this as just a person in general, but often when I hear the word celebration, like, oh, someone is celebrating a birthday or someone is celebrating a milestone in their life, I'm kind of thinking like, okay, like, but did you earn it, right? There's this weird judgment that I place on people. Maybe it's seeing something on social media. Someone is celebrating this event, and I can be sitting there and going, well, have they accomplished the things that I've accomplished? Or, you know, it's just this weird judgment of you're like placing yourself over someone else because you feel like your accomplishments are greater, or you feel like your creative gifts are greater. Maybe you're looking, for me, if I'm looking at a filmmaker and they created a project, my initial reaction might be like, whoa, that's really cool. But then sometimes if this, especially with this word celebration, if someone is really hyping up their own work, something they did, they're super proud, and rightfully so, they're super proud of a creative thing that they made. It's so easy for me to come in there with judgment and go, should they really be celebrating this like to this degree? Should they really be celebrating this like a whole bunch? And I don't know, I was just thinking about that, like why is that something that I feel like I need to do? Why is there fear around my accomplishments versus someone else's accomplishments? And as I hit 30, I don't know, there's a bit of pressure taken off. I feel like there is a bit of a milestone where you go, yeah, no, like I've been around a little bit. I know a few things. Obviously, to someone older, you are very young, but to someone younger, you can be really old, right? Yeah, so you never arrive in this life. And one of the great things that we can do, because we're never going to arrive, is to celebrate, is to be present with where we're at, is to be acknowledging the good and the bad of the season that we're in, the good and the bad of the past choices and decisions we've made, the good and the bad of the things that have happened to us, right? The things that happen that are out of our control. But mostly we should be thinking about the things that are in our control, that we've, reflecting on those things. Okay, what's happened in my life, and how can are there things I want to change? Are there things I want to continue doing? As creatives, I think often we're looking at the next thing. How do I get better? How do I improve? When there's also, I think, should be a lot of reflection on here's where I have been, and I want to continue doing this, right? If there's a creative thing that you love doing, whatever it is, maybe it's something you get paid to do, or it's just a hobby that you have, or you only get to do it from time to time, just reflect on that and say, man, this is something I want to continue doing. I want to make the time and effort to have this be part of my life, for this to continue to be part of my life. So I'm thinking about my 30s. I'm thinking about, even the aspects of my life that are, contributing to my ability to make videos like this, the free time that I'm able to carve out. But also acknowledging that the sacrifices. Are there things that I'm not doing or not able to do, or just too lazy or haven't taken the time to figure out how I could make up time to do other creative work, or really anything. I don't know. There is a bit of slowing down, I think. I think everyone is different. Maybe for you where you're at, or you hit 30 and you were like, yeah, no, like I'm 30 and now I need to get my life in order. Like maybe there's a little bit of that mentality. I know for me, I've really enjoyed my 20s. I feel like I've gotten to do a lot in my 20s. And so I think slowing down is the wrong word, but just different priorities. I think this next decade is just going to look like different priorities for me, for my wife, hopefully having kids in the future, in the very near future. And just living into the gifts and creativity that God has given me, and also leaning into the skills that I've developed over this last, decade or so. Just kind of walking that out. I don't necessarily sense a lot of major shifts. Maybe for you, you're looking at a big shift in your life, a big change. You need to change jobs. You need to move. There's something big that needs to happen. I would encourage you, especially as a creative, I'd encourage you to, think big, dream big about your life, dream big about your situation and scenario. Sometimes we get stuck in the practical, or we get stuck in the day-to-day, and we forget to think long-term. We forget to be looking at our dreams, right? You might have thought of a dream, or you had a dream since you were a little kid, or whatever it is. We forget to look at those. We forget to pull those out. Here's this dream that I have. Name that dream. Maybe it's through journaling. Maybe it's through prayer. Maybe it's through just walking in nature, and you're thinking about yourself and your own future. I like that analogy of just, hey, I have this dream. Let me pull this out, dust it off, and look at it. For me, in the recent, I guess in the last year, it's been journaling. It's been this discovery of being able to write down how I'm feeling, what I'm thinking, what I'm going through, things I'm frustrated about, things I'm joyful in, and looking at those. And I think there could be a pretty cool process of saying, man, here's this dream that I have, or here's this vision I have for the next 10 years. And let me make sure that I'm looking at it. Maybe you have a dream and you want to represent that creatively so that you don't forget it. Maybe take your creative skills, your creative abilities, and put your dream into a visual expression. Put your dream into some sort of a creative expression that only you can create. Maybe that's just something for you. Maybe that's just something for you to have. Maybe this video had like really no outline or anything. I just kind of wanted to share and talk. But yeah, I think for me, the takeaway for the video for myself is say, wow, okay, what is the next 10 years going to look like? What is that dream? And then going and creating something out of it, making some sort of visual expression out of that. I don't know, maybe a short film would be cool. I'm not saying I'm going to do anything, but if you see something on here that's like that, like a creative short film, then I guess you'll know that I did something with it. But yeah, I love having a birthday at this time of year in October. The seasons are changing. It like feels a certain way. It feels kind of cinematic. The leaves are falling. It's your birthday. I don't know. It's a cool season. So I hope that encourages you with whatever season you're at, whatever age, whatever milestones you're looking at. Take that dream, rediscover it, reimagine it in a creative way. And then don't forget to celebrate. Celebrate where you're at. Celebrate who you are, the accomplishments that you have had. Do that unashamedly. Post on social media. Don't post on social media. Just celebrate and appreciate where you're at. Appreciate all that God has given you. And I hope that this video encourages you wherever you are at. Is your daily routine so terrible, so awful that it's actually ruining and hindering your creativity? This is an idea that hit me pretty recently. I was reading a Substack article that I'll break it down a little bit in a minute, but basically caused me to just pause and go, wait, like, have we over maximalized our time? Have we gone down this road of like, oh, what's the perfect routine? What's the best way to maximize my time? Yeah, it just got me thinking, is there a different perspective and approach? So that's what I want to bring today. I want to help you kind of bring about a different perspective. Maybe you're coming from a place where you're like, you clicked on this video, you're like, I definitely need a better morning routine. Or maybe you're like, yeah, this morning routine isn't doing it for me, right? Or whatever it is. It doesn't have to be a morning routine, just like the way you operate your life, the schedule, the pace that you go at. All of that impacts, for better or for worse, your creativity. There's also different seasons too. We could caveat this a million times. So let me jump into this Substack article. I'll link it in the description below and you can have a look for it yourself. It's interesting. So let's take a look at it. The Substack is called Discomfort is the Price You Pay for a Fulfilling Life. And essentially this person is talking about how sometimes routine is actually ruining our ability to take risks, and that risk-taking behavior is actually valuable. And I wanted to tie this into creativity. Let me read this first paragraph for you. I find myself asking this more and more. Since when did boundaries and routine become more important than growth, adventure, and being there for others? Why do some people dread going to the plans that they made and would rather go to bed early so they can wake up early for their morning routine? I won't lie, I've been a victim of this. I think after the pandemic, I may have started protecting my peace a bit too much. Thankfully, I snapped out of it. Grabbed coffee to catch up with a friend, and not missing someone's celebration is more important than being able to wake up at 6 a.m. to get 10,000 steps in before 9 a.m. So I think it's an interesting idea that, yeah, there's times, maybe it's the introverted in me. I tend to lean more introverted than extroverted. There is this desire to I have my routine and I don't want to mess that up. Or there are benefits that I get maybe in my job when I'm rested. There are benefits that I get when I have time in the morning for myself. I think everyone is a little bit different when it comes to this. As creatives, we tend to be maybe a little more chaotic. Again, I can only speak for myself, so I don't lean this way. But I know a lot of creatives who they'll wake up 5 minutes before they need to leave. That to me is insane. If you're like that, please comment. Let me know if that is a reality for you. You can just wake up and go. For me, I need to be awake for hours before I interact with anyone. Ideally, that's the ideal situation, right? So yeah, it's an interesting idea. It's okay, have we overdone it with our desire for a routine? I know for me, knowing my strengths and weaknesses, knowing what helps me thrive on a given day, a given week is really important. That would be my first encouragement for you, is to know your weaknesses, know your strengths. As a creative, are you going to be more creative by being able to be in a consistent routine every single day? Or do you need to switch it up? Do you need to be able to say yes to spontaneous plans? Do you need to keep your schedule open? Is that going to help you and your art and your pursuit of your creativity? Obviously, that's totally up to you. Thankfully, we're all very different and we all thrive in different ways. And I remember growing up, I had a lot of extroverted friends. They would always want to throw out last minute plans and say, let's go do this. And I would always have to just I needed 5 minutes even sometimes just to process. Wait, what are we doing? What's changing? I think I've grown in that a lot as an adult. I'm much more spontaneous, or I'm able to be more flexible. I'm less rigid in my planning, and I can just say yes to things. But at the same time, that's not how I live my daily life. My daily life is much more structured, and I like to have everything in the calendar. I put everything on the calendar, or if it doesn't go on the calendar, it goes on a whiteboard as a list. I love making lists. Comment below if you love making lists too. So that's interesting. Let's keep reading more from this Substack post, see if we can pull out a little bit more. They say, every time I travel, I literally feel reborn. I know it's been said a million times, but it truly makes me feel like I can do anything. Getting myself to a foreign country, interacting with new people, and immersing myself in the culture. I feel fulfilled, and it's not coming from a routine. And that's so true. I have sensed in my own life too that travel is really valuable for me as a creative, that there's the routine that kind of tethers me to who I am as a person in a way. But then you have the exploration when I get to travel and take trips, and that's almost like a reawakening, like just a refresh. And I think for creatives, we often need that refresh. They go on to say, get familiar with the unknown, the feeling of exploring a coffee shop you've never been to, the initial awkwardness of talking to a stranger, the unease of eating alone at a restaurant, the effort of dragging yourself off the couch to go dancing with your friends, the indulgence of letting yourself sleep until 11. There's more to life than constant stability. When your days start blending together, make it a point to do at least one thing to break up the monotony. walk a different way to work, put on that dress that's been hanging in your closet for a special occasion, or book that trip. So yeah, there is this interesting thing in our culture where I think we have tried to program ourselves, fall in line and say, yep, I need to have this perfect routine. And I know for me, like doing the same things every day is not enjoyable. There's a balance of like routine, when I wake up, what I'm doing in the morning, the time I go to work. Those things, having those being consistent, I do think is helpful. And again, I'm just speaking for me. You might be on a totally different space. But then within my time at work, having different things that I'm doing, having different times where I'm at my desk or doing something a little more active or balancing creative work. Often I try to make sure my most heavy, intensive, like when I'm thinking big picture stuff, right? And when I'm trying to big picture brainstorming, like that's always best to do in the mornings. And then in the afternoons, I enjoy being able to do something a little more active, keep myself going, or maybe it's something a little more monotonous like video editing, photo editing, creating a graphic, something like that. And so, yeah, I do think there is that balance. And maybe for you and your creativity maybe it's your days off or on a weekend or something, being able to just, hey, I'm going to stay up late. I'm going to hang out with friends. I'm going to do something spontaneous. I'm going to sleep in the next morning. Having that privilege and opportunity to be able to do that and explore creativity in a new way, I think is pretty valuable. My suggestion in that would be find what works best for your creativity and the goals that you have, right? We all should be pursuing our goals and kind of having things in mind. And so maybe that saying yes to that spontaneous thing or trying something new or a new experience, maybe that's going to match your goals of, hey, I want to be more creative. I want to try something new. I'm exploring the bounds, I guess the boundlessness of where my creativity can go, where my mind is able to go with what I'm able to do. And yeah, maybe that's a goal for you. And so being more spontaneous would suit that goal. Maybe you have a goal where you're like, hey, I kind of need to get my stuff in order. I need to be developing better habits, be developing better routines. So maybe it's the opposite. It's like, hey, I've done the time of creative, boundaryless pursuits, and I'm in a season where I know in order to suit my goals better or to be a better creative, be able to create better or more consistently, more efficiently, whatever it is, you need that routine in place. You need to figure that out. And so, yeah, I would recommend, like, what are your goals? What are you trying to pursue? And that is going to impact the season that you're in and how you are showing up. Are you saying yes to spontaneous things? Are you holding tight to your boundaries? Is there a balance? Is there a letting go in some areas? Is there a tightening down in other areas? That would be my recommendation. Let's keep reading. Working toward a goal, a project, a dream, it requires real dedication. It's inconvenient. It's uncomfortable. It's a lot of sitting in silence. It's having uninspired days, but it's also being struck with creativity in the middle of the night. It's the rush of your fingers flying across the keyboard, trying to keep up with your ideas racing through your mind. It's the new people, art, and experiences you encounter along the way. I'll read this final paragraph. It's all connected. The relationships you nurture, the hobbies you pursue, your travels, your daily life. You'll stumble, you'll feel exhausted, you'll be hard on yourself. But your patience and persistence will ultimately pay off. Leaning into that discomfort and pushing yourself, whether it's setting aside an hour to write, reworking, painting again and again, spending hours perfecting an outfit, or saying yes to last-minute plans, will ultimately feel more rewarding because you didn't give in to those limiting beliefs. Yeah, and it's this idea of like limiting beliefs. Is that your routine? Is your routine keeping you in this limited mindset of like, well, I have to do this, or I'm going to do this, or I already said that this is how my week is going to go. As creatives, we need to be open and available to the creative urge, right? The thing that kind of hits us in the middle of the night, this idea, being able to, act upon that, write that down, pursue that new idea, rework something that we've already done. I think that's cool advice. I think that's very aspirational and very encouraging. So I hope that encourages you. I would say that a reminder is that creativity is not always about the end result. Creativity is about the process, right? Creativity is a great way for us to, one, connect with ourselves and our gifts and abilities, but also to be connecting with God, being able to connect with the one who gave us our creative gifts, our creative mind, our creative ability. And through the process of just creating in and of itself, and through experiencing that, we're able to connect with God, with the Creator. So yeah, sometimes we get so caught up in the end result, like even that idea going back to the morning routine, did that deliver the result that I was looking for? Was I able to create more effectively or efficiently because of the morning routine? As this article is kind of pointing out, hey, there is fulfillment in the spontaneity. There's fulfillment in being open creatively, being able to do something spontaneous and let that give you energy and ideas for your next creative project. And so there is a bit more in that way of thinking about it, like this process of just existing, and then you create out of that. And maybe it's less about the results. I think the results are important, especially if you're early in your career as a creative, or you're early in trying out new gifts. Is there are like the practical side of it is like, do I have the skills? Can I do this? But at a certain point, and I think all throughout life, in your creative journey, you should be thinking about, well, what is the process of creating, and why in it is that in and of itself okay and fulfilling enough that I don't need to have the end results? Being able to let go and say, man, if I didn't have an end result, would I still be creating this? And hopefully the answer is yes for you. I know for me, and I was thinking about this earlier today, was there is, you see it pop up a lot in the Psalms in the Bible, is that David, who wrote a lot of the Psalms, he was just writing about how much he enjoyed God's creativity. It's like he looks outside and he sees all the creative beauty, all the nature, all of the things that are put together and ordered and have a purpose and a function, and that just being able to enjoy that in and of itself was fulfilling, that he the writer didn't have to do something about it, right? When you see a beautiful painting, or even better, when you're outside and you see the most beautiful view or vista, there's nothing that you really need to do in response to that beauty and that creativity. There's nothing that you need to do as a response. You just are there to enjoy it and appreciate it. And I think our creativity can and should be the same, is that we're just creating because we've been given the gifts and abilities to do that creation. And so, yeah, there's this interesting thing. I hope you see that, how your creativity and your gifts can help connect you with God. I know for me, that is something that in this season I've really been trying to grow in. So much of my life I have tried, and I think I've benefited a lot from doing this, but tried to just order my life and make sure boundaries are in place and I am functioning and being able to be efficient with my time. But ultimately that has led me to just getting stuck in my creativity and only thinking about the end results and not appreciating the process, not appreciating the God-given gifts and the process of what I'm able to do. So yeah, that would be my sort of third and final encouragement, is enjoy the process of creating, and remember that it is God who's given you those gifts. And so we are able to just connect more with Him when we are creating and doing all of that. My name is Tristan. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for kind of hearing my rambling. This is how I do most of my videos. You can check out my Substack. I love reading things like this article I just read on Substack. All of the videos I make, I take the transcripts and I put them on Substack. So maybe if you're more of a reader or you just want to follow me on there as well, I would definitely appreciate that. I'll put links to the Substack that I just read, as well as to my own in the description. Thank you. If you're like me, you've seen dozens and dozens of videos on rest, productivity, how to get the best sleep, all of that. I want to talk about this idea that kind of was introduced to me recently, and I'm hoping will continue to inform how I look at rest and how I look at being able to be creative long-term and being able to do what I need to do as a creative. But yeah, this idea of creative rest, and I have to be very honest, I am like so tired. I don't think I've ever been this tired while making a video, so it's ironic, but I don't think it's a coincidence that I'm feeling this tired. I'm filming this in the morning, and we're talking about creative rest. So let's dive in. I kind of want to talk through a few different ideas. For me, I have often viewed rest or Sabbath or, pausing, however you want to look at it. If it's the weekend for you, being able to cease from work, or maybe even this idea of slowing down for the purpose of being able to create or do your hobby or be creative or show up for your obligations. I've always had this view of rest for most of my life as something you have to get through so that you can get back to your work, get back to your obligations, get back to your checklists. This idea that rest is at the end of, it's the last thing on your checklist, and then you check it off and then you get to start all over again, right? It's at the end of your week. If I rest well on Saturday or whatever it is, then when I jump back into my work week or I'm jumping into my creative hobbies, then I'm rested, right? And often I think we're viewing that as like an antidote to burnout, that rest is an antidote to burnout. And obviously, if you're doing too much and you are not slowing down and you are not giving yourself space to pause, you're gonna burn out and you need to rest. You need to slow down. You need to cease from output. You need to cease from creative work, right? So this idea of creative rest, yes, if you're gonna burn out, like stop it. Stop doing so much. And yeah, but so much of my life, and I'm still working through this, I view rest as like, okay, I've done all my work, and now that I've been productive, now that I've done all the things that I need to do, now I can rest. Now I can pause. Now I can cease and say no. Whereas a better approach would be working out of rest, right? Instead of you rest after you work, you're going to do your work out of a place of rest, out of a place of having slowed down, having spent time with God, having connected with the Creator, being able to draw from that as you go into your creative work or any work, your obligations, things that you have to do. And yeah, that shift I think is so difficult for us as people, for us in the kind of society that we live in. And it's a challenge. It's really hard to be able to flip that around. One really cool thing is that we see that in the Bible. We see that in Genesis, where God actually modeled that for us. If you look at the creation account, God is creating all of these things. He creates humankind. And then from there, he rests. And you think, well, like, why does he need to rest? And I think more than anything, that is a picture for us. That is an example for us to show us how we need to be thinking about ourselves, our creative work, and essentially how are we mirroring God? Because that is what we are. We are mirrors to God. We are made in the Creator's likeness. We are made in the Creator's image. And so we are like mirrors. We represent God. And so when we are just choosing to work without proper rest, or choosing to go back into a creative mindset, all right, I got to output, I have to be creative, but we're not allowing ourselves to rest and do our work from that place of rest, it's going to cause a lot of problems. So as I have kind of gone through life and tried my best to reorient myself when it comes to rest, reorient the way that I look at work and the way that I look at creative rest and Sabbath, I've definitely made attempts that were not good, right? Attempts at resting that weren't actually getting to the source of true rest, weren't actually allowing me to be restful. I read a lot of different books and leaders who talk about rest that works for them. I know a lot of people who maybe they're pastors or leaders, they do a lot of work with their minds, right? And so for them, rest on the weekends looks a lot like a hobby, working with their hands, building something. I've a friend who does like remodels in his house. And for him, that is actually restful. Now, there's always a balance, right? Maybe for you, if you are working with your hands or you're on your feet a lot during the week, resting for you on the weekend or whenever that looks like might look like just sitting and being still and not moving and not doing anything. I know friends who we really got into like chess. We were doing the online chess.com, right? And I had a friend who's like, dude, I'm getting burned out from chess. Like, he loves chess, but he's like, I use my mind so much during the week that when I'm getting these requests to play chess games, like, I can't do that. And then I had friends who are like, well, I'm on my feet all day, so when I get to sit down and just play chess and just kind of like get my mind working, that was restful for them. So you can take that approach depending on where you're coming from. Yeah, for me, I know there's been times where as a filmmaker, I've been like, man, I just want to sit home and watch movies. And so I would watch movies, YouTube, TV shows, and my whole day would go by. Maybe not the entire day, but let's be real. Like between screens, I was probably on screens the whole day. And I'm like, well, I'm going to watch this film from the 70s, or I'm going to watch this cinematic masterpiece that I've heard so much about and never watched. Like, that's going to be restful for me. And to an extent, that can be relaxing, right? And that can kind of help you feel relaxed and calm. But watching a movie like that and doing that all day is not true rest. It's not actually helping me be able to go and be creative or spark creative ideas. It might help me, oh, that's a cool lighting thing, or that's a cool whatever. And maybe I write something down, I apply it. Oh, let's incorporate that concept into a video. But what we're looking for is being able to slow down and find true creative rest. I do basically turn off most of my apps on Saturdays. That is a habit that I've had for about the last year. And on the days when it works, when my phone is in the other room and I don't pick it up for hours and hours, that is really good. I find that to be truly restful. Another great way to rest for me is getting out into nature, going on a walk, hopefully on a really nice day. But even if it's not the best weather, still getting to go out, be outside, not be on my phone. I spend a lot of time indoors working, and so being able to be outside is very restful for me. It rejuvenates me, gives me creative ideas. But yeah, ultimately for me, being able to just sit and be in God's presence, praying, reading my Bible, those are really great anchors for me to establish moments for creative rest. That's what's worked really well for me. Again, there's this constant pull to just, oh, I'm just going to play a little game on my phone. I'm just going to scroll social media. I'm just going to watch some YouTube videos. I'm going to watch YouTube videos that will help me with creativity. I'm going to watch a video like this and it's going to, there are so many ways that we can kind of trick ourselves to be like, well, I'm sitting and not doing anything. Therefore, I'm getting in good creative rest. And that's not how our minds are. We have to really go a layer deeper. And I think there is a huge spiritual component to that, where as creatives, we need to be resting in a place that is really rejuvenating us and reviving us so that we can go. Like I said before, you create out of a place of rest, not resting because you're so tired and you need that. And again, this week, I'm so tired filming this video. I have not been living in that. I had a busy week, and so there's some reasons why I'm like feeling very tired that I am. And so I'm going into thinking about the weekend and being like, I am going to finally get to rest over the weekend. But knowing that if I'm thinking about it correctly, no, I am resting so that next week I can be creative and be in my job and be in my responsibilities as a, as a pouring out of that rest, out of that time. Well, the last thing I want to say when it comes to rest is just talk about this idea that you deserve rest. You are worthy of rest. Again, in our society, it is so easy for us to feel like we are not doing enough, to feel like we have not earned a break, feel like we have not earned the space and the time to slow down. But you are worthy of rest. Again, if we look back in Scripture at Genesis 1, you see that God created everything and He rested, and we are supposed to mirror that. And so you deserve that space and that time to set aside for yourself, to say no to things that are coming up against that time, to say no to things that people are asking of you, being able to say, no, I need to be able to find my rest. As a creative, I need rest to be able to go and do more, create more, output more. And that is something that you're not going to stop doing just because you're tired. We can get burnt out, but as a creative, you're not just going to not create. That's not how it works. There are, again, seasons where you kind of get burned out. But yeah, we are creatives. We are going to create, and we need that rest to be able to create. So if you're showing up for yourself as a creative and saying, man, let me create this, let me be creative, let me be in my art, also show up for yourself in the rest. You deserve it. You're worthy of that rest. You're worthy of that space to sit, be silent, be alone. And when you get to do that, you get to reflect on what you've already created. That's what I think is a missed opportunity. A lot of the times as creatives, we are looking ahead at the next thing. All right, I made this, move on. What's the next thing on the checklist? What's the next idea? If I don't get this out, I'm going to lose it. We have this fear mentality and mindset around our creativity. It keeps us from resting. When you are taking the time to rest, you can look back and go, wow, look at all that I have done. Look at all that I have created. Look at all the collaboration and the effort that me and my people have done to create and do something beautiful with our time and with our skills. And so when you're slowing down and getting true creative rest, again, for me, it's spending time with God in prayer, scripture reading, even journaling I found is really cool. Helps me kind of process through where my mind has been going. My mind is constantly racing throughout the week. I'm thinking about the next thing. I'm getting things done. I'm working hard. And so that rest, that time to just be still, to go out and do something fun, to use my body, go out on a walk, whatever it is. That is something that I have been learning to do better with. I've been learning it's not just being on my phone or sitting or sleeping more. Sleep is important, but it's not just, I didn't get enough sleep. Sometimes for me to be creative the next week and to show up in my responsibilities, it's just that time, a couple hours, half a day, a full day, whatever it is, setting aside that time to be still, to be present with myself and with God, and doing that for myself. It's a huge gift that you can give yourself, this creative rest. So yeah, hope this helps you. There is a actually devotional that kind of sparked this idea for me. I will link it down in the comments, even if you're not maybe a faith-based person or reading the Bible is something that you're very closed off to. I would recommend it. Just see what's there. It's really cool, I think, for creatives that we have these models for us, whether it's in the Bible or it's something else for you. There are these models for us for rest, but also not just rest for the sake of resting, but rest knowing that we are designed and built a certain way as creatives you're not going to be not creating. That's who you are. That's who you were made to be. So yeah, rest is very important. I hope this topic kind of helped you as I kind of rambled through and talked a little bit. But yeah, these are the kinds of videos I like to make, just talking through my own experience with this this kind of stuff involving creativity. So thank you so much for watching this video. I was recently wrestling with this idea of creativity and how to view it. Is it my identity? Is it just a hobby that I pursue? How much of this label of creative should I and should you take into consideration when we view ourselves as a person, view the things that we do, and view how we orient ourselves in the world and operate? So kind of wanted to talk about that. At the very end of this video, I'm going to give my perspective and opinion. I'll answer the question for you for where I'm at currently. But I kind of want to talk through a few different concepts. So for one, and this is how I view it, and I would love to hear if you have an alternate opinion or kind of where you're at, or maybe where you've grown and how you view yourself as a creative and your own creativity and hobbies that you do. I view creativity sort of as an identity, right? Not that it's the complete version of yourself or it's the only part of yourself, but saying that I'm a creative is me saying this is part of who I am and this makes me unique. And I think someone else who maybe doesn't identify as a creative, they're going to find different things about themselves. A clear example for me, and everyone is different. For me, math and numbers, it just does not work. Like, that is not a skill that I have. Was never a strong suit of mine. As early as I can remember, math and numbers is just not part of my identity, right? You might meet someone who they love math. They like the word love and math to me should not be in the same sentence, but for some people it is. And so they might say, yeah, that's actually part of who I am. Yeah, there's a lot of very smart people who do incredible work, very valuable work for us because they're really good at math and they can figure it out. So creativity to me is part of my identity. It's part of how I see myself. Again, not the full picture, not the complete picture, but it's there. And then the way I think of hobby is what I do, or in a sense, how I express my creativity. So that can go in all kinds of directions, which is really cool. For those of you, pretty much everyone watching this video would identify yourself as a creative, but hobby is where it gets really interesting because you might be into writing, you might be into acting, you might be into film and video like I am, into editing, all kinds of things. You might be into sewing. You might view your creativity is best expressed through working out or running or physical activity. Dancing is another hobby that you could have, or a creative outlet. And so there's so many different ways that as a creative, you get to express yourself. So I do view it this way, is that creativity is this internal aspect of who I am. Creativity is very much part of who I am as a person. Hobby is an external expression of that creativity. And so with hobbies, there are so many different ways. And you don't just have to have or get to have one creative expression. Over your life, you will likely experience many different creative expressions, many different hobbies. And again, hobby is just this word. Maybe for you, you have this creative passion, this part of your creativity, and you're like, I have to express myself in this way. I have to get this out. And you've been able to turn that into a full-time job or your career. And that is really cool when you get to do that. Most people don't get to do that, and that is okay. And so hobby is just this expression that I'm using to kind of talk through, like, it's something that you love to do. And regardless of whether you get paid or not for it, you are going to be doing it. Yeah, there are so many different hobbies and so many ways to express our creativity, our creative ideas. And so that is such a cool thing that we get to do, such a cool way how each of us are created different, how each of us have this creativity, but we express it in so many different ways. We all need each other. We all need these different mediums and formats and expressions of creativity. That's what makes people so unique and so cool. So I was thinking about this idea, right, of creativity and hobby, and kind of wanted to express it and package in a different way. So there's this storytelling technique called, basically it's character versus characterization. And Robert McKee writes about this. And so I watched a couple different videos on YouTube that kind of flesh this out. A great example is talking about character versus characterization in storytelling. Han Solo. We meet Han Solo in Star Wars: A New Hope, and he's later described as a scoundrel, but he is a man who only cares about himself, and he only cares about money and paying off his debts. So he's in a situation where he's like, man, I owe a lot of people a lot of money, and if you can't pay me well enough, I'm not going to help you out. He is only in it for himself. Later, he gets caught up with Luke Skywalker. They're pulled into the Death Star where Darth Vader is, and Luke gets this idea of like, hey, there's a princess here. We could go rescue her. And Han is like, no, I'm not doing that. I only care about myself. I'm not going to put myself in danger. And Luke says, she's rich. And he's like, if she'll pay me a lot of money, I'll do it, right? They rescue the princess. They end up getting involved in the rebellion, but Han Solo is not interested. He's like, nope, I got my reward, I got my money, and I'm out of here. I only care about myself. Later, spoilers if you haven't seen Star Wars, he comes back, right? And he actually saves Luke's life. They destroyed the Death Star, and the rebellion is successful, right? So he ends up becoming a key player, a key member of the rebellion. So in that, you have this idea of character versus characterization. Han Solo's characterization is that he only cares about himself, he only is in it for the money, and he's not willing to help other people. The true character, who Han Solo really is that he actually does care about his friends. He is willing to help the rebellion. He does see himself being able to be involved in this bigger cause, fighting the Empire. So you have this idea, right? This character is who this person actually is deep down inside. Characterization is how we view them, how other people describe them, how even they might portray themselves. And so to me, that's kind of how I view this identity versus hobby dilemma when it comes to creativity. So hobby is how you express your creativity, right? It's your characterization. It's your expression of the creative gifts and ideas that are inside you and part of you. And then this creativity as an identity, that's who you really are. That is how you view yourself. That's how you operate in the world. And that dictates your actions, which then other people get to see. It dictates your creative endeavors or hobbies. Okay. So I hope that kind of makes sense. And that's basically how I see it. And so to answer the question of basically, as a creative, is it your identity or is it just a hobby? I'd say it's both. It's both. You have this identity piece of it that is very much who you are as a person. And a lot of people are on different paths of embracing their own creativity. I think some people are truly creative deep down inside, but society, or whether it's how they grew up or something, never allows them to fully embrace that. Maybe you're in a situation where you're realizing for the first time, like, no, I have something to say. I have creativity to express. And that's just part of who you are. And that's never going to go away. That is how you are created. And then, yeah, you have this other side of it where hobby is also something there for people who are creatives. Maybe we don't ever find the right hobby that really unlocks our creativity. But we're always searching and trying new things. And I hope you are too. I hope you are willing. Maybe you've settled on like, this is my thing. And if that's where you're at, you've landed on a creative expression, a creative hobby that is so fulfilling that you're like, no, I'm good. I don't need to do anything else. Then that's great. But for a lot of us, we spend time sort of trying different things and trying to figure out, man, could I go over here and do this? And for me, in my experience, I have found that creative expression, my identity as a creative, can be expressed in various formats and in various ways and in various activities and hobbies. And that has been so cool to discover that and go, oh, there isn't just this one lane or this one thing for me, and I just have to do this every day or every week for the rest of my life. There are other ways to express my creativity. And so, yeah, to answer that question for myself, this is where I'm at. This is kind of where I've landed, is that it's both. And you have this idea that the character of who you are, right? This creativity is part of who you are. No one can take that away from you. That is always going to be part of you. You can fan the flame of that. You can encourage that in yourself, and let that spark kind of be ignited, or you can ignore it and go, nope, I'm going to go do this job, or I'm going to spend all my time over here, and kind of ignore your inherent God-given creativity. And then hobby is just how you express it. Hobby is the medium of expressing that creative idea or that just creative thing that lives inside of you. And so, yeah, it's just so cool that we get to live in a world where, at least in my context, I have a lot of freedom to explore different things, and I have people encouraging me in my creativity. And so, man, I hope this video encourages you to think just a little more deeply about how you are created, how you are creative, and then how you can express that. What are the activities or the hobbies or the unique ways that you can contribute to our world as a creative? So again, I just hope this video encourages you. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen and kind of hear me ramble through this topic. My name is Tristan, and hope you can stick around for another video. When you're asking questions about your creative identity, asking questions like, am I a creative? It can be confusing and challenging. And I know for me, I have gone through different seasons where I've asked identity type questions, and creativity is one that would come up a lot. I feel like we can sometimes pigeonhole ourselves, like even the word creative or artist can pigeonhole you because you are more than just that, right? But it's important to, I guess feel confident. And it's important to know who we are and the gifts that we have so that we can use those for our own selves, to bless others, to reflect the image of God. There's so many benefits to walking in your purpose, walking in your identity. So that's what I wanted to talk about today. Kind of had this idea this morning, and so just wanted to walk through it with you. I'm coming at this word creative, or this question of, am I a creative, with a couple of lenses. One, I think our creative gifts are just that. They are gifts given to us. I believe the Creator has given each one of us different gifts. I've said this in past videos. Some of us lean more creative. Some of us lean more logical, and we're able to be more clear in our thinking. There is, again, this false dichotomy of a left brain, right brain. I don't want us to view that as you kind of have to pick one. I think that is a false dilemma, false dichotomy that we're sometimes, again, pigeonholed into, maybe as kids or growing up. There's this idea that if you do one thing, if I'm going to go over here and play an instrument, now I've committed to being an artist or being a creative. But if I'm over here, interested in physics, or engineering, then that's the one thing, and there's no crossover. And so obviously that's not true. We all have different unique gifts, and they can be a blend of the more traditional, what we call creative gifts, and then things that are a little bit different, or things that we would put more into like a science category, right? So that's one lens that I am kind of thinking about when it comes to creativity is that is a gift that is given to you. Let's take it a step back further. I also believe that God, the Creator, knows each one of us personally because He's given us the gifts, He's given us the life that we have. And He also knows what needs we have. Each one of us have needs. I'm not talking about like needs, food, shelter, water, like that's all important. Relationships, love, all of that is very important. But I'm talking about this kind of need that is very hard to describe. But if you are a creative, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This urge to create, this pull to use your gifts, this need to go after an idea and attack it in a creative way. You have those gifts that have been given to you, and they don't just go away. You might be able to push them to the side or ignore them or focus on something else for years. And a lot of times, unfortunately, creatives do that a lot as they push aside their gifts and they just go, well, I'm supposed to do this. But there is this deep down inside of you, this need, this urge, this pull to create, and that will never go away. And so hopefully you are in a place where either you are discovering some of your gifts and beginning to walk in those, or you are running and you are creating. But yeah, maybe if you're watching this video, you're struggling with this idea of like, can I use my creative gifts, or can I develop the skills to express my creativity in the way that I really feel called to do? So that would be one is I would say, God sees that, God knows that about you. You can talk to Him about that. You can ask Him to help you explore that. And that is really cool to know that, oh yeah, this desire, this urge that I have was actually given to me, that it's not some mistake, or it's not something that I should try and ignore because society says I need to be over here when I really want to be over here. You can explore those things, and I hope that you do. So yeah, I would argue that creativity is a need. This deep down, this thing that is part of you, you need to be able to use your gifts, develop skills to be able to express your creativity to the world. And I would call that a need. I would say, man, that is important that you do that for yourself. Also to be responsible with the gift. Again, this gift has been given to you. Are you going to be responsible with it by sharing it with others? Even if you don't share it publicly, like on the internet, are you going to be able to express that in your own way, in your own maybe private way? And that's an opportunity to even reflect that gift or share that gift back with the Creator, even if that's just something that you and the Creator share together. Being able to do that is important. So going back to this question of how do you know if you are a creative, it's this deep down feeling inside of you. It's very hard to explain. It's very hard to express sometimes. Sometimes the only way we can explain it or express it is just through creating. You can look at some of the greatest artists in the world and you're not questioning whether they were a creative. You're looking at their work. You're looking at their art and going, wow, that person was gifted. That person was so unique in their talents. And that is the same for you. There is no difference in talents. There's different ways to express them. There's different hobbies that we can have or giftings that we can have to express our creativity. But yeah, you were given these unique gifts, so go use them. And think of it this way. As a creative, the world desperately needs your creativity. We desperately need the most you. We need the you that is going to create only what you can create. I think there is so much pain in the world. There's so much distrust amongst people, even now in our culture and our society. The way we communicate with one another is so distrustful, and there's so much disunity. Your creativity is a bridge to bridge communication gaps, right? Where words fail so often to communicate effectively, creativity and art can fill that gap, can fill that communication gap. When we're able to express the pain that we see or the redemption that we see, even being able to do that through our art and through our creativity is so valuable and so important. And so, yeah, especially in this time, the world needs your creativity. The world needs you to figure out how you want to express your creativity. What hobbies do you want to use? What mediums, what tools do you want to use to express your creativity? The world needs that. The world needs your creativity. So I hope you feel encouraged with this video. Just wanted to jump on real quick and just share some quick thoughts about kind of where I'm coming from, how I see creativity, how you can view your own creativity. I hope you feel more confident to step out. And I believe that God may be reminding you, using this video to remind you of the creative gifts that you have, or it's a discovery. This is a discovery moment for you as you're watching this video, kind of thinking, wait, yeah, no, I do have this creative gift I've forgotten about, or I've neglected, or I just feel like I don't want to do anything with this. Be bold and take little steps. It doesn't have to be this big moment where you're going to launch something and do this amazing thing. No, every creative act that we see in the world, it starts with something little. So yeah, thanks again for watching this video. If you are a creative who feels confused, hurt, frustrated by all of the political division, the disunity, the fighting that we see in our time, in our society, then this video is for you. I want to speak to creatives and encourage them in a extremely divided, especially when we see things online, right? When we're looking online, we just see the opposite sides of political ideas fighting each other, clashing, being very hateful towards one another. And I want to encourage you as a creative to continue being a creative, to continue in your art, and how that can actually help our society, and how that can help each of us kind of make it through this crazy time and find stability where maybe it feels like there isn't as much stability. So I have a couple of different ideas. We're actually going to look at a video from Ken Burns, who is a really great documentary filmmaker. And we're going to kind of look at his ideas about what the United States is as a country, and yeah, just some cool thoughts. So the first thing I wanted to share is this idea that our beliefs and views shape our creative expression. So for you, your beliefs and your views are important, and we all have various beliefs and ideas. I haven't met a single person that I agree with on every single topic, right? You're never going to meet someone that you agree with on faith, politics, or whatever it is, right? We all have different views and ideas, and your views and ideas shape how you express yourself creatively. It's impossible for those things, your worldview, all of that, it's impossible for that to not shape how you express yourself creatively. So Ken Burns, like I said, he's a documentary filmmaker. He's the GOAT, basically. He's the GOAT. He's done some of the best documentaries of all time. He is definitely one of the best documentary filmmakers. If you've heard of the Ken Burns effect, that started by him, right? He's been around for a while. He is a great example of a creative person, and he uses stories from our past to kind of show us where we're at today, right? To help us understand who we are in this moment. And so I'm actually going to pull up a video, and we'll kind of react to it together and look at it. Ken Burns was on the Theo Vaughn podcast in October, and so just wanted to pull 2 moments from that.
Well, what I liked about this is it's people showing up for something, right?
Yes.
It's people in the streets.
Well, they're expressing what they're allowed to do.
Right.
And that's what, in a democratic society, which Britain is, you get a chance to, as our First Amendment says, the government will establish no religion. You have freedom of the press and freedom of assembly. You have the ability to, these are the hallmarks, the number one thing. After the Constitution was done, everybody said, whoa, time out. We've got a Constitution, we got an operating manual, but we're not going to go forward in this unless we get a Bill of Rights that tells us what, that enshrines the things we just fought for,
Got
the
it.
things we just died for. There's one, the Saving Private Ryan story of, sons are dying. It's based on a true story where a woman, I think from Iowa, whose last name is Sullivan, lost 4 sons in a battleship that went down, and the Department of War said, we're now going to separate everybody, all the brothers. Rebecca Tanner, a Mohegan woman, meaning probably Connecticut, lost 5 sons, not 4, but 5 sons fighting for the patriot cause. This is a Native American woman. So you realize that's the sacrifice that people have made in order for us to be able to hold a demonstration, express our point of view nonviolently, and to be able to tolerate lots of ideas. I mean, you can't say we're only going to tolerate our ideas and everybody else who doesn't agree with us are therefore bad. I mean, across the street from us on 23rd Street in New York City, where we are right now, is the headquarters of the Communist Party of the United States that has as much right to its office space as the Republican National Committee or the Democratic National Committee. Doesn't it? In a country in which all ideas are free?
Wow. Okay. So he's talking about a lot of things there, and he's referencing the Revolutionary War and these mothers who lost their sons in that war, and talking about this idea, okay, so where do we get freedom of assembly from, and what was the cost that was paid to have that ability to assemble nonviolently, to express our views in a public setting, in a public way. And then, of course, talking about, he uses this word, to tolerate lots of ideas, or the toleration, he might have used it that way, toleration of ideas. Tolerate is a very good word. It's a precise word that he's using, where you're not necessarily saying agree with or fold to the pressures of or never push back on. He's saying tolerate. Tolerate means you allow it to exist. You are maybe not happy with it, but you are not doing anything to cause that to not happen. And he references the Communist Party. The Communist Party headquarters are right across the street. And this idea, I think, is so vital for us as creatives. Think of it this way. Creatives sift through lots of ideas to find truth in their art, right? So as creatives, we like to sift through various ideas, perspectives, viewpoints, and oftentimes we're looking at things and we're not putting limits or boundaries on what is a good idea. For creatives, you're looking at all kinds of ideas going, okay, this could work, this could be a good idea. You are open to ideas. I would say in that similar sense, you are tolerating various ideas and you're sifting through them, trying to find the truth. I used truth in quotations, but essentially you're trying to find what is true for your art, what is true for your creative expression, the specific project that you're working on, or the way that you're going to express yourself creatively. What is the truth, the most best part, right? Was it who's the guy that made the David statue, right? The famous, made out of marble or whatever, right? They said, okay, they asked him, like, how did you took a block of stone and you get this statue of David. And he's like, no, I just carved away at all that didn't need to be there until I arrived at David. And that's kind of what creatives do, is we are sifting through ideas going, this is interesting, but not necessary. I'm going to remove it. This is cool, but not helpful to what I'm working on in this specific project or in this specific thing, right? So that's what I want to encourage you as we're looking at division in our society, various viewpoints. There is a toleration that I think creatives need to be aware of. It's like, okay, here are these different ideas. What are you going to do about them? Are you just going to completely shut them out, or try to minimize them, or talk badly about them? Oh, well, they do this because of this. When in reality, everyone is showing up, like I said earlier, with different views and perspectives. And as creatives, we can show up with our gifts and be able to sift through those ideas and even prop up the ideas that we agree with or that we find truth in. And I think that is the job of each creative, or a job. Part of that is to show up in that way and say, no, I think this has some truth in it, and I want to highlight that in a creative way. So let's pull up. I'm gonna find one more clip here from Mr. Ken Burns, and we'll kind of hear. I think this is a much more interesting section to look at.
It's like the libraries in Cuba. You can't even get history books before certain years.
Because people want to manipulate this stuff. And what's so great about a free country is we go, yeah, we screwed up there. You know what I mean? It's so funny that we live in a country that is totally devoted to football, right? Understandably so. Mm-hmm. Every level. Friday night, high school. Saturday, college. Sunday, pro. And if that coach comes up and says, yeah, well, we're okay. You go, he's fired. You go, we really sucked on special teams this time. We really need to do some work here, and we do. And there's a sense of, and we do this in business all the time.
Earnestness.
And we just say,
is that what you're saying?
How do we get better?
I see.
What is it that we did wrong? And so there is that incredible American drive to be super honest and just say, I really messed up here and I can do better the next time. If you think that Tom Brady wins his first Super Bowl and he goes, okay, cruise control for the rest of my career, right? And I'll get 6 more Super Bowls. He is phenomenally dedicated to self-criticism and where you can improve.
Yeah.
If we extended that into our civic and our political world, we would not be in the kind of argumentative mud that we're in right now, where we feel stuck and unable to move and it's always the other person, not me. And I'm in the mud because of you, not because of I stepped in it. It's just, if we brought that ethic of self-improvement, it's what we've been talking all along. It's my response. My mom used to say that to me. If he's got a problem with you, it's your responsibility.
Oh, yeah.
If you've got a problem with him, it's your responsibility.
The football analogy is incredible, right? Of course, a coach or Tom Brady after his first Super Bowl isn't going to say, yeah, I'm good. And I'm so good, and I'm still going to win all these other rings, all these other Super Bowls, right? I love that application to sort of this political and civic sphere that we see so much of people saying, nope, we are perfect, or we've arrived, we have it, we don't need to change, and the other side is wrong, the other side is evil, and there is an othering, there is a us versus them that is falsely set up. You and I both know that if we're just looking at both political parties, they are completely fallible. There isn't a good and bad. There is both. There's problems, right? So, yeah, we can do better. We can grow. We can continue. We can get rid of this I have arrived mentality. And so my final point is that creatives understand that our ideas are always progressing. Creatives, you understand that you are growing and continuing to grow, and that there isn't this arrival moment as creatives. There isn't an arrival moment in your art. And so the same is true in politics. The same is true when we are expressing our ideas and using our amazing freedom to communicate that. Ken Burns just does it so fabulously, where he is just communicating this truth in such a poignant way. And he's doing it. He is using his filmmaking skills. He's spending years and years developing these documentaries that show us who we were and where we've been, and talk about stories, the good and the bad. He isn't trying to whitewash our history or try to make it look better than it was. He's being real. Hey, here's the good stuff, here's the bad stuff, here's the humanity, right? And I think as creatives, if we can lean into that humanity, go, man, there's good and there's bad in here. I'm not going to try to elevate one thing above another. when we're able to go, man, here's the world that we live in, here's humanity, here's the brokenness that is involved, here's the way that we fight each other, the othering that happens, the us versus them that happens, especially around politics, especially on social media, especially when we're fighting and calling each other names and belittling one another. Man, we can use our art to heal. We can use our art to bring people together. You have unique gifts. There's a unique calling for you to do that, and that is for you to understand and pursue. Like I said in the past, I believe God has given you a unique gift to help other people, to build up the world around us, not to tear it down, not to use our art to make one side look better than the other. Again, you're going to have your own political views. That is going to impact you. That is going to shape the way. But I guess my encouragement is use your art to encourage people, to help people, not to tear people down, not to hurt people. There is too much of that going on. There are creatives who are using their gifts in a way that is harmful. And again, they as long as they're not hurting someone, if they're just calling someone names, whatever it is, I mean, they shouldn't be doing that. But I guess that's what are you going to do, right? But as creatives, we can be better. We can think beyond just the boxes that society tries to put us in. We can think beyond these contrived us versus them battles that happen, and we can build people up. So that's my encouragement. Ken Burns is the GOAT. I hope you can maybe check out some of his documentaries, Civil War, Revolutionary War, all kinds of stuff that he's done. He did on baseball. He's done all kinds of cool documentaries. So it was cool to kind of parse through that interview and just take, okay, what is he saying? Where's he coming from as an artist and as a filmmaker? And I just enjoyed being able to kind of work through that and wrestle through some of those ideas in the way that he approaches his worldview. So thanks again for watching this video. My name is Tristan, and I hope that this encourages you. What is a unique or weird hobby that you have had, or maybe you currently still have that hobby? For me, there was a very long time, most of my life, basically, my strange or unusual hobby was writing rap music, writing rap songs, writing lyrics, and often recording them, and often publishing publishing them online. So, maybe for you that's looked like the hobby was unusual because no one else around you where you lived was doing that hobby. Maybe it was something truly unconventional, and like you don't know anyone that was doing it at that time. Maybe it was like early, you adopted a trend early on and pursued that. But hobbies are great because they are these things that can kind of help us like get through life, sometimes get through the challenges of our lives. Sometimes we do them just because we want to. Other times we're in community with other people and it's this thing and you're like, yes, I want to do that. So I wanted to encourage you in your unique hobby, share a little bit about my rapper as a hobby era, the fun times I had being able to do that as a hobby. And I guess at the end I'll share kind of why I stopped. But there's a couple notes I wrote. But like I said, writing rap music and rap lyrics was basically a hobby of mine consistently from when I was about 14 or 15 all the way up until a couple years ago. And it's something I'm open to doing, but not necessarily something that I feel super like is necessary to do. There's definitely seasons of my life, years of my life where I felt like it was necessary. Like I have to do this. This is such a pivotal, important part of my life, is being able to write lyrics, express my emotions. And so, it was a cool time to be able to do that. But the first thing I want to say is that countercultural gifts help us see the potential around us. And so even if you think about people in history who have changed the world, they had countercultural ways of thinking. They had different ways of looking at things. If you look at scientific inventions and things like that, right? There are so many things that we can that we have today because people thought outside the box. And so maybe you have this unique hobby or something you've been wanting to do. You're a little bit unsure of how to approach it, or you don't know anyone else that has that hobby. Pursue it, go after it, just embrace it and enjoy it while you're doing it, because you never know what could come out of it, the skills that you could develop, the things that it could impact in your life that lead to something else. I've got some homies who challenge my heart. Thanks to them, and I know that I got that double tap start like in Mario Kart. Red shell disasters, now I'm a star. Okay, she's well aware that I'm above average. Come on, I don't have time, like I cut classes. These scare tactics don't work, I barrel past them. I'm set, we take flight like pterodactyls. For me, I was writing these lyrics and I had no idea that it would open me up to really cool experiences with other local artists. There's always been obviously in my town, a local music scene, but specifically a hip hop scene. And it's looked different over the decades. And so I know people who were around before my time, who were in the music scene and participating in it. And there was just a cool community and even countercultural community here in my town. And it was so cool to have moments of being a part of that, being able to engage with other artists who were much more talented than me, who actually had legitimate gifts as artists, as writers, as rappers. And it was such a cool space to be involved in. And yeah, it led to opportunities, especially in my filmmaking career, where I was able to contribute to people's hobbies or people's creative gifts through my video skills, and contribute shooting videos, music videos or shows, capturing content for them to post on social media. And so, yeah, this hobby that I had, maybe I wasn't able to necessarily express it directly, but it allowed me to engage with people who also shared the same hobby. The traffic's piled up. 5 miles straight of bad backed up traffic due to my rapping. You want bars and punchlines? Quit the sidestepping. You want a trilliverse? Asking for my email on a napkin? My bad, kid. My lizard tongue is whack at best when it shoots out. He's shutting pride down like I was speeding and he was 2 cops. The next thing I want to share is about how you can use your creative and unique hobby to share what you know or to say what you know. For me, I was always writing lyrics from a place of a place that I knew of what to write about. Often I was venting emotions, writing just experiences as I wrestled with my own faith in high school or life as a young adult after college. So many different things that I was able to write about. I was often writing about breakups because that is something that I was experiencing and wanting to vent and express and just find creative ways to explore. At different times when I have been frustrated or discontent with my career, I would write songs about that and write lyrics just talking about that, like frustration and that angst. So maybe for you, it's a little more abstract as far as what you say or sharing what you know. Maybe your hobby is a little more indirect in that way. If you're a writer, that's super easy. I think a writing tip that's often talked about is like, hey, write what you know. But yeah, maybe that looks a little bit different for you with the hobby or the creative, unique hobby that you have. But yeah, think about what experiences have you had and how can you express that through the vehicle of your unique hobby, through the art form that you have and are wanting to express. I think it's cool to be able to just write what you know. For me, it was just different songs of just where I was at in life and being able to think creatively and express my thoughts and emotions in unique ways. And it was a lot of fun. Or better yet, here we go. Or better yet, benevolence, ignorance, snoring like a sedative. I'm scared that they won't even let me in, but I'm hoping work like apprenticeship. This is how it oughta be. I'm thinking that they thought of me. Boys and girls, they all will see. I'm flowing from the honesty. Yeah, then the last thing I want to say is that if you like what you do, if you like the hobby that you have, it doesn't matter if you suck at it. It really does not matter if the quality is low or if the experience for other people maybe isn't just the best, right? Especially when we think about music and musicians. There are incredible musicians, incredible artists. There are also people who the talent just isn't quite there. And those people have found commercial success, or they've found monetary success through that. And so we know that that is not the right threshold to think about our gifts and should we pursue a hobby. Hopefully for you, as you're thinking about your hobby, you're not thinking about it taking off as a career. It's always possible. Things like that could always happen. But my encouragement for you would just be to enjoy it as you have it. The more you do your hobby, the more the more you'll get good at it. You'll increase in your skill, or maybe it'll get more fun because it won't be as hard for you to do. I've had the opportunity to perform my original written lyrics, original songs in front of thousands of people. And that is not something that just happened because I was doing it at a really high level. It happened because I was in the right place at the right time, or I showed up with a unique skill and talent that no one else around me had. And there were opportunities like, hey, would you want to rap? People love to, hey, this kid's a rapper. Like that's a whole that's a whole thing that I experienced growing up is, or people approaching me being like, hey, my son loves you. You're like, he loves your rapping, right? And so that was my experience. But it was so cool having opportunities. People would go, wait, you can rap. Why don't you come over to this event, show up, rap a couple lyrics, whatever it was at the time. And so that was always just a really fun thing to be able to do and show up and be like, yeah, I can do that. Do you want me to do a cover? Do you want me to do an original, like a mashup? What does this look like? And it was just such a cool experience as a young adult to be going on stages in front of people. And again, it wasn't anything crazy. It was all just in my hometown, where I lived and worked, and in the places I was at school things, whatever it was. Always for fun, always to be able to challenge myself. And can I express myself in this way? Can I engage an audience? Can I put my creative and lyrical abilities on display in this way? So wherever you are at with your creative hobby, I hope that this video encourages you to just think a little bit outside of the box, to think beyond just what you can do or what you have done at this time. Maybe you have a creative hobby that you've given up on and you need to pursue it again. And maybe like it was for me, there was a comfort. There was a ability to just lean in and go, I'm going to go home and write some lyrics and process through and become vulnerable with my emotions through this way. And that, sometimes those lyrics written down would turn into a full song. Sometimes that full song would get turned into a recording, and sometimes that recording would get published online and produced in kind of a semi-professional way. And so, there was just always an openness for me as I pursued that hobby to go, hey, it is what it is, and I'm just enjoying what I'm doing. I'm not trying to perfect it or have it be this thing, but I'm trying to do it well, but also acknowledging my skills and abilities I'm not the best at this. I'm not the greatest at anything in particular, but just knowing, man, this is something I enjoy, something I want to do. It's a creative hobby that I want to pursue. And so that's what I did. So I hope you can do the same thing with your creative gifts. And just hope that this lesson and this kind of reflection on my rapper as a hobby era, I hope that it encourages you. Some unreleased bars. Some of y'all need patience. Cars you wrecked just for your racing. I paid off my debt, I'm saving. Energy conserve, my wife and faith man. Two things who got me through when my soul was vacant. Bars. I hope you enjoyed these bars. What else? I think that's it. I did not want to make this video today. I did not want to sit down and record and talk to camera through like a 3-point outline, sharing some, sort of catchy thoughts on creativity or on faith. I'm going to turn my heater off. No, this is just what the video is going to be. And this happens every once in a while where I will try to force an idea and I'll outline something, I'll outline a video, and then I just don't want to film that video. And so I don't. And sometimes I pray and I look for an idea. Sometimes it comes to me, sometimes it doesn't. So far today, this is kind of the first time where I truly have kind of drawn a blank. And that's interesting. And I always record at the same time every Wednesday morning. That's been my routine for a little while. And so I'm like, okay, I need to record something. That's kind of what I've agreed to do for myself. Like I've just decided this is what I'm doing. Yeah, maybe you have felt this way in your creativity. I'm sure you have. I know you have. You have felt maybe either pressured to create, guilty, insecure, trying to be creative. And that's a hard place to be. That's a challenging place to be because sometimes our identity gets wrapped up in our creativity, in our art, or sometimes we just thought it would all be different, that creativity would be different. Our life would be different. So I thought I would just sit down and start recording and share my thoughts on why is it hard to show up as creatives, but why it's important that we just show up, regardless of whether we are feeling it, whether we are feeling inspired, whether we are feeling creative or not. I think it's really important that we show up. And not in the way that the world asks us to, often, especially in kind of our work, corporate culture. There is this expectation that we show up no matter what. Hey, work your 40-hour week, show up, produce, be productive. And there's this standard, I guess, of the required work. For creatives, though, we see the world different. We see things differently. We do not see things necessarily in a rigid type of structure. So there's that balance of, hey, okay, I want to be able to show up when I want to show up, but I also don't want to let myself down by not showing up just because I didn't feel like I was able to create. So there's a balance there. For me, in this YouTube channel, I have a routine and a process that I've developed for when I film, when I edit, and then when I upload. And I like that routine. Maybe I'll share that in another video. I don't know if I want to share that right now, but it helps me. The way that is set up really helps me. And then throughout the week, I'm thinking about video ideas and I'm writing video ideas down. And I'll write a video idea down and sometimes I never get to it. And then sometimes I sort of schedule it. I go, okay, my next video is this. This is the topic. And I have an outline of some kind, at least a couple notes, couple ideas. I have the video title, all that. And yeah, it's happened a handful of times where I wake up in the morning, I get ready, I'm preparing to film, setting up my camera here, and I am just like, man, I do not want to film this video that I've outlined. And there's been a couple times where I felt that way and I just kind of did it anyways, or maybe I was able to kind of use that moment to flip the video idea around and go, oh, actually, here's a different angle to approach this from that's more interesting for me in the moment. And so then I can do the video topic. And then there's been a couple times where I am like, this is not the video for today. I don't want to do this. And so I kind of receive a different idea. A new idea comes to me. I do ask the question. I basically ask God, I say, what do you want me to say? And I think that is a cool moment. And so I asked that question this morning because I was looking at the outline right before I started filming this video, and I was like, this ain't it. The video is cool. The video idea I have, like if I were to share it with you, you'd be like, why did you make that video? I just didn't feel like it. So I was like, all right, God, what do you want me to say? And I didn't receive an idea, which was annoying. It's like, really? Okay. What I did receive though, I felt like God was just saying, be yourself, be authentic. And so that's how you're watching this. I just was like, screw it, hit record and start talking. And stuff comes out. And so, yeah, maybe this video isn't helpful. But I think it is helpful for someone who, if you are experiencing your creativity right now to be more of an enemy than a friend, I understand how you feel. If you feel like people expect you, maybe you are known, like, hey, this person has this gift or this talent or this creative gift that they're really good at. And people will sometimes approach you to use, it feels like they want to use you. They don't care about you, they care about what you can do for them. I've been there before, and that's frustrating. Yeah, but I want you to know that you can use your creative gifts for you. Like they're your gifts. Use them how you want. A lot on this channel I've talked about sharing your gifts with the world. It's like, hey, you have these gifts, use them. It's like, yes, that is true. But if you are using your gifts fully for other people and not for yourself, you're missing a person that you could be reaching with your gifts, which is yourself. And I've never thought about it quite that way before. Yeah, and you may be struggling in life, just separate from all this creative stuff. Life's just hard. So is there a way that your creative gifts could be for you in this moment, that you could create in a way that helps you, that you could create something that is for you? You could ask that question like, okay, what is like my child self need? What does 5-year-old me need? What does 10-year-old me need? What do I need to create for them? That's a cool exercise to do, to try to figure out, to process those emotions. Yeah, how does your creative gifts heal you right now, in this moment, in this season of your life? What does it look like to not feel shame or guilt around your gifts and how you use them, or the expectations from others, but what does it look like to lean into just the joy of creating and being in your art? And so maybe that's a challenge for you. Maybe that is the thing that you need to say to yourself. It's like, okay, I need to create. And make an agreement, make a decision of what that looks like. When we show up for ourselves, we feel really good. I think, in my experience. And so even in the process of filming this video, like, I could have chosen, man, I don't want to record a video. I don't like the topic that I had prepared. I'm just not going to record a video. But I knew that wasn't an option. Like, that wasn't, that's the easy road. And there are times that we need to, like, if you're totally burned out, life's just crazy, things are chaos, you have other important obligations with family and relationships, like, you can't necessarily do this fun creative thing on the side. Like, sometimes in life, that's just not really an option. My hope would be that you are able to carve out enough time in your week to be able to do something that you truly enjoy. That's the idea, right? That you do have the time, you do have the ability, you're not having to work a whole lot and being so burned out with other responsibilities that you are able to contribute to your hobby and your creativity. That's the idea. So yeah, maybe it looks like showing up for yourself and saying, okay, this is the time and the place. I'm going to do this for me. I'm going to show up, create for myself, and yeah, just enjoy that process. And even if it is painful, first stepping into it, right? Like hitting record today, I was like, man, what am I going to say? I'm just going to share whatever I'm thinking of right now, kind of what's on my heart. And all this came out. I had no idea all this was going to surface, and that I was going to say all of this. So I think it's good. I think it's good when we show up for ourselves. There's a book by Julia Harold. Is that her name? Yeah, Julia Harold, The Artist's Way. You can just look up the title. It's called The Artist's Way. I feel like that book has a similar heart to the way I'm communicating right now. So if you wanted to pursue that further, if you want to heal your inner child artist, that's a lot of what the book is talking about. You can read that book. It's really cool. It's one of my favorite books that I've read this year. But yeah, I hope that this video encouraged you. This is not a typical style of video that I make, but I do make weekly videos right here, encouraging creatives, encouraging people who, maybe they feel stuck in their unique gifts and talents, but just reminding people that they have something to share, whether they share that with the world or just with themselves. But yeah, hopefully you feel encouraged to continue down the journey, down this road of being a creative, being an artist, and all that. So yeah, my name is Tristan. Thank you for watching this video. I hope that it encouraged you. I want to talk through a recent creative hack that I have been experiencing and applying to my daily creative work and hobbies and interests. And I think it's really cool. So basically, I have been, instead of trying to pursue a creative project and say, all right, here's my attempt and then I'm done with it, I have been thinking of how I can utilize this idea of first drafts, or the first draft, to take the pressure off and just enjoy getting to create, enjoy trying something new in my creativity. So this has been really cool. And yeah, as I've been stepping into new creative things like writing, and so many different things, I have felt the pressure taken off when I'm approaching these ideas and going, all right, when I'm attempting to create, or when I'm trying to come up with some new idea or something creative, it's okay if I don't get this right the first time. And for me, in the past, as a younger artist, as a younger creative, I always felt like I had to produce something or create something that was like as good as it could be at the very first try. And that created a lot of pressure. And most of the time, that was just me putting that on myself. No one was necessarily asking me to create something and get it right without any trial or error, right? And yeah, so I just kind of wanted to talk through how this concept could potentially help you, and yeah, some of the practical ways that I've been experiencing getting to utilize this idea of first draft. So over the last year or so, I have been feeling really compelled to start writing. And at first it was this idea that came to me, and I had some encouragement from friends who were like, you should write a book. Like, you have what it takes to write a whole book, be creative in that way, express yourself. And it was sort of this open-ended idea in my mind. I was like, I think I could write a book. It was not something I'd ever necessarily considered in a realistic way. And so I had this idea of like, yeah, I should just write a book. And I don't know, I'm sure you do the same thing where I'm like, before I die, I'm gonna write a book, you know, or then it turned into like, sometime in the next 10 years, I will write a book, right? Eventually it got to the point where I started to think, why can't I not just write a book now? And I had actually someone, I met one of my favorite authors, Bob Goff, and he is a writer and a speaker. And I was talking to him, I just said, hey, I like your books, I like your writings. And it's possible he says this to a lot of different people, but he said, if you like what someone else is writing, it probably means you have a book in you. It probably means you should write something. And that encouragement was very timely, because I'd been having conversations with my wife about how I was feeling compelled to write a book, and not just in the far off future, but like now. And he just encouraged me. He's like, yeah, just write a little every day. You're going to have a book done before you know it. And so that encouraged me to, one, think of what I was working on then as far as writing, and to consider it part of that process, right? Every word that you're writing, every little writing session that you put yourself in for, that's eventually going to lead to a book, or it's going to lead to the first draft, that's going to lead to the second draft, right? You get the idea. And so this concept of thinking through, okay, is this my first draft, or am I creating something and no one's going to see this version? And so does that give me more freedom to then create? And for me, it really has. It has completely changed kind of how I'm viewing what I'm able to do. It's opened me up to be able to say, man, this is cool if I can just show up, and whether it's writing or you have another hobby or another creative outlet, being able to show up and say, this is not the final version. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I'm just going to show up and create. And yeah, I think that's been a really fun process for me. Often I'm thinking, if I'm sure you've experienced this, where you're creating something and you're already thinking of what someone else would say about it. You're already in the critique process. And when you're trying to be a critic of something, that is hindering you from the creative process. Those two processes should most often not be happening at the same time. The creative process and the critiquing process, those should be separated as much as possible. And so this whole thing with first drafts has just been an encouragement to me to say, hey, let me show up, let me create. And it's just give me a lot more freedom. Another example is like in these videos. In a lot of ways, I am showing up, I'm making one YouTube video every week. And there is some pressure to that for sure, because this is the video, this is what's gonna go out. And I take this as serious as I can without taking myself too serious, I guess would be a good way to do it, or to think about it. But yeah, I also know that if I don't nail an idea, or if I feel like I fumbled an aspect of the video for this week, there's always next week. And so even right there, I'm like, redo the take. No, we're sticking with it, right? So yeah, it's a cool process for you as an artist. Is there a way for you to show up in this way and say, I'm just going to show up every week and create, or I'm just going to show up and make that first draft and not worry about what this is supposed to look like, or feel like I'm letting myself down due to potential, but just showing up and being the artist that you were created to be. That would be my encouragement. In my role right now for work, I work for my church and I do communications. I have had this concept totally unlocked for me in a new way, and it's taken a lot of pressure off of my work. So I was tasked many months ago, I was tasked to create 5 videos for our church, 5 stories. Find 5 people in our church and tell their story. And there's some specific parameters around what those should look like and what the goal of that is. So I felt pretty overwhelmed. And you would think like, okay, I'm showing up every week on these YouTube videos, but just the pressure, and no one is intentionally putting the pressure on me in this, but there's pressure for me to show up and say, all right, I got to have 5 videos. Sometimes for me, big projects, big picture stuff can actually be overwhelming because I lose track of like, okay, what's the first step? And I'm so often thinking about the big idea that the first step just seems too overwhelming. So recently I actually had all the staff that I work with give me 2 people's names and basically, hey, what story are we trying to tell? What is God doing in their life and how are we celebrating that? And so between all the staff, I had a bunch of names, right? Like 30 plus names of people that I can reach out to. So what I started doing is I just started reaching out to people. I kind of picked the 5 or 7 names that I thought would be great to start with. And I just started calling those people and called up some people and just said, hey, I just want to have a phone call with you. I want to ask you some questions about what God's been doing in your life lately. And I'm just going to record that phone call. And maybe that's content, written content that goes on our website. Maybe that eventually turns into a video. But for the most part, I didn't even lead with that. I didn't even say, yeah, this might be a huge video that we put up. Because also people feel overwhelmed by that. As much as I'm feeling overwhelmed at having to create a video, they're probably feeling overwhelmed being asked to be in a video. That's how I always used to do video storytelling in my job, is I would just, especially if I got a name from someone and they said, yeah, this would be a good person for a video, then I would go, okay, let's schedule a time to film the video. And then in real time, as we're recording and I spent time setting up cameras and lighting, I'm having to work with this person and try to figure out like, okay, what's the story here? And then often in editing, that would require me to spend a lot of time trying to make the story work and make sense. And I think the videos suffered because of that. And so I am approaching these stories in a much different way. My lens as I'm looking at this is going, all right, the goal isn't to have a perfect video by the time, as soon as I'm reaching out to someone. The goal is, hey, I'm reaching out to someone, they have a story to tell, they have something unique. God is working in their life, and what is that? Let's draw that out. And I may have a conversation with someone and choose to say, hey, let's pursue this further. Or I could ask someone else on staff, hey, here's a transcript or a recap of the phone call and the interview that we had. What do you think? What would this look like to craft this into a different story? And then for some people, it's like, hey, we just had a great phone call, and maybe they don't want their interview to be used, or we're going to turn that into some a written article on the website. But it just takes so much pressure off of this idea of like, you need to come up with 5 stories. And yeah, that has been my practical experience with just utilizing this idea of first drafts, and how it's totally saved my creativity in this season. I think I'm experiencing a lot of new things, like we talked about with the writing. I'm just saying yes to a lot of new creative processes, and saying, this is what I want to do. This is how I want to spend some of my time. And I'm feeling pretty good about that. And so, yeah, it's been cool. It's been fun to explore that. I hope for you this is encouraging. I guess a question to end here would be, how can your creativity benefit from just creating a first draft, or not pressuring yourself to have to create the final product on the first go? When you're starting something brand new, especially a new creative idea, you're painting something for the first time, or you're trying something out, there is no way you're going to be good at it. This isn't, Lisan al-Gaib. Like no one no one is perfect, and no one's gonna be able to do great work. The artists that we see that are these amazing people that we lift up, the hours and the time and the first drafts that they had to create, would not be, they wouldn't have created the amazing things without the first drafts. So yeah, that would just be my encouragement for you, is how our first drafts, how can you incorporate that into your creative workflow, your experience, and just being able to show up every day as an artist, show up for yourself, be able to create authentically. My name is Tristan. I hope that this video encouraged you, and would love to know your thoughts on the way that you have utilized first drafts. I'm going to tell you why I don't really mind creating videos like this and posting them on YouTube when not really a whole lot of people are watching. And maybe this will encourage you. We could talk through some ideas of how you can be okay with doing what you need to do as a creative, just showing up every day. Maybe it's posting something online that you do, and being okay with the results, being okay with numbers being low, being okay with response not being what you thought it would be, or what you feel like the work that you're putting in, what the results should be from that. Because I think as creatives, we have a lot of lofty ideas and dreams and goals, which are great. You should have dreams, you should have goals, you should chase those, you should know the why behind what you're doing, and you should pursue that why. You should pursue those big ideas, pursuing the unique gifts God has given you, not letting those be forsaken, not letting those be forgotten. It really is up to you to utilize the gifts that you have been given. And so, I just kind of wanted to talk through, hopefully before the sun sets. The sun is setting, so hopefully the video doesn't look too crazy as we continue on talking through this. For me, I made a decision earlier this year that I was going to create YouTube videos, weekly videos, and post them. I knew roughly the niche and the audience I was going to speak to, and I think it's been cool. It's been interesting. I've gotten a lot of comments. Most of the time, the comments that I get are people in my real life, people that I know, that I have a friendship with, that comment and say, hey, thank you for posting your videos. Thank you for posting those clips. Most of the time, most of the views that I'm getting are either through YouTube Shorts or posting those same clips and posting them on social media. And it's usually, that little bite-sized section. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with those videos getting more views than the actual full-length video. I mean, in an ideal world, it would be opposite. It would be, the clips do all right, but they drive people to the main video, because this is kind of what I care about. I do fully understand that this format is not for everyone. I'm on YouTube just like you are, and I am not always watching videos, even from someone I'm subscribed to. I'm not watching every single video that someone does. I am picking and choosing based on title, based on my current mood. And so I totally understand that there are times where people are going to scroll past my video and not click on it. But maybe there's another title that would interest them. And so I totally get that. It doesn't bother me. I'm not confused why my views aren't, sort of going up and to the right kind of thing. So, yeah, but I made a decision that I was going to post these weekly videos, and I found it to work in my routine and work in a way that I'm not killing myself to try and make this content. I'm also creating in such a way that it's pretty low effort. The editing for a video like this is really minimal, and so the time it takes me to just, kind of optimize some things for the video title and all of that, and then schedule it is pretty minimal. And so I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that process, and I'm enjoying it, and it's a lot of fun, whether I get 0 views or, 100 views, 1,000 views, whatever it is. So, yeah, I think sometimes we as creatives, we have backwards motives. We are not motivated to be creating for ourselves, or just because we have to, right? Sometimes as creatives, I'm sure you've experienced this. You have that itch, you have that desire. I have to create. I have to use my gifts. And so this YouTube thing is a bit of that. It's a little bit of this desire of like, man, I have to do this. The other side of it is feeling called to just explore this. And this is the season that I'm in. And this is the time that I have. This is the way that I want to express myself. And there's just so many benefits. I've talked about in past videos, the benefits of getting on camera like this. I feel a lot more confident to speak, whether it's just publicly or in front of a camera like this. I feel a lot more confident in trying to work through ideas. Before I made this video, I was reading a book, and I was trying to make the content from that book fit into a video. And I was just sitting there like, this concept is kind of hard to explain. And I could force myself to like spit out words and ideas about what I think about this concept that I was reading in a book. And I was like, I don't want to do that. I don't feel comfortable right now. Like I don't know. There was something about it. And so I was like, let's film this video. Why force myself to talk about something that is a challenge when I can kind of sort of effortlessly talk through this idea of posting videos and being okay with views being low, being okay with inconsistency and all of that. So anyways, that's a bit of a tangent, but yeah, I just wanted to encourage you as you are, maybe you're posting things online and you are feeling discouraged with how those views are coming out, or the engagement, or you have this goal. I mean, of course, you can ask all kinds of questions about why that may be. Why are people not seeing this video? A lot of the times the algorithm is just, it is what it is. Like you can make the most amazing video and spend money on content, creating something. And, sometimes the platforms that we're posting on are just not catered to work in our favor. And that's kind of the way the game is. That's kind of the creator economy that we are in today. And so, yeah, there's, I don't necessarily want to talk too much about that, but also you can ask questions like, okay, am I posting in the right places? Like in that mindset, it's like, okay, am I posting content? And the reason why it's getting the low views that it is because the people that I'm trying to connect with are not on this platform. The people who I want to reach with my ideas, who think the same way that I do, or who will appreciate the art the way that I appreciate my art, are those people in those places. And so, yeah, maybe it's a process of thinking through that. I know for me, I just said, man, I'm going to make 52 videos. I'm going to make a year's worth of videos and reassess from there. If there are changes I want to make to my schedule or what I'm making or how I'm making it, I will assess it then. if I don't need to assess anything, if I'm just happy with continuing on, then I'm just going to continue on. I'm not going to overthink it. I'm not going to necessarily pivot, but I just basically made a decision with myself and felt that this was the right season for that, was to go, all right, 52 videos on YouTube, 1 video a week. And that's what I've been doing. So yeah, of course I check the views. Trust me, I check views on all the platforms. I see what views I'm getting and all of that. And I know that it's more than views. There's engagement and click-through rate and those kinds of things. But yeah, I'm just thankful for the people that are watching, and I know there are people who watch my videos that are just kind of doing that silently, and it's an encouragement to them. It's helping them, whether they watch every single video or just they've seen 1 or 2. It's all good. It's all good. I'm not doing this for views. I'm not doing this for some magic number. I mean, it would be great to say, oh, let's get you 1,000 subscribers. Let's get you monetized, all that stuff. Of course, I'm not going to say no to those kinds of opportunities. Being able to do those types of things here on YouTube. But ultimately, I am just thankful to have the mind and the skills and the willingness and the confidence to come on here in front of camera, share these ideas on creativity. And in some ways too, I'm a little bit surprised at how much I'm just enjoying talking about these things. In some ways, and I think I mentioned this to my wife, I think she would disagree, but in some ways, I do not talk quite like this in my day-to-day life, in the sense that these are not the kinds of things that I talk about. Part of that is the people I'm around aren't necessarily in this, creative niche, and this having these kinds of creative conversations. Or you don't just necessarily talk about these kinds of things in a casual conversation. I don't know. I guess I've just been happily intrigued, and thankful to just be able to create and be able to do this. And so, that's all I wanted to share in this video, is just why I'm okay with posting, and whether people watch or not. I'm here and enjoying this. So anyways, thanks for being patient watching this video, hearing me kind of ramble along a little bit. This channel, I make videos on here to encourage creatives who maybe they feel stuck or they're not exactly sure how to express themselves creatively. I have videos on here to kind of encourage you for that. If there is a specific topic or a specific thing you want me to talk about, I'd love to hear that. If you want to share that in the comments and let me know. If there's a question you have, or something you've been wondering, or you just want to know my thoughts on something within sort of creativity, faith, anything in that, I'd be more than happy to entertain maybe creating a video that covers that topic. So anyways, thank you again for watching. My name is Tristan, and hope you have a good day. Insecurities are super common. We all experience insecurity, but it can get out of control. It can get out of hand when insecurity is controlling your creative work, your creative abilities. There are so many things that can get in the way of us as artists being able to create, doing what we love, doing what we were made to do, when insecurity has taken over. So I want to talk through a couple different perspectives that I have, some different ideas on how we can overcome insecurity as creatives, how we can show up and be better artists, even though insecurity is just something that's with us, right? We're not going to completely get rid of it, but being able to recognize where it comes from, I think, is super helpful. So I'm going to talk through how I think for most people, insecurity starts out when you're younger, and then also how shame can lead to insecurity and guilt can lead to insecurity. So we'll talk through all of that. I remember when I was 19 feeling very insecure as an artist. I had just graduated from film school, and so I came back to my hometown, and I was ready to kind of make a name for myself. That's what I was looking to do, especially when it came to video and creativity with film and other things like that. And I was trying to find my own lane, my own look, my own style as a videographer. And I had met a bunch of other artists. I actually got connected with a band and a filmmaker, and they were all working on these really cool music videos for this band. And so I got connected with those guys. And they were all quite a bit older than me, maybe 6 to 10, 12 years older than me. And I just remember feeling so insecure because, okay, they have their style figured out. They have their look figured out, the way that they're trying to make these videos. How can I show up and represent myself uniquely? How can I show up and have my own specific look? And I was so focused on that, and I was feeling very insecure about that. What I should have been doing is just showing up and being authentic, being myself, showing up going, hey, I'm a young guy. I don't have a lot of experience. I can show up with my own tenacity and my own gifts and my own uniqueness and just show up and create. That's what I should have been doing. And I was able to do that. But I was so focused and feeling so insecure about, man, I don't have my own style. I'm trying to copy other people's styles. Or how do I make a name for myself? And so, yeah, I think being young, there's a part of being young where you're going to have insecurity, especially as you are developing gifts. And being young isn't necessarily the thing. It's more when you are new in your skills. So maybe for you, if you're learning, you're older, you're not necessarily a young person, but you're learning something new. You're trying a new hobby. You're doing something new for the very first time. That can lead to a lot of insecurity, and it's very normal. I think when we are able to just know, hey, I am showing up and creating, whether it's something new or something you've been doing for a long time, just showing up and being honest and authentic in that. Say, hey, I may not be the best. I'm probably not the worst. I'm going to show up and use my gifts. I feel this pull to create and use my gifts. I'm going to do it. So that would be my encouragement for you when it comes to that. Another way that we can feel insecure is through the path of guilt. Guilt can often lead to insecurity. Another story, I remember this was about 4 years ago, where I said yes to every single project that was offered to me. I had someone approach me and say, hey, would you do this video project? Would you say yes to this? Would you go on this trip? I said yes to everything for a couple months, and it led to burnout. I did a separate video kind of talking through that. And so I won't go into all the details, but essentially I was trying to prove myself as a creative, as a videographer, by saying yes. And I felt guilty if I said no. I thought that if I said no, that meant, well, am I saying no because I don't want to actually use my gifts? Am I saying no because I feel like I'm not good enough? There were all these different competing thoughts of why I should say yes. Yeah, you should just say yes. There's no reason. What else are you going to be doing if you're not saying yes to these opportunities? And of course, now I know. Okay, I didn't have to say yes to any of that. I'm glad for that season. I'm thankful for that time in my life. Would definitely not go back to that time and the approach, the way I was approaching that. But yeah, I was feeling guilty, and I think that really led to insecurity. There was a lot of insecurity in why I was saying yes to those projects. So I've seen people, maybe you've experienced this yourself or you've seen other people, feel like they give up so much to chase their dreams. And often if you want a lofty goal, if you want to achieve something great, you're going to have to give up a lot for it, right? But when it comes to this idea of feeling insecure as creatives, insecure in our unique giftings, I don't think you have to necessarily give up a lot to achieve being able to express yourself creatively. This is my perspective. Maybe there's examples that I'm not thinking of or a lifestyle that I'm not thinking about. But I know for me, often there are things that we give up to pursue our gifts, but it should feel natural to step into that. It should feel like, oh, I'm finally stepping in the right direction. When we can let go of insecurity and step into using our gifts and being creative, that should be a natural thing. That should feel like a natural and positive progression. I feel like often I see people, maybe they are okay with what they're doing, but it's like they're giving up so much. And I wonder if how much of that just comes from the guilt that they have and approaching their dreams and goals through kind of an insecurity as they're going that route. So, I mean, that'd be my encouragement for you, is step into your gifts in a way that you don't have to feel guilt when you're doing that. And insecurity is going to be there, like I've said, and that's okay. My last example for this video is just sharing how shame can lead to insecurity. And I actually want to share a perspective that we can find in the Bible. So in Genesis is the first book in the Bible. Genesis really is just the story of us. Genesis is the story of humanity. And basically in this story, you have the first man and the first woman, and they disobey their creator. They disobey their creator, and immediately they feel shame. Immediately they feel this shame and therefore insecurity in their relationship with the creator. And the creator has a close relationship with this man and this woman. And so the creator comes down every day like he does to go hang out with these people. He comes down and he asks them this question. He says, "Where are you?" And he's not asking them, where are they, like literally or physically, where, I can't find you. He's saying, where are you in relationship to me? And it's because of shame that this man and this woman were hiding. And I feel like we often do this with our creative gifts. We feel shame. It could be for all kinds of reasons. Maybe you should be using your creative gift and you're not doing that. Feel shame in that. Maybe you don't feel like you're good enough, or you don't feel like you can connect with others through your gifts. And so we show up sometimes feeling this shame and going, well, I'm not going to create in that way. I don't feel like I am a creative because of this shame. And it's this kind of underlying thing. When we are connected to the creator, the one who gave us our gifts, sometimes I believe we think that the creator is saying, where are you? He's asking, where are you? And we feel this deep shame. But here's what I think God says to each of us as a creator. The ultimate creator says, there you are. He looks at you and he sees you. He sees your gifts. He sees your potential. And he says, there you are. And that would be my encouragement for you, is to recognize, man, where are there places where you feel shame around your gifts, around even who you are as a person? And where are the areas where you feel like the creator is saying, where are you? And is there an invitation instead where you feel the creator is saying, there you are. I see your gifts. I see who you are. I made you this way. Step out and create. And so, yeah, it's a cool story. I think we can often look at the Bible and stories and get confused when we look at it from the lens that, what is this trying to teach us? And what is the creator ultimately speaking to us? I think it can unlock so many cool things. So yeah, that would be my encouragement is, where is that shame? We all have that shame. We all have insecurity in different aspects of ourselves. But I believe as creatives, there is a unique invitation for us. God is saying, there you are. I see your gifts. I see who you are. And I want you to step out in those gifts. Yeah, maybe one thing to acknowledge is, as people, we're going to mess up, right? We're going to make mistakes. And we can acknowledge that. We can acknowledge, hey, we don't always show up perfectly in our giftings. We don't always use our time the best. But we can acknowledge that and still move forward in our gifts. We can still move forward while acknowledging, we don't always make the best decisions. The great thing about that is that the creator actually covers our shame and pulls us out of our insecurity. And I feel that so much when I am being able to create authentically from the kind of the core of my identity, the core of who I am, being able to step out, and I can actually connect with the creator through that opportunity. So that is what I am learning lately. I would love to know how this connects with your creative story, if this sparked any ideas for you, please let me know in the comments. If you want to hear more stories and more thoughts that I have, please subscribe and stay creative. This video is for creatives. Today I want to talk through ways that you can display your creative ideas, ways that you can curate your art. Depending on what your hobbies are, your creativity, what you do, there are so many different ways to kind of put that on display or share that or curate that for people to be able to see. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to share kind of from my experience in regards to video and how I've experienced different ways to kind of share and curate, and two different, there's kind of different mindsets that go into it, different philosophies, if you will. So we're going to get into all of that. For me, I grew up in the video space. So kind of in the cinematography adjacent world. I went to film school, was around a lot of like film nerds, camera nerds, all of that. And this idea of a video montage or a video reel, reel as in like reel to reel, that's where the word comes from, not whatever Instagram calls short form video. This was before that. So this idea of like a highlight reel of, your past work. Often I would see a lot of people, and this is what I eventually adopted or quickly adopted after film school, was this idea of like a year-end recap. And you see a lot of people like the YouTuber Cold, is that his name? If that's not his, I'll like show it, but it's like this highlight reel of your year. It's kind of what was popular, especially more like 10 years ago on YouTube. Editing montages and things like that were really popular. So I came up in that, and at the time I was kind of focusing on editing. So I did a couple editing reels, and then eventually did a cinematography reel. So it'll be interesting to see. I'll show it on the screen kind of as I'm talking through this idea. But a cinematography reel is just taking like the best shots or the best moments from everything that you worked on over the last year, everything that you shot over the last year. And yeah, it was kind of a cool way of displaying your work. Again, this is before short form, like social media really is what it is today. Vertical video was not really a thing. And so a lot of this content was through YouTube. And yeah, it was just a cool way to be able to say, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I'm doing. I know a lot of people, they would create that one montage and that would get them clients for the next year. Like they were able to sustain themselves off of past work and referrals, but they'd make that montage and make new connections, and it would sustain them for the following year. So it's kind of this interesting model of how to show your work. And depending on what your hobby is, what your creative skill sets are, you've experimented and tried different ways of curating and showing your work, whether it be online, or like, maybe it's a publication. I feel like authors are one example of like, hey, here's, depending on how you write a book, it's like, here's chapters that I've written, and now it's all curated and published as one thing. If you're into sculpting or painting, you can curate your art in a physical display, that people can come see. That's pretty cool. But yeah, for me, this mentality of like, hey, I want to take everything that I've done and kind of wrap it up and curate it in this one way. That was kind of my approach. And so I remember the last time I did a cinematography reel or videography reel, whatever you want to call it, is 2022. And so that came out the end of that year, like beginning of 2023, and it was recapping everything I did in 2022, which was a really cool year for me. I did a lot of travel. I talked about that year before on video. I talked about how I got burned out. So that cinematography reel is cool. It's unsustainable. Like I haven't done anything like that because the following year I got married, my priorities totally switched, and I have not returned back to that level of video and filmmaking since then. I have not entertained the idea of doing so much work until this year, until 2025, where I have dedicated a couple hours of my week to jumping in front of my phone camera here and talking to you guys and posting these videos weekly on YouTube and sharing clips on social media, etc. So that's kind of where this idea comes up, is the two ways of displaying and kind of showing your creativity. This quick, flashy highlight reel, this montage of everything, or the slower, maybe more longevity-focused way, which is through these weekly YouTube videos. So it's kind of interesting just to think through the differences in the two. Neither are wrong. One isn't more correct than the other. They're just two different approaches. And I want you to think how that could maybe apply to your creativity. What could that do? Is the approach that you have right now to curating and showcasing your creativity okay? Is it working for you? Or does it need to change? What does big and flashy look like for your art, for your creativity? And what does slow and steady look like for you? Both are, different approaches, different models. You might be in a season where you're feeling really energized around your creativity. You feel really good and you are stepping into new spaces or a new pace that feels a bit more big, feels a bit more flashy. And that's okay. That could be a cool moment. Maybe you're getting recognized for your skill set and you're collaborating with people and things are getting busy and hectic and awesome. Maybe you're in a different space. You are maybe discovering your gifts, or you are just in a season where maybe you don't have a lot of time to dedicate to your creative ideas. It could be for a couple different reasons, but you are feeling this season. It's necessary that you are in a slow and steady pace with your creativity. I think both have to exist. If you just go slow and steady, like, I guess that could work, but maybe there's a season where you want to go big on something. You have one idea and you're like, this is it. I got to do this. Then on the other hand, if you're just constantly go, 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 never slowing down, never pausing to rest or reflect, that is actually not sustainable for your creativity. That's not sustainable for your creative ideas. So both are necessary. What season are you in? Is there one approach that works best for your creative work right now in this season? Is there that one approach that you're recognizing? Yep, that's what I need to be doing. What about your personality? For your personality, where are you at? What is better? What is going to be better for you to grow in your craft? But also to grow personally as a creative, you as the creative, which approach is better? Either way that you pick, I hope that this video encouraged you. If this sparked something for your creative journey, please let me know in the comments. This is just kind of what I've been learning lately, something that I have been thinking about, and I wanted to share it with you quickly. So thank you again for watching. Please subscribe and stay creative. There is one rhythm, one habit that I started a couple years ago that to me has been a game changer for how I go throughout my year, both as a creative and just as a person. And so I want to share with you what that one thing is and talk through how you could implement that into your life and make this next year just a great year full of intentionality and creativity. So we call it the annual reset. It comes from this book called The Intentional Year by Glenn and Holly Packiam. This is just a really cool book. And the annual reset is an opportunity for anyone, either individuals, you can do it as a married couple, whatever you want to do, but it's an opportunity for people to really set the intentionality for their year and to establish rhythms to make that happen. I think oftentimes, especially as creatives, I know this is how I am, I tend to lean into sort of the big picture of the year and get into like wondering and imagining about cool ideas. And then it can be harder for me to think about that in a practical way. Like, okay, I have this really lofty idea. How do I incorporate that into my everyday? Or I have a goal. How do I get to that goal, right? If I have a goal for the year, what am I doing every single day that gets me to that goal? The intentional year format and going on this annual reset is a great format for that. I'm going to make a separate video that goes more into the details of what that is. So I'd love if you would follow along for that. But yeah, this annual reset has really helped me to be able to slow down, really think critically about what does the last year look like, the good and the bad, look ahead at the next year, and then what do I want in different areas of my life when it comes to rest, relationships, physical health, spiritual health, my work life, creative hobbies, creative outlets, friendships, all of that. Like, what goals do I want? What do I want my year to look like? And it's been a really cool thing to be able to set time aside to make that happen. So maybe you're watching this and it's not necessarily the beginning of the year or the end of the year, and you're kind of thinking, when should I take part in this? I would say an annual reset can happen at any time of the year. It doesn't have to be at the end of a year preparing for the new year. Again, my wife and I, we always do this in January because I work in ministry and December is busy. And then typically we actually do it at the end of January. And when we're doing that, we're just looking ahead at the next 12 months and saying, what do we want for the next 12 months? And so you can do that too. Maybe for you, it's like, I don't have time to get away for a weekend until the summer. Okay, in the summer, you can either look ahead at the next, several months to finish out the year, or look ahead at the following 12 months from whenever you're doing your annual reset. It's just a cool opportunity, like I said, to really get intentional about, hey, what do I want my life to look like this year? What goals do I have? And practically speaking, put it in the calendar. How is this going to happen? It's really cool. So yeah, whether you want to check out this book, The Intentional Year, or just look up other videos, on how to do an annual reset. There's a lot of cool examples out there. But like I said, I'm gonna create another video, next video after this, just talking through like the practical, like do this, then this, then this, and just kind of share what's helped me. And I'm looking forward to doing that this year, or doing our next annual reset, because I have engaged with this hobby through doing these videos on YouTube, and it's been such a cool way to take time to think about what I've been thinking about and what I've learning. I like this channel is an opportunity for me to share things that I'm learning in my life as a creative, things that I'm growing in, things that I'm thinking through, and whether it's just insight on my creative journey, tools, tips and tricks, whatever it is, right? So I'm looking forward to kind of assessing how has that gone, where do I want to go with this thing, and what rhythms can I put in place to make sure that this is successful, and also successful to like my own definition of success. Not just is it going to get views, but like, is this successful because I set the intention and I committed to the rhythms for it. So yeah, in whatever creative hobby you have, whatever creative output or endeavor that you are working towards, consider an annual reset to kind of help recalibrate what 2026 or whatever year could look like for you. So yeah, that'd just be my encouragement. Like I said, this is just something I am wrestling through. I'd love to know in the comments how this speaks to where you're at in your creative journey. Thank you for watching, and stay creative. If you have ever started out a year strong with fresh creative ideas, ready to execute and share those ideas, only to burn yourself out throughout the year and not make it to the end of the year, you are not alone. So the problem that you have is that you have not set intentionality. You haven't been intentional and clear with your goals. And so this video, I'm going to talk through how you can plan your year for creative output. You can plan how you want to express yourself creatively, and specifically the way that you will calendar that, set rhythms, and be intentional to make all that happen. So the last video I made, I described what an annual reset is. I basically talked about how annual resets have helped me over the last couple of years that I've implemented them, and totally changed how I plan out my year. And I also talked through how I am planning to use an annual reset for this year to help me stay creative, stay on top of my creative goals, and just have clear boundaries, clear intentional expectations for
what I'm going to be doing in the year as a creative. I am going to break down and share with you what the elements of an annual reset are. Essentially, how do you have an annual reset? What are those elements, and how can you go about creating intention for the year and setting those boundaries so that you can be as creative as possible this year and stick to your goals. Oh, and I should mention that this is the book where I'm getting all these ideas from. So The Intentional Year by Holly and Glenn Packiam. This is the book that I've used to establish an annual reset and set these intentions for the year. All right, so the elements of an intentional year. Every intentional year starts with reflection. When you are setting up for your reset weekend, or whatever that looks like, however many days and nights that looks like, getting away and being able to set aside time, you always want to start with hours and moments to reflect on the last year. So you want to look back. You want to look back at the last year, the highs, the lows, the good and the bad. What happened? How did your goals go? Did you have set intentions and plans? Did you succeed? Did you hit those goals? If you didn't hit those goals, what were those reasons? I would recommend journaling through different prompts and questions, having some questions set aside that you can really be thoughtful and think through what happened in the last year. And then as part of that reflection, you want to look ahead. Hey, what are you looking forward to in the next year? After you have reflected, then you want to go into the inventory. And there's basically 5 spheres, 5 areas of your life that you want to look at when you're taking an inventory of what happened in the last year and how you want to look and spend your time in the next year. So the first of those is in prayer or your spiritual health. Essentially assessing, hey, spiritually, where am I at? How have things gone the last year? Journaling through and really reflecting on where am I at spiritually. All right, then the next is rest. Rest is really looking at how you are incorporating Sabbath. Sabbath is just a word for essentially a day that you're not working, a day that you are ceasing from work. And that can look totally different for different lifestyles and different stages of life. But essentially, rest is asking those questions of like, hey, how am I finding actual rest? How am I actually ceasing from work? And often we just go from one thing to the next. Maybe you have a job and then you have your creative work, and there is no space for actual rest, which is what we really need as people, right? So that would be the second sphere. After that is renewal. Renewal is kind of interesting, and renewal is probably where your creative hobby will come in. Renewal is probably that space. It deals a lot with your mental and physical health. So renewal could be going to the gym, could be even attending therapy or journaling. Reading can be part of renewal. But I think a lot of our hobbies are going to fall into that renewal category. So this is the area that you really want to set intentions for and say, okay, how do I want this area, this sphere of my life to go over the next year? After that is relationships. So looking at the relationships that you have, friendships, family, significant partner relationships, looking at all of that and saying, okay, are there relationships that I want to pursue and make stronger and really dedicate time to? Are there relationships that I need to pull away from? Maybe it's creative partnerships. You want to do some creative work with other people. Maybe it's setting aside some time to pursue those friendships and figuring all of that out. So that would be the fourth one. And then the last one is in work, in your work. I think some of our creative work, especially if you're making money or able to get paid for some of your creative hobbies. But I know for me, most of the creative work that I'm doing throughout the year, whether it's writing, making these videos, that kind of falls more into the renewal category. I do think to some extent there's a work aspect, way of looking at it. But yeah, at least for me, that's what I'm going to do, is put it in that renewal category. So anyways, those are the 5 kind of spheres that you want to take an inventory of and look over for your year. All right, this next section is the action section. This is the most key part. Everything has been building up to this moment where you've been looking back, you've been taking an inventory of your life and how you want your year to go. The action section is where you're going to set rhythms, and then you're going to put them on the calendar. So what I love about the annual reset is it isn't just this like, hey, let's get really creative and let's get really introspective and think positively about our year and think about all the things we can improve on. It actually forces you to take action. And so look back on the 5 spheres of, that you've taken inventory on, and think of rhythms. Maybe it's a couple rhythms in each area. So if it's with work, hey, how's my work going? Do I want to change jobs? Do I want to go to school? Like, what is that looking like for me? And what are those rhythms? One for renewal, if you're looking at your creative hobbies and you're thinking, okay, I want to pursue writing. I want to pursue music. I want to pursue expressing myself creatively, whatever that unique thing is for you. And you can plan that out and set intentional rhythms. Once a week, I'm going to do this. Once a month, I'm going to do this, whatever it looks like for you. Maybe it's waking up every day, at the start of each day, you're going to pursue your creative hobby, whatever it looks like. So that's the cool part of the annual reset in this intentional year format, is saying, hey, this is what I'm going to do. Here's the rhythms, writing those down, planning those out. And then finally, you're going to put them on the calendar. You are going to actually go in. I know I use a digital calendar, Google Calendar, and you can set those recurring. What is it? Once a month? Is it once a week? Putting that time on the calendar and making space in your life so that the goals that you set will actually happen. The intentions that you have, you're actually going to follow through because it's on the calendar. It's holding you accountable. And so that is kind of all of the elements of a annual reset. That is all of the elements of a time away to look thoughtfully at your year, to plan ahead, and then to set those intentions. So like I said, I do this every January at the beginning of the year. I look ahead at the next year and I set intentions. And this year is the first year that I'm actually going to be looking at my creative hobbies and adding those into my annual reset. In the past, I've usually just looked at my job and my relationships and different things like that. And I wasn't pursuing my hobbies, my creative hobbies, very intentionally. It was just sort of, if it happens, it happens. And now I'm doing these YouTube things. I've talked a little bit that I'm trying to get into writing. I shouldn't say trying. I am getting into writing. I am writing. But yeah, getting into all those things has been really cool. And I realized like, hey, I can use this intentional year format and apply it to my hobbies. And so, yeah, that's exactly why I wanted to make this video and share with you how that is possible to pursue. So yeah, I would love to know and hear, if you want to write in the comments, how this is impacting your work. How could this change what you're doing? I said in the last video, you don't have to do this at the beginning of a year, at the end of a year. It can be at any time. Look ahead at the next 12 months whenever you are doing this. I think it can have a big impact on how we, live our lives, but of course, how we plan out our years as creatives and how we set intentions for our creativity. So yeah, how does this impact you in your creative journey? Like I said, I'd love to know. This is just kind of where I'm at and what I'm learning. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Thanks again for watching, and stay creative. So all of us are limited on time. We have family obligations, responsibilities, work that has to get done, things that we have to do that keep us away from maybe sometimes the things that we really want to do, like our creative hobbies or expressing ourselves creatively, doing the things that our souls really long for. If you've experienced that, where it just doesn't seem like you have enough time for creative output and creative expression, you're not alone. But I actually think that having limited time can actually be good for your creative hobbies. I think of it like a superpower. And so I want to talk about how you can use your limited time to be able to approach your creative hobbies, carve out the time that you think maybe you don't have, and how that limited time can actually be really good for you as a creative. So here's kind of my unique or different approach of looking at time. We all have the same amount of time, right? That means that we all have the opportunity to carve out time, to make time for the things that are most important to us. I think sometimes we don't carve out the time just because we don't want to or we don't know how to, but we all have the same amount of time, and there are opportunities to carve out that time. And it's important, right? You know this as a creative. If you're not able to do your creative hobbies, do the things that help you express yourself creatively, if you aren't able to use your unique God-given gifts, you kind of wither away. That's how I feel when I go for maybe it's weeks or months without doing any kind of creative hobby or expression. I'm just withering away and not really feeling my best. So it's very important that we actually carve out time for our unique gifts. So you feel that pressure to create, but you don't feel like you have enough time. But I actually think about an hour a week is plenty of time. It definitely depends on the hobby, but 1 hour a week might be all that you need. Setting that intentional hour once a week to create might be the key to being able to finally express yourself creatively and show up for yourself every single week. That 1 hour, you're going to gravitate towards that. Think about it this way. If you have a best friend and they call you out of the blue, right? You get that phone call and you're like, oh my gosh, it's my best friend. They reach out to you, you make some time to talk to them and they say, hey, we need to hang out. Let's spend some time together. Even if you are slammed, you're crazy busy, you have no time to spare, guess what you're going to do? This is your best friend. You're going to make time for that person. You're going to carve out some time in your schedule for them. If we view our creativity like that best friend, that outlet that we have to express ourselves, that moment and opportunity for us to do what we need to do as people, as creatives, we're going to find that time. We're going to carve out that time. Your creative hobby deserves time dedicated to it. So if you are struggling to think, how could I carve out an hour in my schedule? I want you to do this thing first. Do a time audit. Simply create 7 columns on a sheet of paper, and every single day, write down everything that you did. Feel free to round up to like the nearest 30 minutes, but everything should go on there. So the time that you slept, how much time did you take for making meals that day, your commute to work, how long you were at work, everything that you did, I want you to write it down. And pretty quickly, you'll discover that, yes, your schedule is full, but maybe it's full of things that aren't the most important thing. I know sometimes there's things that we do that are necessary or we have to do them. We're taking care of family, taking care of kids, whatever it is. These are important things that we need to be doing. But you may find, hey, there's some chunks of time in here. There's some moments where I could set aside time to carve out for my creative hobby. So yeah, a great thing about this exercise with the time audit is you're gonna see things, like I said, that you have time for. Oh, here's some space that I have in my schedule. You also might see that you're spending a lot of time doing something that you don't particularly enjoy. Maybe this is a sign for you to say, hey, I'm gonna stop doing that thing. Or do less of it. I'm gonna make this less of a priority so that the more important things in my life can take up more of my time. All right, so now you've done your time audit for the week. The next thing you're gonna do is go to your phone and find out how much you are using your phone in a given day. How much screen time do you have? What does that look like? And I want you to look at, okay, where could I do less time on my phone? The great thing about this is that we all spend way too much time on our phones. And so there you go. In addition to the time audit, maybe you found a couple hours in your week available. Now you have some additional hours just by taking away time that you spent on your phone. So it is possible to find time to carve out hours that you need for your creative work. This is time that your soul longs for. And so then what you can do is, now that you have identified some extra hours in your week, carve out that time and specifically identify in your calendar when you are going to do your creative hobby. When in the week, maybe it's once a month, maybe it's every day, whatever that looks like. When are you going to do that? Set that up on your calendar, make it a recurring time, and make that time set apart. It's important that you do this. It's important that you set aside time for this creative and important work. Now that you have this time set aside, how do you make it impactful? I think the best thing that you can do is set intentions for this time. Basically saying, okay, this is what I want to accomplish in this time. You can come up with that before you go into your set aside time. You can set those intentions before, and that can be really helpful for going in and not overwhelming yourself. I think sometimes if, let's say you have just an hour, 1 hour is set aside for your creative hobby, that might be overwhelming. Your brain might kind of start to spiral a little bit of like, okay, quick, I gotta be creative. I have to do this thing. I have to make something. I have to make sure this time is valuable. And then that can be overwhelming. That creates other problems. And so there's a couple ways you could go about that. One would be, like I said, setting the intention, going in with clear ideas of what you're going to do, what that time is for. The other could just be going in with no expectations, going in and just saying, you know what, this is my time for me. It's not about the results. It's not about how I used that time. Just knowing that you spent that time set aside for your creative endeavors and going into it with little expectations and just knowing that that time is for you and for you to, be where you belong. These are your God-given gifts, and this is something that you have to do. The space is also really important. Setting aside the time is great. Setting the intention for the time, very important. The space is very important. So depending on your creative hobby and what you're doing, that's going to be key. Maybe if you're doing some painting or drawing, it's setting out your tools, setting out how you're going to be pursuing your creative hobby, setting that space, making sure it's ready for you is important. Maybe if that looks like going to a coffee shop, sitting down at your computer, whatever that hobby looks like, going into nature, being alone, being in solitude. All of these things can help depending on your creative hobby. Going in with that intentionality and setting up that space. If it's in your home, making sure that you have that space set aside is really important for all the work that you have done to set aside time for your creative hobby. And then my last advice would be just to start slow. Like I said, don't make it this big deal. This is the time that you've set aside for you. Take it as it is. Don't stress out about it. Don't make it this big thing or this performance. You have to show up and have specific results by the end of your time. This is the time set aside for you. Make it be how you want it to be, but make sure that you're showing up for yourself. Set up that time in the calendar and show up, because this work is very important. That is what I am learning today. I'd love to know how this impacts you and reaches you where you're at in your creative journey. I would love to know. Please let me know in the comments below. But thank you so much for watching, and stay creative. There are lies that we believe about ourselves. When we take lies and accept them as truths, it can do all kinds of things like keep us from creating and keep us from walking in our God-given talents. So in this video, I want to talk through why we accept lies to be truth and how we can reject lies and embrace our true identity in the truth. I remember when I was a kid, I would go over to one of my best friend's house, and his dad was a movie nerd, a movie buff is what we would have called it. And I was pretty young, so I didn't have necessarily an appreciation for movies like I do now. I didn't have an appreciation for different directors and styles of movies, all that. But he would show us some really cool movies from all decades. I remember we watched a horror movie, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, black and white, the original film, and it was terrifying. And then one year, it was the year that I Am Legend came out with Will Smith. And we watched that movie, and it is, especially when you're a little kid, that's a terrifying zombie movie. So I remember after watching that movie for years, I would get this mental image in my head of these zombies chasing me. So at night, when all the lights are off, I remember walking, I'd walk from my bedroom to the bathroom, and that mental image, that idea would pop into my head. There's zombies that are going to chase me. And so I'm, running down the hall, quickly flipping on the light switch in the bathroom and shutting the door as fast as possible. Now, obviously, I knew there weren't actual zombies chasing me, but every time that I was walking in my house at night, that image would pop into my head. Like I couldn't control it from being there. And it would cause me to react. I would run, try and get away, get to the bathroom as quick as possible. And we do that a lot with thoughts that we have about ourselves and embracing things that are not true. So for example, as a creative, you may have received the lie that you're not actually creative, or your ideas aren't good enough to share. And maybe along the way you rejected that idea at one point, but maybe you've accepted that to a certain degree. Like, yeah, I don't really do that thing anymore. I don't really do that creative hobby anymore. Like, you play it off as this thing of like, yeah, like I don't really need to do that anymore. But the lie that got you to that place is something that has totally directed you. It's changed the outcome of what you're doing, and it's keeping you, most importantly, it's keeping you from creating. It's keeping you from being in your God-given talents and gifts. So these lies that we can accept, they can come in all sorts of forms. It can be the big things, right? It can be that role model that told you you're not good enough, and but it can also be those little moments. For me, with this YouTube channel, for years, it was like, man, I really want to start a YouTube channel. Immediately, the thought that would come into my mind is, but why me? There are millions of YouTube channels. There's thousands of people creating content all the time. Like, why me? And it was this little lie that I would just allow myself to believe and not embrace what I felt I should be doing. And so, yeah, these little things can have big impacts. So often what happens is we take in these lies, and eventually they actually become part of who we are and our identity. We don't view it that way, but our identity is actually changed and impacted by the lies that we're believing. Here's my encouragement. Here's my suggestion. The lies that you believe, identify those. What are the lies that you are believing right now about your creativity, about your unique gifts? Because you have something unique to bring to the world. Only you can create what's here in your mind. Only you can create what you were created to create, right? So what are those lies that are keeping you from stepping into that? Maybe there are things that you didn't realize were holding you back. And now that you're thinking about it and looking at it, you're realizing it's time to let these go. So how do you do that? How do you get rid of the lie? First step, acknowledging that the lie has been accepted. You've accepted that lie to be true. So you got to reject it. The next thing you do is, instead of just getting rid of the lie, you say, nope, that's not true. For me with YouTube, nope, that's not true. I could make a YouTube channel if I want. Okay, that's fine. Now replace that with the truth. I have something to say. Not only do I have something to say, I have something to say, and there are people who need to hear what I have to say. That's the actual truth. So for you in your creativity, instead of just saying, no, I'm not going to go do that, I'm not going to use my gifts or my hobby, that's okay. You're rejecting the lie, replace it with the truth. Someone needs you to create. Maybe it's you. Maybe you need yourself. But there also could be someone down the line who needs that inspiration. They need to see you creating. They need to see you and your creative gifts and hobbies. So you're taking the truth, you're taking the lie, rejecting it, and replacing it with the truth. And then what that does is that when we have the truth, we can actually embrace it, and it's going to change us. It can actually become part of our identity. When you're accepting a lie, you might say, well, I'm not actually a creative. Well, I'm not actually gifted. Well, I can't actually do what those people do. When you're rejecting that, accepting the truth, you can say, no, I am a creative. I am good enough. I am able to do what they're able to do. I am able to bring about something new through this creative endeavor, or this creative hobby. So that's my encouragement as you're looking ahead at this year and thinking about how you spend your time, what creativity looks like for you, what your hobbies look like, show up with the truth. Accept the truth and show up with that in your identity. That is where we have to start. All the other planning and the goals and the big ideas, they don't go very far without that foundation of our identity as creatives and being able to walk in our God-given talents. So thank you so much for watching this video. Please let me know how this impacted you and how this is reaching you where you're at in your journey. This is just kind of what's been on my mind, and I wanted to share it with you. So thanks so much, and stay creative. If you're feeling a little lost, a little directionless in life, this video is for you. I know for me, throughout my life, I've had a hard time pinpointing exactly what I should do or where I should go. I think for creatives, this is a very normal feeling. For you, you may have maybe grown up and you like to do a lot of different things, or maybe you didn't ever quite fit in, like you never found your exact thing, whether it was like in school or something. You would try different activities, sports, music, band, whatever it was, and maybe you enjoyed some of those things or found fulfillment in it, but it was never like, oh yeah, that I found my thing, or yes, this is who I am. Growing up in high school, mostly, I had a bio on like Twitter and a lot of other like social media sites. My bio was, I have too many dreams to follow them all. And I think that was a quote that I sort of kind of attributed to myself, in a sense of like this idea that I felt pretty strongly, that even in high school or as an older teenager, not really feeling like I fit in super well with one specific thing or identity. And so I think that's okay. At that time, that would have been more of a wrestling, more of a pondering. And now I see that as a good thing, as a positive thing. This idea that you can reinvent yourself. It's not even a reinvention. It's like there's so many different facets of who you are. And as creatives, we see the world differently. And so we should also view ourselves differently. We should view ourselves as multifaceted. None of this black and white, none of this stay in your lane. And so maybe you've been told that in the past, hey, pick a lane and stay in it, whether that's a career or kind of the way you approach life. But I think that's just like wasted advice. Certainly in aspects of life, you want to be consistent, show up, be faithful, be someone that's dependable. But I'm really talking about how we express ourselves creatively and how we approach the world with our unique God-given gifts. Because you were put on this earth, you were created to give back through your creative gifts, through creating, through art and self-expression. And that stuff is really important because that is how you can uniquely impact the world. That is how you can uniquely change the world around you. Not all of us are given these gifts or opportunities to, be in leadership or, to have like a huge impact. But think about artists, think about musicians, filmmakers, these people who have huge impact on our culture. They've done that through their creativity. They've done that through thinking outside of the box. They've done that by not putting themselves in a box, boxing themselves in and saying, this is my one thing or this is what I'm good at. They are open to being multifaceted humans. And so this idea of having too many dreams, this problem that we might look and go, man, there's so many things that I want to do with my life. There's so many creative ideas that I have. We have an opportunity right now to let that go. Let that pressure go of trying to pick one thing, of trying to be known as, one person, or hey, I'm an artist in this specific lane or in this specific space. Instead saying, no, I can be multifaceted. I can be multi-talented and express myself in all of these different ways. Maybe you're looking at a couple different hobbies, things maybe you've done in the past or things that you want to try and you are nervous or you're feeling like you don't have enough time to do it all, I would encourage you just start slow and be consistent. Show up for yourself. It's important that you express your creative gifts. It's important that you develop ways of expressing yourself. And those dreams that you have, maybe you've had them since you were a kid, or there are new ideas that are coming to you, new ways that you could kind of exist and be in the world, new ways that you could express yourself. Show up for yourself. Pursue those ideas. Pursue those dreams. And don't let other people tell you that you're supposed to just stay in your lane. So thank you for watching this video. And it was a bit of a ramble through these ideas. This is just kind of where I'm at, where I'm sitting in my own journey as a creative. And so I hope that this encourages you. Please let me know if you have any thoughts about where you're at or how this is hitting you. Let me know in the comments below. But thank you so much for watching, and stay creative. There was a shift for me a while back when I realized that in life, it doesn't matter how many times you get knocked down. It's about how many times you get up. And not only that, it's like the frequency at which you can get back up. If some situation happens in your life and you're depressed or you're anxious or fearful and you get back up, the ability to get back up obviously is a huge win, right? But being able to get up rather quickly, hey, something bad happens in your life and you're back to normal. You're back to kind of middle ground, and being able to be resilient in that way, I think is super key and important to being able to withstand the challenges that you're going to face in life and the difficulties that you're going to experience in life. And I've been struggling with this idea of resilience. Again, it's kind of like this mental toughness. Resilience is, I think, very important. It's something to develop and to cultivate. As I've been thinking about that and experiencing in my own life, in different aspects, fear and anxiety and worry, as I look at other parts of my life, especially the parts that are more creative and the things that I am drawn towards as a creative, I'm really struggling with how these kind of fit together. Essentially, how does my creativity inform and help me develop resilience? How does my creativity, or the parts of me that are creative, or my unique God-given gifts, how do those things develop and cultivate mental toughness, resilience in my life? It's like an honest question I'm having right now, because I don't know the answer. I do think there are things that creativity does that other parts of our life just can't, I almost want to say accomplish, but there are different aspects of ourselves that do different things. And for you as a creative, you know that your creative side needs to be protected. It needs to be taken care of. It needs to be, I don't know, it's not weak. Your creativity is not weak, but your creativity needs to be protected and taken care of. So how does your creativity help you become more resilient? I think the first thing is that it helps you show up authentically. When you are showing up with your unique God-given gifts and abilities, and you are saying yes to opportunities to use those gifts, to be in your art, to be in your creative hobby, whatever it is that is unique to you, there's an authenticity there. There is a realness there. There is a rawness of you just showing up and saying, yep, I'm here. Life is hard. These other aspects of life are hard, but I'm going to show up in my gifts. That's a great thing. That's a great skill to be able to do that. And as a creative, you kind of need to show up in that way. You've experienced it where when you don't, you kind of wither away. When you're not showing up, when you're not able to be in your unique God-given gifts, life is just a little more dull. And so when you're showing up authentically in these areas, I think that can inform the parts of yourself and the aspects of your life where you feel like this toughness, this mental resilience is a challenge. But look at all the things that you've done as a creative. Look at what you have accomplished just by showing up and being yourself. I think that is a huge advantage to being a creative, is you can show up, you're thinking outside of the box, and so you can think creatively about the challenges that you're facing in your life, or the areas that you know you need to develop and cultivate further resilience in. So that'd be the first thing. The second thing that creativity can do to help you become more resilient is it gets you feeling and doing and not just thinking and sitting. I know for me, when I am feeling stressed about something in life, when I'm feeling worried or anxious about something, I will sit and I will think. I will ponder that idea. My brain will be going in circles. I'll low-key be spiraling. I'll be feeling depressed. And that is not good, obviously. That is not helping me develop resilience. It might help me think of solutions to solve my problems, or think of ways to, like fix something. But it's not actually helping me solve the problem. Like I'm not actually doing anything about it. When you're in your creative gifts, you're showing up authentically as yourself, like I said before, but then you're doing something and you're actually expressing from a much deeper sense of self. Instead of your mind sort of throwing these thoughts out, you're trying to solve a problem. Your creativity is coming from your feelings often. These emotions, it's just things that are coming out of you. And you're doing something about that. You're taking those emotions and turning it into art. You're taking those emotions and expressing it in a really unique way, in a creative way. And so you're doing this thing. I think when we're using our gifts, there's those muscles, those emotional muscles, those creative muscles that we are flexing and training and getting better at. It's becoming more natural. It's this part of us that we're allowing to escape and be presented to the world. And I think those instincts can really help us become more resilient in other aspects of our life. Again, instead of just thinking and sitting, you're feeling and you're doing something. So I think that's important. Like I said, for me, it's so easy to just sit and spiral. And I don't want to just be sitting and doing nothing. It can be so easy to just hold myself back and worry about a problem. Whereas when I can go to my creativity, when I'm even allowing my creativity as an opportunity to connect with God, there's so much that I receive from that one is comforting, but two, I think is telling me, hey, you're showing up in this aspect of your life. That's giving you confidence to show up in other aspects of your life that may be more challenging or really challenging. If you're experiencing a challenge with a relationship or family, showing up in your creative God-given gifts is giving you confidence and showing you more of who you are, who you are as a person, how God designed you to be. And when you're dealing with a family situation, knowing who you are, saying, wow, okay, I'm going to show up. Maybe I'm being disrespected. Maybe I'm afraid of what people will think of me. But knowing, no, I can show up in this area and be authentic because I've done it over here and I'm okay. So that's just something I'm actively wrestling with. Please let me know in the comments what you think of this idea. Are there areas in your life where you've seen creativity kind of help you? Are there aspects of resiliency that are a challenge for you, even as a creative? Would love to know your thoughts on that. But thank you so much for engaging with this idea. It's kind of where I'm at in my journey. Stay creative. Follow your heart is
like the most common advice for creatives. You've heard it before, I've heard it before, but it's pretty vague, and I actually think it's kind of misleading because one, like, what does that even mean? And two, how does that actually feel? Like when you're following your heart as a creative, what is that practically going to feel when you are in your creative hobby, using your unique God-given talents, whatever you do as a creative? We kind of want to figure that out. So let's talk about it. I believe the world views creativity and this kind of creative instinct as like a green light. Just go, just do, you have the ability. And even on this channel, I have made it one of my goals to encourage creatives who feel stuck in their creativity, or they don't feel like they are a creative, or they've lost that spark, or whatever it is. And my encouragement for that person is to go, just do, just try. But for someone who is showing up in their creative gifts every single day or on a regular basis, you've experienced as a creative that showing up isn't just always this, all right, first step, next step, this go, go, go. It's not a green light. There are mixed feelings, mixed emotions. You might have excitement towards a project, but hesitation to the approach. You might be really enjoying your time creating, but you have this fear in the back of your head, like, what if it doesn't work out? And you're at the same time, simultaneously trying to discern, okay, is this the right choice for this creative thing? Is this the outcome that I want? Is this the most true way that I could express myself creatively? I've found this for myself across all different types of creative expressions. I guess I feel it more in a creative expression that I'm new to. So like graphic design was something that I had never done until last year, and I had to start doing it regularly. And I was constantly questioning throughout the process, is this the right thing to do? Is this how this should look? Is this the correct way? And it usually comes out in little minor adjustments along the way. Another example is this YouTube channel. I was putting together a concept. I was feeling pretty passionate about the books that I had read over the last year. And I was like, well, I should do a kind of a generic post and do like a book review. I should list, here's the 10 books I read, and talk about each of them. And as I tried to figure out, like, well, what would I even say about this book? What would I say about this book? I realized the idea was not good. I had this reaction, this, like, my heart was telling me, okay, you're excited and passionate about something specific, these books that you read, but the way that you're going about trying to create this video is not going to land. So I ended up talking instead about how I got to the place where I had read over 10 books in a year. Because there used to be a time as an adult where I didn't read a lot of books. And so I was like, oh, that's the hook. And I can list the books in there. And that's kind of a byproduct of like, here's the books I read. But the main focus, and I had to, kind of realign, okay, what's my heart telling me in this? Why doesn't this feel super authentic as far as like sharing content online? And I just had to find that realignment. So you probably have experienced that where you're excited about an idea and it might come out in this way of like, okay, here's something I can create. Here's a way that I can show up creatively. But then there's something off. Your heart is telling you, I don't know if this is the right thing. You in that moment, you're wanting to trust your gut, but also being like, wait, but I want to create. I want to be in my God-given creative talents and gifts. And so that's the challenge that we can experience as creatives. Trusting our gut is important. Following our heart is important, but it's using wisdom that we've acquired over time and discernment in the moment to actually show up and make it happen. So instead of viewing these moments as like, was that a success or was that a failure? It's more like, okay, do I need to push through with this idea, or is this a moment to pause? It's not necessarily a moment to quit. It's not saying this idea is terrible, this is really bad. There are times for that. but it wasn't a moment of like, this idea is bad, I need to quit. It was an opportunity to slow down and pause and reflect and go, is this correct? Is this the right idea? And I think for creatives, that is really key when we say following our heart. That's what it looks like. It looks like slowing down. It looks like a realignment, a reimagination of something, not just a green light go, red light stop. It's much more instinctual and internal. As I was thinking about this idea of follow your heart as a creative and the ways that that can play out, the discernment that's required, I started thinking about verses in the Bible that kind of reminded me of like the cautiousness that we should have about our hearts. And it's interesting. So I'm going to pull out a couple verses, bear with me as I kind of go through this. I think it's cool, the way that the Bible is actually, it's a book of wisdom. And sometimes we might think that wisdom has to be one thing all the time, like something's true or false. The Bible often contradicts itself, and we go, well, how does that work? Well, it's because it's a book of wisdom, and so you glean this wisdom and use discernment of whether that's the right thing to be used. So when we look at Jeremiah 17:9, this is kind of sort of the famous verse you might think of about trusting your heart. It says, "The human heart is the most deceitful of all things and desperately wicked. Who really knows how bad is it?" So here we can see an example of going, wait, should you really trust your heart? Of course, that's when like wisdom comes in. Skill set. Do you have the skill set to do your creative work? Of course, we can think through that. And that's a moment where just fully trusting in your heart, oh, I can do that, oh, it's going to be okay, is obviously bad advice. So those are some of the warnings that the Bible has to say about following your heart. What about some of the affirmations that we can find? Let's look at two verses. The first one is Psalm 37:4. It says, "Take delight in the Lord, and he will give you your heart's desires." This idea that when we are following God, right, he's given us these unique talents and gifts. We're following him by being obedient and using those gifts. And we're showing up as creatives. There's going to be wisdom provided. Our hearts are going to be able to show up and be creative. We can follow those instincts in that moment. Okay, in a similar way, Romans 12:2 says this, "Don't copy the behavior and the customs of the world, but let God transform you into a new person by changing the way that you think." This idea that when we're showing up and offering God, like, hey, here's my gifts, here's all of me, here's everything I have to offer, he is going to change us and allow us to be more like him. It's a really cool thought, because that means that even our hearts, what was said earlier is, man, the heart is deceitful. Now God is transforming the heart and changing it to be more like him. And so when we show up in our creative gifts, we are able to trust that, hey, it's okay. I can be in this moment of, where's my heart leading me to create in this moment? Where's my heart guiding me as a creative right now? But then here's where the tension comes in. Two verses real quick. Colossians 3:15 at the beginning says, "And let the peace that comes from Christ rule in your hearts." And then in Psalm 139:23, it says, "Search me, O God, and know my heart. Test me and know my anxious thoughts." So there's an invitation here, not just blind trust, but to show up as a creative and offering that up to God and saying, okay, God, here are my gifts, and I'm going to trust you even with my heart, even with my questions along the way, the process along the way, trusting him with that and knowing that he's given us our hearts, he's given us our creativity that comes out from that and the instincts that we have. And so anyways, I hope those scriptures kind of help you see there's some tension there. There's some warnings, there's some affirmations, and then there's this tension even that we can find all within the Bible that kind of points to this idea that follow your heart is good advice when we can acknowledge, okay, that's a little bit strange. What does this look like for me? How can I make sure that I'm not just following my heart blindly, or that I'm not being too rigid and just going, nope, it's this, then this, then this. There's a balance here that we're looking for. Maybe in the creative process, if you're not fully aligned or this idea isn't the correct idea, maybe you're thinking more about how someone will receive it. Even in the creative process, discernment is okay. But if you're just thinking about the end goal, if you're just thinking about, well, how is someone going to react to the thing that I'm making right now? That might be a sign that you're not fully aligned. This isn't the best idea that you need to be pursuing. When you know it's fully aligned, man, you're going to feel pretty good about the idea. You're going to feel much more at peace. You're going to enjoy actually creating that thing. You're going to enjoy showing up as a creative and saying, yep, this is what I have to offer. There's an excitement. I know for me, that formation has been happening slowly over time, and God has been doing that work in me. So yeah, if you're feeling that tension, you're not alone. I want you to know that. I would love to know how this landed with you. Where does this sit with you in your creative journey? This is just where I'm at in mine. So thank you so much for watching this video, and stay creative. As a creative, I'm sure you've experienced both of these seasons. Okay, you have a season where you are just dying to get into your creative gifts and hobbies, and then other seasons where you are struggling to show up as a creative. You're struggling to be in your unique talents, and you don't know why. I think there is one reason that can really impact and help us understand the season we are in, and so we're talking about pace. This is a pretty big deal because being able to show up as a creative, be in your unique God-given talents is important. When you're not able to do that, you start to wither away, you feel that. But when you're able to carve out time in your life and you're in a season where you have the space to be creative, it just feels good. It's better. It's how God made you. And so this is an important topic when we're talking about pace in this question. Are we moving too fast or are we moving too slow in our creativity? So I want to look at both sides of that. Are you moving too fast in this season? Are you moving too slow? And how can you adjust towards a better pace in your creativity? Let's look at moving too fast. What are some of the symptoms, let's call it, of moving too fast in your creativity? One, I would say, is that you are making mistakes, that you're actually moving so quickly through your creative work that you're making a lot of mistakes. Now, in some context with creativity, there are no such thing as mistakes. We could get into that debate. But mistakes as in it's like harmful to the end result, or it's harmful to the process. Mistakes that you're making in your creative hobby that you normally wouldn't make. And that can be a pacing issue where you're just trying to get something done, move ahead. And another symptom of this fast pace in your creativity is that you have the wrong mindset. You have this kind of arrival mindset with your creativity. As creatives, we can certainly be creating for the end goal or for the end result. But as creatives, it's all about the process. It's all about moving through our creative gifts, using our talents. And sometimes that's all that's important, is just showing up and using your creative gifts. The end result can come, it can be great, it could not be successful. That is, in my opinion, most of the time secondary to just being able to show up in your gifts. When you're moving too fast, when the pace is too fast for your creativity, you're just thinking about the end. All right, I got to get this done. Maybe you have a deadline or a timeline that you're trying to work with. Maybe it's a self-created timeline. Maybe you're working for someone. You have a client who needs something done. And so when you're moving too fast in your creativity, it's all about the end result, and the creative process gets kind of put on the back burner. And sometimes that process gets pretty muddied. Okay, so what does it look like to know if you are going too slow?
I would say the main sort of symptom of moving too slow is that you aren't actually even creating at all. You're not even showing up in your unique God-given gifts. And so this can be a problem. If you're moving so slow in your creativity that you haven't even started yet, that's obviously a big problem. And we want to be able to show up in our unique God-given gifts. We want to be able to create and have the freedom and the space and the time. And if we're moving so slow that we aren't doing that, that can be a huge symptom. Another symptom of moving too slow, in that same vein, you haven't started yet. The reason for that might be that you are waiting for the perfect conditions to start. You are waiting for this perfect moment, like, oh, I don't have time right now, or no, I'm too busy, or oh, one day I'll start that project. You're waiting for the perfect conditions. And I will say, most of the time, those perfect conditions won't come. There's probably another reason why you're saying, oh, I'll do that later, or oh, I'll start that creative project later. There's probably some underlying reason besides, oh, I don't have enough time. Oh, this isn't the right season. And so being able to think through that, are you moving too slow to be able to land and finally just show up and start? I have a video that I've done in the past, basically talking about how 1 hour a week is enough for your creativity. 1 hour a week is enough for most creatives in their hobbies, in their unique gifts, to be able to show up and create. So I have a video that kind of outlines that, how that's possible. I think it's pretty helpful. So if you're moving too fast in your creative hobby, what are some ways that you can slow down? I know for me, there are seasons where I just need to create without the end result in view, without the end goal in mind. I just need to show up in my creativity and say, okay, the goal today is just to do. And it's more like being. Yeah, no, it's not even doing. It's like, I just want to be in my creative hobbies. Instead of the do, and funny enough, instead of doing the hobby, so usually we're doing it for this end result, but just to be in your creative gifts and talents. That would be one encouragement, one way that you could slow down if you feel like you're at a fast pace. Now, for those who need to speed up, if you're moving too slow and you need to speed up in your creative hobbies, start today. What's the quote that says, like, the best time to plant a tree was 30 years ago. The second best time is today. Stop making excuses. Stop saying that you're going to get to it one day. Set a specific intention, time. And it's not about the end result. It's not about perfection. It's not about getting the thing done. It's about being in your creative hobby. And when you show up, you feel like you can't quite get there, or the pace is too fast, just be in that. So that would be my encouragement. I would love to know where this lands with you and where you're at in your creative journey. This is just where I'm at and something I'm wrestling through right now. So I hope that this helped you. And I would love it if this communicated something impactful to you, could you please subscribe to this channel? I'd love to know who's following and who is being encouraged by what I have to say. I have a bunch more videos speaking to creatives. But yeah, thank you so much for watching this video. Stay creative. In just a moment, I'm going to put an image up on a screen. It's going to be of a creative. Are you ready for that? Okay, so here is that image of a creative. I'm so sorry. I definitely lied to you. Very sorry about that. There's no image of a creative coming up on the screen. But what did you think was going to go up on the screen? What image did you think in your mind I was going to put up? See, we all have these different ideas and notions of what a creative is and what a creative looks like. And I think sometimes we get it wrong, or we don't prioritize what that looks like correctly in our minds and how that works for us in our day-to-day. So I want to talk through that. My name is Tristan. I am passionate about helping people discover and connect with their unique God-given gifts. And so let's talk about that. So when I asked you to prepare for that image of a creative, we all create this mental image in our mind of what that looks like. There's criteria, there's a look. Maybe it's like, 10 years ago, someone with a messenger bag and the hipster glasses with a beanie sitting in a coffee shop on their MacBook. Like maybe that's who a creative is, right? Maybe a creative is someone who gets paid for their work. They're in a specific industry and they're able to show up and be creative and have a flashy job in a specific career. But creativity isn't about what you do or what you look like. It's who you are. You are a creative. And you know this because you have this feeling deep inside when you're not in your unique God-given gifts. You have this longing and yearning.
Do you ever yearn?
Yearn? Do I yearn?
I yearn.
You yearn?
Oh, yes, I yearn. Often I sit and yearn. Have you yearned?
Yearning for creative expression, but you've let the busyness of life, you've let these things get in the way of that creativity. And you have these gifts. Maybe you discovered them when you were younger and now you've let them lie dormant. But no matter how long it's been, you can still dig out those creative expressions and desires and ways of showing up. So what does that look like for you today? What does that mental image, how does that mental image for you need to shift and change so that you can see yourself as the creative in the season that you are in right now? That's a challenge. That's a difficult thing to do, but it's really important. As you're on this journey of rediscovering what creativity looks like in the season that you're in now and how you are a creative despite the circumstances, despite how much time you've let go by, don't give into shame or guilt. If you've let decades of your life or years of your life go by without having this creative expression or being the creative that you know you can be, don't give into the guilt or the lies that say that it's been too long. And so it's never too late to start again, but it's very important. This is, I think, the most important thing that I want to say in this video. Start a little, but start now. You have to start now. Sometimes we think of creativity as these like huge creative strokes, right? This massive paintbrush stroke that defines this whole thing. And that's true. Creativity can come out in those big ways. But I think most of the time, creativity is the little quiet moments, the things that we're working on internally, and the little ways that those come out, and we express those things in little creative ways. So it's important to start a little, but to start now. That mental image of a creative, that image that didn't pop up on the screen, what is that, and what needs to change about it? How can you go from seeing an image in your mind that's of someone else, something else, and saying, okay, that's creativity? How can you change that and turn it into a mirror that points back at yourself? A mirror that shows you, no, I am a creative. I have been given these gifts. I can show up little by little every day. This is what creativity looks like. That's my challenge for you. Again, my name is Tristan. Thank you so much for watching this video. I would love to know how this impacts you, where you're at in your journey. This is just something I'm processing, where I'm at in my journey. Thank you so much for watching, and stay creative. So there is wisdom in a careful approach to the world when it comes to what we believe and what we take in. How come? Everyone is trying to sell you on a story, on a version of the world or a vision of reality. You could be scrolling on social media and you are getting thousands of stories of, someone's worldview every single day. And that's a cool thing because we're in an age where we can be open to really cool ideas and people and thinking and thoughts. And, we can expand our minds, I guess, if you look at it that way. But there's, of course, a carefulness that needs to be involved because the way that people are able to, package those stories or maybe hide certain details of reality. You know, they're accentuating certain things, diminishing other things. We just have to be careful of what we take in, and especially as creatives, if all we're doing is just receiving whatever is being told to us, we are being told to believe something and we just accept it. We're not actually showing up in our unique God-given gifts. As creatives, we've been given this task, if you will, to share stories, to help share other people's stories, to take our ideas and express them in creative ways. And if all you're doing is just sitting back and receiving these ideas and these stories and not sharing your own, you're not fully walking in your purpose. You're not fully doing what you need to be doing, helping others along the way. I think that's key. Growing up, I would say that I don't want to use the word manipulation, but growing up in specific types of like religious contexts, as I look back, I question the motives of the individuals or the approach that was used to express a certain belief, a certain worldview, a certain expression of religion. And I think oftentimes we might assume people are being malicious, that they are trying to hurt us. They're trying to, by telling this story, by telling this version of the world that omits certain things or, bends the truth a little bit, we might think that they're maliciously doing that, but I don't think so. I think most of the time people are hearing stories, accepting them as truth, and then regurgitating them in their own way. And so when we receive those, it's like a game of telephone. We've received information from over time that's just slowly shaped. It's shaped by culture. It's shaped by individuals and personalities. It's shaped by the context in which we are hearing the story. And so that leads to some interesting things, right? It leads to fractions and division, but it also can lead to opportunities like the age that we live in today with technology and so many tools that we have to express ourselves creatively or to share our story, to share our ideas with other people. We're in this age where we can do that with little friction, little obstacles. And so, as I think about stories and what we choose to believe and how those things are packaged to us and the cautiousness that we probably should have some of the time, also knowing that people are trying to trick us and manipulate us, but the average person is not thinking fully through that idea. As creatives, we need to be showing up. We need to be showing up with honesty, with integrity, with good intentions, knowing that we have a story to tell for the purpose of helping other people. I think that's the key part, is when we're using stories to help other people, we are able to unlock a part of our creativity, right? Creativity is great when it's you and your creative gifts, or you're using it to connect with the creator. But it should be for someone ultimately. It should be able to be received in a way. And so the stories that we tell through our creativity are really important and really powerful. What's the most impactful or powerful story that you have ever heard? What pops into your head when you think of just some story that has had a real impact on you? Maybe it was as a kid, you were read a story, maybe it was through movies. I know for me, my algorithm right now is a lot of Lord of the Rings. And so I'm watching kind of these comparison videos and analysis videos of the books versus the movies, and just being reminded of how amazing and powerful those stories are and how they have shaped so many different aspects of our world today in storytelling. What is it for you? What is a story that has just totally captured you and you think, wow, whether it was through the way that the story was told, the medium that it was represented? Often I think the most powerful stories are they're somewhat simple, but they're true, and they are just presented in a way that really impacts us emotionally, right? They're speaking to our emotions, things that we've experienced, things that we have felt. Stories shape our beliefs. You know this as a kid, when your parents would tell you something, you believed it, right? There was no reason for you not to believe it. I think many of us, we were raised with this idea of Santa Claus. Santa Claus was just like existed. I remember getting to an argument with a friend. We were like right on the cusp of that age where like you just kind of stop believing. And we had like an argument because it was Christmas was coming up. And that was the first time where I was like, wait, logically, this doesn't make sense. There's one guy who goes to all the houses. It's not possible. And I had a friend who was arguing with me like, nah, bro, why would they lie to us, right? But yeah, stories shape what we believe. They shape how we see the world. You've experienced this before where you're talking to someone and you realize you are on totally different algorithms, totally different news sources. I'm sure you've experienced someone who really, they just get their news from like one type of source. Maybe it's from one channel on the TV if they're a little bit older. They listen to like one podcast. It's someone who maybe they podcast or live stream every day, and they're in the ether. They're in that system. They're engaging with this one content creator every single day, and it's like, oh, interesting. That person is selling you. I don't always mean that negatively, but in this case, I kind of do. They are trying to sell you on stories, on ideas. And when you narrow what you're going to receive, that's going to impact you. That's going to make you a much more shallow creator, make you a much more shallow person as far as what you're able to take in and then how you are expressing that in your own creative ways to the world. So, you know, whether you feel like, oh, I've diversified what I intake, or it's very limited, I'm very filtered in what I allow in, wherever you're at on that spectrum, stories are important because they shape what we believe. And so taking all of this to why it matters is that stories that we believe, or essentially stories that we accept, lead us to action. They lead us to doing something. They lead us to like showing up and saying, hey, I'm on board with this. Or hey, no, I'm not on board with this. I'm going to do something about it. That is what is so important because it actually shapes how we live. It shapes what we do and how we spend our time. It also can shape us into inaction, right? A story could lead us to not do something at a critical time when maybe we should. It could numb us. I think a lot of what social media does is it's this numbing, or it's a distraction of just saying, hey, think about yourself, think about what's going on in your own life. And it's blocking us from being able to see things beyond ourselves, important things like caring for other people, looking beyond just our own wants and desires. There's a lot of stories that are just directed at you and you're choosing to accept them, and it's leading you to inaction a lot of the time. But as creatives, when we're looking at action, it's like, okay, what am I going to do with this idea? What am I going to do with this story? You can either reshape that, filter those stories that are coming in, or I think just the best thing to do is be mindful and discerning of what's coming in. These stories that you're hearing, these stories that you're receiving, are you going to accept that as truth? Is that going to become part of who you are and then lead to action? Or are you going to kind of be a little more wary, a little more discerning of why that story is being told the way that it is? I have basically 3 applications that I want to share with you. The first one is, what story are you telling? What story are you telling with your gifts and your creativity? Because as we receive all of these different stories, there's also the story that we are telling, whether it's through our words, but specifically I'm thinking about what we do with our creative gifts and talents and how we are expressing those and sharing those with the world. What's that story? Is that a story that's helping people? Is that a story that's tearing people down? Is that a story that is just focused on you? Or is that a story that's outwardly focused? And, you know, when it comes to the inward outward, There's no right or wrong answer, but just be thinking about that. What are you actively doing? Whether it's something that you haven't acknowledged up to this point, or you have been paying attention. Oh yeah, this is the story that I'm telling. This is how my gift is going to help someone. And that leads me to my second point is basically, are you helping people through your stories? Are you providing them value, helping them along the way? Is there a struggle that they're facing and you're providing that with your unique gifts and talents? How are you leading them to action? What are you asking them to do when they encounter your art? What are you asking them to do when they encounter what you've created? And my final application for creatives is in the stories that you are telling, who is being left out? Who is not invited into the story or into the conversation? This is often something we are doing unknowingly and often unbiased. Like it's not a thing that we're actively trying to do. But is there a type of person or a group of people that are being left out? And maybe that is something that, you know, your specific creativity and your art is for a specific group of people, specific type of people. That may be the case. But unknowingly, are there people that you are leaving out? Are there people that are pushed to the sides, pushed to the margins, that you're essentially kind of doing a disservice to by not creating art that includes them in the story, that somehow is helping them where they're at? You're helping a certain group of people, but not another group of people. It's just something to be mindful of as we receive stories and take those in and try to walk out stories of our own and share those with others. We need to be mindful of how it impacts everyone if we want to be the type of person who's creating for people, for others, and doing that in a helpful way. So this is just kind of what I have been wrestling through, just this idea of stories and how amazing they are, how powerful they are, how they shape us, move us to action, and so many different things. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. I'd love to know what you thought of this whole idea. Have you thought of stories in this way before? And do you feel like stories are just something that have been passive for you, or do you actively try to filter what you receive? But I hope this helps you in your creative journey. Thanks so much for watching, and stay creative. When should you stay and when should you go? There is a serious level of discernment required for knowing when it's time to leave a situation. Often we think about working environments and jobs. When is it time for me to stay? When should I be leaving this situation? And it's a challenge, especially for creatives. We want to be in places where we can flourish, where our creative gifts can flourish, where we can be ourselves uninhibited. But it's not easy because there are so many different factors at play. Of course, we have things that contribute to our mental health. We have the sort of levels of freedom that we feel and experience. And it's important to be able to be in a place, of course, where we can flourish in all areas of our lives. And sometimes we get this grass is greener mentality where we just think, oh, if I jump ship and I go to this other thing, it's going to be a lot better. And if you've ever done that and you think, oh, here's this really bad situation I'm in, I'm going to jump ship and it's going to be perfect. Life's going to be better. And you realize, oh, people are people and no workplace, no creative, space is perfect. And so there are challenges to this question of, can I heal in place? Can I actually grow where I'm at? And so that is what I want to talk to you about today. I'm just going to kind of free flow this a little bit. But my name is Tristan. I am passionate about helping creatives walk in their unique God-given gifts. And so let's talk about what it looks like to heal in place, to flourish where you're at, and to thrive in the spaces that you're already at. When it comes to answering this question of, can I heal where I'm at? Do I need to move and change my environment in order to heal and become the person that I need to be? Or am I in a situation where I just need to work through the process I just need to get through this challenging season in order to see, the good things that I expect, the good things that I am seeking after. It's kind of these two options that we often have and we're faced with. And yeah, it's not easy to be able to discern immediately where you're at. Sometimes there's this reaction to just, I need to get out of here. This environment is toxic. These people are not helpful and I need to go to something else. And that can be just a reaction to the emotions you're experiencing, the difficulties that you're experiencing. And so it's not always super clear. You may be looking at your environment and going, wait, maybe if I just stick it out a little bit longer, and this could be in anything. This could apply to relationships, but of course, as creatives, I think we're often thinking more about our working environments, often thinking more about the spaces that we are in and wanting to use our gifts in those spaces. So there is a significant amount of wisdom and discernment required to kind of figure out, like, okay, is this actually going to work if I jump ship and move on, or do I need to stay? Is this an opportunity to show resiliency, to kind of grit through this challenging season and reap the benefits and the rewards on the other side? For me, I was in a season, I was really frustrated in my working environment and I was ready to move on. And I actually went through the process of saying, hey, I'm actually going to move down into a part-time position and begin like weaning myself off of this income and, try to find other income solutions. I was that frustrated and I just felt this unease when I made that decision. And I felt like God was telling me that I have more for you in this role. I have more for you in this job. And that was enough for me to realize, okay, yes, I'm frustrated. I am not sure how I'm going to be able to heal and then grow in this role. I don't know how that's going to work, but let me give it some more time and let me just kind of trust the process and stay where I'm at. And that is a choice I'm very glad that I made, because I was able to kind of get through a challenging season. And on the other side of that were so many positive things. Everything in the work environment drastically changed. The work environment went from toxic to very healthy in a very short amount of time. And it was really cool. If I'd moved on, I would have missed all of that. And so that's not the case for everyone. That's not always going to happen. That's actually, if you're in like a toxic work environment or an environment that is not conducive for creativity and being able to be in your gifts, that's not always the case. I think there are a couple of ways that we can sort of discern and look. For me, in my situation, I had people sort of on my side. I had people, even in leadership roles around me, who saw the problems that I was experiencing. They saw the challenges when I was saying, hey, I can't show up and be in my role. I can't show up and use the gifts that God has given me. There were people saying, I see that problem and let's work on it together and let's fix this. And what are the factors that are in your control and what are the things that are not in your control and how can we work through those? So as you are thinking through if you are able to heal in place or if it's time for you to, take flight and go somewhere else, think through that. Like, are there people on your side? Are there people who see you and see your gifts? They know you as a person. They're not just interested in what you provide, the outcome that you bring to the space or the working environment, but they actually care about you as a person and your flourishing. Again, that's a tall order. I recognize there are a lot of workplaces that don't even really have that at all, and that can be a challenge. And so sometimes you're showing up and you just don't feel very valued, and that's a really hard thing. And so it's hard to know if leaving that is gonna sort of allow you to experience being valued in another space, or are you just taking the baggage from that environment and moving on with it. Like you're not actually able to heal. You're not actually able to grow out of that situation. That's kind of the question that we're asking here. But yeah, making sure people are in your corner is super valuable. Another thing I would say is like, if you can name the problem that you're experiencing, like sometimes we feel off as creatives. We're like, man, I can't quite diagnose the problem, but I just feel off. I just know that this environment is not conducive to my creativity. I know that I'm not able to flourish here. Or maybe you have a vision of what growth looks like, what the future looks like, and you're like, it's not here. And so a question to sort of ask yourself is like, what can I name that is the problem, and what is kind of unknowable? And so knowing like, okay, if I were to heal here in place, what are the things that I need to be able to have control of in a sense, or be able to communicate and say, this is the problem, this is the issue. And yeah, that can be a really hard thing to do. It can be hard to know exactly what that issue is. I think being able to name those things gives you more confidence that if you say, oh, the problem is where I'm at, I'm not able to heal in place, I'm not able to grow here, I'm going to move on, knowing that there are things that you're going to take with you. We're all people, we all have problems, none of us are perfect, right? And so being able to go, okay, I'm going to take these are the problems I'm taking with me. These are the problems I'm leaving behind. Becoming clear about that, I think, is very good. And as creatives, we can grow in that discernment because creativity, especially to an outsider, is very intangible. It's very abstract. But as creatives, I think we can continue to do the work of knowing, what am I contributing? What's good? What's bad? All of that, and being able to know how am I showing up? And what are even the negative things that I might be contributing in this season, whether intentionally or oftentimes it's just unintentional, especially when our souls are kind of weighed down by the environments that we're in and we're feeling like we're stuck. We can often just kind of lash out or become moody. Well, I know I do that all the time, where I just disconnect myself from the people around me. And I'm sure they feel that. I don't always ask the people that I work with, like, hey, how do you know if I'm in a bad mood? But I feel like often I show that. And obviously that's a problem. I think I'll leave it there. I think with those two pieces of advice, kind of knowing, okay, do you have people in your corner? And what baggage do you have? So that when you move on or you try and move to another environment, like, what are you taking with you? What is naturally gonna come with you? I think those two things are really helpful to know and kind of discern, like, can you heal in place? Is it going to work if you move on? Is it going to solve all your problems? Or do you need to stay and be in this consistent environment? What's going to help you as a creative? What's going to help you grow and allow you to use your gifts more freely? That's what we want to be able to do. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. This is, again, just kind of where I'm at in my journey, something I was wrestling through and wanted to kind of talk through. I really hope this is helpful. I would love to know how this hits you, where this hits you in your journey. Are you struggling with knowing if you need to move on from a job or an environment? Maybe there's a specific hobby that you have and you're just not getting the results from it, or that maybe even just satisfaction of like, man, I love creating, but this isn't working for me. I'd love to know where this kind of lands with you. But thank you so much for watching, and stay creative. Laziness is creeping around the corner for us at all times. It keeps us in the shallows of what we do instead of allowing us to go out into the deep and dive deep into new and creative ideas. So in this video, I am going to share ways that we can break out of our laziness. It's easy to slip into laziness in our creativity, in our artistry. We do it in other areas of our life, right? And it's not necessarily the bad thing. Sometimes our brains are helping us, right? Getting through a difficult time at work, getting through a hard season with family and friends. Like, we create ways that we cope, and sometimes those are ways to protect us and it's healthy. But laziness just in general is so easy to kind of lose track of in the way that it creeps into our lives. I remember in high school when we were assigned books to read, it's like, hey, you got to read this history book or whatever. And the temptation to not go on SparkNotes and just read the full book synopsis was extreme. It was like, how can I not use this resource that's going to save me a bunch of time and give me all the important plot points without having to read this historical and important work of fiction, right? And yeah, it's a big deal, because what are you missing by just reading the SparkNotes of something? You're missing the entire book. You're missing the experience of actually reading from this person. In creativity, maybe it's the little corner cuts that you take. Maybe you have a gift of writing, or you wanna excel and grow in your gift of writing, and you know that 5 or 10 minutes of writing every day is going to help you, but you find yourself doing less and less each day, and then you get to the point where you're not even writing every single day anymore. Same thing with posting things on social media. Maybe you do social media for your work, or you want to post your creative ideas on social media, and you might be working on a post and you're thinking, I don't want to put all the work that is required, or I don't want to finish the piece that's necessary for this post. It doesn't need to be perfect. And you might lie to yourself and say, no one's going to see it. It doesn't matter. And we cut corners, and we are lazy. It just happens. No matter what your artistry is, what your creative gifts and talents are, we all fall into these traps of being lazy. When it comes to laziness, I want to talk real quick about AI and things tools that we have to help us in our creative work. So I use ChatGPT all the time, and it's really good and it's also really bad, because I now have this thing that can do so much for me. I can ask it questions. I can ask it to problem solve for me. I can also use it to be lazy. I can also use it to cut corners in my creativity. If I use ChatGPT too much, it's going to diminish my creative mind and my critical thinking when it comes to using my creative skills and thinking of new ideas. But at the same time, it's an amazing tool. It's so amazing. There was a graphic that I wanted to make that featured like 30 different people from pictures that I had of them, right? And what I was able to do using tools with AI was do an automatic background removal. A couple years prior, this literally would have taken me days to rotoscope people out, remove the background, but literally with one click. And I'm telling you, 30 out of 30 times, it did not fail. It cut the person out perfectly. And then I was able to kind of create this. It was a joke. I was creating a graphic as a joke where it had all these different people kind of, thrown onto one image. And it was funny, and I knew I only had like an hour to make the whole thing. And I said, if I can't make it in less than an hour, it's not worth doing. And AI was able to help me by doing this one-click automatic background removal. Made an amazing graphic. It was super funny. It was something that I was able to show to people and get a good laugh out of. Like, it was an actual thing that was helpful to people. And it was helpful to me because it saved me days of work. So that's an example of where AI, has helped me in my creativity. Where it starts to diminish is when it's 4 o'clock at the end of the day and I need to maybe write something for social media. Let's say it's a social media caption. And I could think through and just push a little bit harder with this idea that I have, but I'm going to pass it to ChatGPT and they're going to finish it up to me. Now, I'm not saying there's any moral or complicated issues. I'm more just talking about the laziness that goes into this, right? This idea that, man, I have this opportunity to continue getting better at social media captions or creative writing. And I'm going to pass it to this machine, this tool that's helpful. But in this case, how is that impacting me? Is that making me more lazy? Is it making me more likely to just pass the buck to ChatGPT or whatever, sort of AI that you use and allowing it to come up with the ideas? And there's balance to all of this. Like, there have been so many ideas where I've been stuck, right? I think that's a good analogy, is like, man, when I'm stuck in the mud, my wheels are spinning creatively. Like, I'm like, I have this idea, I can't quite get it there, I'll explain the idea to ChatGPT, and it starts to unlock different things. Well, have you thought of doing it this way? What if instead of a video, you did a graphic that represented this? And it's like, oh, there's so many different cool ideas that are helping me unlock a creative idea that I had. I think that is one key thing. This is sort of my free unsolicited advice when it comes to AI, is as much as you can coming up with initial ideas and sort of passing the detail work to something like ChatGPT, I think is a good way to go about it. I try to avoid just saying, hey, come up with these ideas. Like, come up with new, fresh ideas. I usually want to say, hey, this is the project I'm working on. These are the parameters. This is what can and can't happen. Help me think through this aspect of it, or help me come up with ideas that will be reflected in this aspect of the project, right? There are ways that you can use this as a tool without diminishing your creativity and without getting lazy. Well, to close things out, I want to share basically 3 different ideas that I kind of thought of. They're pretty basic and straightforward, but these are ways that we can overcome laziness, get rid of laziness in our creativity. The first would be to create even when you're tired. Even when you're tired and you want to lean into a shortcut, you want to turn your brain off, you feel like your wheels are spinning and you just can't quite get out of this idea that you had, you know, it's like it's not quite taking form, or you want to create something over here, it's not quite working. Even when you're tired, showing up for yourself and saying, no, it's okay. I know I'm tired. It's okay to be tired, but I need to create. Like it's okay to create when you're tired, and therefore the product or the final thing is diminished slightly. I think it is often better when it comes to laziness to just push through the tiredness and create and be in your God-given gifts. The second is to practice creativity even when you're bored. I know for me, it is so easy. I get bored with a project and I want to move on, or I get bored with an idea and I'm like, let's move on to the next thing. It's so easy to just go, it's like tabs on a computer. Boom, next thing, next thing, next thing. You're moving on so quick. We've conditioned our minds and our brains, whether it's through social media or our phones or whatever, that we can just move on to the next thing. And as creatives, when we're able to sit in the boredom and sit with a creative idea that maybe we had in the past that doesn't excite us anymore, there is so much that can come from that. There's so much creativity that can come out of that when we're leaning into the boredom and saying, hey, boredom is okay. I'm not going to die from boredom. And yeah, I don't know, just leaning into that and being okay with creating even when you're bored. The last would be to practice creativity even when you don't know what to create. If you're sitting there, it's sort of the blank screen is in front of you, no words are down, nothing has been painted or added to the canvas yet. There is an opportunity for you to show up in your creativity and just do anything. Turn off the judgment, turn off the filters, and just create. I think that is a great way to curb laziness, because often our laziness, our mind is going towards what we're used to. Our mind is sort of channeling us. Well, you did this in the past, do it again. Well, this is usually how you create, go here. Well, you want to get this done quickly, so do it now. Instead, we want to be able to just be free and be open in our creativity. To curb that laziness, we need to be able to say, hey, I'm going to do whatever I want to do now. The end goal is not the most important thing. Getting this done right now is not the most important thing. The most important thing is being creative, showing up in my unique God-given gifts. And I think that is really going to change how we view our creativity. Sometimes we're viewing our creativity as a product or as an end result or as an end goal. Instead, we can be viewing our creativity as a moment, as an exploration, as a growth in and of ourselves. Laziness doesn't want to deal with growth. Laziness doesn't want to deal with the journey. Laziness is looking out for getting you to the end, getting you to be able to move on or produce and produce a large quantity, right? So it's really important that we get this. And yeah, I don't know. I hope you are encouraged. These are just kind of my random thoughts as I'm thinking through laziness, the impact that it's had on my life. I know that there has been a large impact on your life. And so you're not alone. There are ways that we can fight against this laziness, but we have to be proactive about it. We have to be engaged with where we're at in our creative journey, what we're doing, what's the goal of this project, what's the goal of me even showing up in my gifts. So anyways, I hope that this encourages you. My name is Tristan. I am passionate about helping creatives grow in their unique God-given gifts. Thank you so much for watching, and stay creative. Hey, what does it feel like to be misunderstood? I know that being misunderstood is not a good feeling, but in your creativity, what does that lead you? Where does that take you? How does that impact you? I know for me in my career in the past, starting out as a filmmaker and videographer, it was so easy to be misunderstood as I'm working with people and trying to, for my own self, figure out what's the right way to communicate this idea through video. What's the right way to edit this sequence? And then when I show someone else and you know, looking for feedback, the feedback was often so inconsistent and so vague. It was like art and creativity in so many mediums is difficult to critique and give feedback and put a finger on what is wrong or what is missing, right? So when we're going out and we're working for a client and we need their feedback or we need help in kind of getting to the next thing, it's like, I almost have this down, but it's missing something and I don't know what. We can feel misunderstood because we're probably not asking the right people necessarily. But I think most importantly is we're not asking for the right kind of feedback. We're not giving a correct criteria for what we need to hear back. And so that's kind of what I want to share real quick, is this idea of a framework or a criteria for receiving feedback, so that you're going to feel less misunderstood. You're going to feel more understood in your creativity. So yeah, this framework is something that I've learned in the last year as someone who is not a graphic designer, but I've had to become one. And it was explained to me in a very simple way, is that when you're designing a graphic, you present that to someone and you want feedback on it, there are four categories of essentially four aspects of design. There we go. Four aspects of design. And they are fonts, color, imagery, and placement. And when I learned that, I was kind of blown away, because it's like, wow, I've been in this field, if you will, right? This creative field of creating visual media. And I never thought about this. But then when you hear it, it clicks, right? So if you're designing a graphic, for anyone who's watching this that is a graphic designer, this is probably something you are well aware of. But you can present this to a client or present this to a non-creative, and instead of just saying, hey, give me some feedback. What do you like and don't like about this graphic? That feedback that you're going to get is going to be all over the place. It is going to be so scattered, and I think often people are also giving feedback and they don't know what else to say. Like maybe they don't like something, but maybe it's fine. They're like, this is fine, but I feel like in order to appear smart, I need to say something. And so you want to guide these people. You want to guide the creative process through feedback. Okay, so if you're looking at these four aspects of graphic design, you have, font, hey, text on the graphic. What do you like and don't like about the text and the font? 2 is color. What do you like and don't like about the colors that you see here? Imagery. What do you like and don't like about the images or the logos or the, all the different things that make up that graphic? And then the final one is placement. How do you like or what do you don't like about the placement of all these things? So yeah, I think a framework like that can apply to a lot of different, creative endeavors. And I know for me back in my early career, I
would have loved language like that when it came to even describing videos. I know a lot of video is more about pacing. At least that's what I was really struggling with early in my career, was in the edit, learning how to pace things correctly. Even something as simple as like choosing the right music was integral. But yeah, when you're feeling misunderstood in your creativity, people are engaging with the stuff that you're creating, think about the type of feedback that you would want. I'd be curious if in your specific creative endeavors, if it's something outside of video and graphic design and those kinds of things, what have you found that is helpful? What have you found that works in order to, solicit feedback that's actually helpful and that actually works? It can be a challenge as creatives, like I said, to allow ourselves to be critiqued by non-creatives and have that be something that is helpful and constructive and meaningful, and even just in general, the way that we think and the way that we go about what we do is not always easy to, and we're just not always going to be understood fully. So yeah, my name is Tristan. I'm really passionate about helping creatives walk and grow in their unique God-given gifts. This is just something that I'm kind of wrestling through and thinking through. So yeah, I would love to know how this lands where you're at and your journey. Please let me know in the comments. But thank you so much for watching, and stay creative. What phase of your creative hobby are you in right now? I was thinking about phases when it comes to life. I was kind of reflecting on the seasons of my life and how I might categorize, myself, and kind of what season of life what phase of life am I in right now compared to 5 years ago or whatever. And I realized that this actually applies quite a bit to our creative pursuits and the hobbies that we have or wish to have and wish to grow in. And so I wanted to present just basically this new idea, see if it lands with you, but 5 categories or 5 phases that kind of dictate or I guess more communicate to where we are at in our life when it comes to a specific hobby. So think in your life as you're listening to this list, think of the one creative endeavor in your life, the one hobby that you have that it is absolutely part of you. It's hard to explain. It's the thing that is the most you when it comes to creativity. Whatever that act is, whatever that endeavor is, for me, that has always been filming and editing. There are other creative things that I have been able to explore, but when it comes to the thing that I want to be known for as a creative, that is something that we can kind of, as we look at this, kind of frame that out. So I hope this is helpful. Again, this is just kind of something that I'm thinking through. So I'll walk through all 5 real quick here, and then we'll talk about each one. So the 5 phases of a creative hobby are as follows: newbie, learner, builder, teacher, and mentor. So let's break down each one. Newbie is someone who's brand new, right? You are brand new to a creative hobby. Maybe you saw something on social media and you were like, I want to try that. Maybe you just got inspired one day and sat down and like, I'm going to paint today. I'm going to write today. I'm going to do something creative. And you've never done it before. You've never dabbled in it. And so you're new. You're a newbie to this whole experience. And you have a lot of excitement, even though you don't know anything about it. There's a simplicity, a honesty to your excitement. I think excitement is great. If you've ever met anyone who gets easily excited about things, they have a lot of ideas, but not necessarily the most follow through. So I think in this phase, what's missing is essentially the follow through or the proof that this is a hobby that you're going to enjoy. This is a hobby that's going to become like part of your identity in the future. And so for now, you're just trying something out. I think also in the newbie phase, you're very susceptible to the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is basically this idea that when you're starting out with something new, you know so little about the field or the area of creativity that you're practicing in
that you are going to think that you know more than you do. And you have this this false sense of ego and this false sense of know-how. And so the Dunning-Kruger effect is just kind of this idea that when you start in something new, you think that you know more than you do. I think the newbie stage is a great place to be because that excitement will carry you. It may not get you through to the next phase. I think for a lot of people, we experience starting a hobby, trying something out and go, okay, that wasn't for me, but I'm glad I tried it out. I'm glad I dabbled with it, or I'm glad that y'all over here enjoy that hobby. So the second one is learner. The learner is committed to developing the craft. So moving from newbie to learner is a commitment, a resolve to go, wow, I really like doing this. I think I'm pretty good at it, and I want to explore more and keep going. And so that's the idea with the learner. And usually the learner has some sort of goal in mind. There's something more than just the excitement from the newbie phase. There's a little bit more. So you've gotten into this creative hobby. You want to learn as much as you can. You have this commitment. And usually setting a goal is kind of the main part of this phase. Maybe it's multiple little goals, but there's something in it for you where you're going to keep going. I remember when I was really little, my parents signed me up to play the fiddle. And yes, the fiddle, I know people laugh when I say that. They're like, don't you mean the violin? No, because the fiddle when play is called a fiddle when it's playing bluegrass. And I played bluegrass music and I was 6 years old. And so I, after a little while, realized in my 6 or 7 year old mind, like, nah, I don't like playing the fiddle anymore. So I set a goal in sort of an agreement with my parents. Hey, I am going to play this one live performance. It was at like a bluegrass night in our community. I'm going to play this one performance and then I'm done. And I had kind of set the goal. And that's a unique thing, but maybe for someone in the learner phase, they're not sure how committed they will be, but they know at least they want to set some goals with this creative hobby and they want to learn as much as they can in that amount of time. So that's what's cool about the learner. I think most people with a creative hobby are probably in this phase. If I had to just say, like, let's just say 50% of people are probably here at any given point in time. And this phase can last for a long time. And that's another thing that we can talk through is like, how do you know you're in that phase and how long should you be in that phase? I think the learner phase is something that, if you want to achieve sort of this mastery, you're going to be in the learner phase for many, many years. So after that is the builder. The builder has made this hobby, this creative endeavor, a really big part of their life. They are fully committed to this. As I was reflecting on this concept, that was the word that stuck out to me, is the word builder. And I was like, I think I'm a builder when it comes to video and editing and stuff like that. Some of the stuff that I'm doing on this channel. The learner phase is you're learning about the craft, you're learning about the skills, you're developing all of those things. The builder is taking that knowledge and building something out of it. They're creating a life out of the skills that they have acquired, or just the ability that they have to do this hobby. And they have the skill set and the tools and the reps and the desire and all of that comes with it. So the builder wants this hobby to be a part of their lifestyle. No longer is it something that they go and do. It's something that they have brought much deeper into their life. And so it's part of their lifestyle. And I think the builder phase is probably another big chunk, 30, maybe 40% of people, maybe more like 30% of people that are really committed to a hobby are in this phase. And so I think that's a cool phase to find yourself in. Most people will have, in my mind, you may have 2, 3, 4 hobbies in your life that you would be able to get to this phase, just because it takes so many years, I'd say at least a decade, of the learning phase to be able to move into the builder phase. So then we move into the teacher. The teacher is committed to helping others discover what they love so much. So once you've built this hobby, this creative hobby into your life, that's part of your lifestyle, you may get to the place where you want to be teaching others. You may want to be helping others enjoy and appreciate this creative expression as well. So the teacher can kind of exist within these other, if you may still be a learner and you want to start teaching others. You may be in the builder phase and you also want to start teaching others. I think teaching is more of a mindset, less of a phase, but I do think it's important to note because the teacher wants to help people who, they're in the newbie or the learner phase, especially when they look back on how they first started. Maybe there was a lot of struggle. That newbie phase, they're like, how do I get into this hobby? And now it's such a big part of their life and lifestyle. They go, I don't know what I would do without this creative hobby. I have to help others discover this as well. I have to help those who are on the journey. And so that's what's so cool about the teacher phase is it can kind of come at any point to a certain extent. And it's just the strong desire to go, wow, this creative hobby has changed me and I want it to change other people in the same way. And then lastly, we get to the mentor. The mentor lives out their craft. It has become part of who they are and what they're known for. I think of people later in their life who are known for something. They're a creative person. Maybe they've built a business out of it. They built a career, but not necessarily. It could just be that they love this so much. And it just kind of oozes out of every part of them. Like it's so much a part of who they are that they can't help but just walk in this mentorship. And the mentor isn't necessarily just a better teacher. So the mentor doesn't necessarily approach the teacher mentality. Like you could move from builder into mentor and never fully be in the teacher phase. Maybe that's just not your desire. But the mentor naturally helps others become like them through their everyday life. So the mentor is just going to exist within their creativity. And when someone comes along who has that same interest or wants to learn, they're going to teach them, but not necessarily through a formal teacher application. They're just going to be like, hey, this is how I do my creativity. This is how I live my life. This is how it's part of my lifestyle. Follow me as I do this. So yeah, I thought that was interesting. I'd love to know where this lands with you. Again, there is an order to these, but I think the timeline isn't necessarily linear. I think there are aspects in creativity where we're going to be in the learner phase for a long time. Maybe you move to the builder. Maybe there's a little bit of overlap there where you're in those phases. Maybe you want to go and teach others even while you're still learning yourself. There's so much that, flexibility in this kind of framework and this idea of phases for a creative hobby. But anyways, this is just an idea that I had thought of. I would love to know how this lands with you. What phase do you think you're in? What phase in your creative hobby? Maybe you have a couple different hobbies that you are pursuing and creative gifts that you are trying to stoke and build up. And maybe you find yourself in a few different places. It can be comforting, I think, to find yourself much further down the road in a creative hobby or expression, because it gives you confidence that you could start over, pick a different hobby and start over and be the newbie, and it's okay. And age doesn't matter, and experience in other areas doesn't matter. It's okay to start something new. And so, yeah, hopefully this framework, these phases kind of help you out. My name is Tristan. One of the things I love is just helping creatives understand who they are and pursue their unique God-given gifts. So I hope that this video helps you a lot. Thank you so much for watching, and stay creative. What are your hangups as a creative? What is keeping you from fully embracing your creative identity right now? It is not easy to lean into our creativity, to chase after the dreams that we have as our creative, and to
fully utilize our unique God-given gifts. So in this video, I am going to encourage you for as long as it takes to get you out of your creative rut. The first encouragement I have is to focus on being in your creativity. Instead of spending so much time thinking or planning out how you're going to be creative, or what that's going to look like, or what you need to purchase, or what needs to be in place before you're able to do creativity, do creative things, just start doing it. Whether it's an hour a week, an hour a day, 5 minutes a day, just show up for yourself. Do something that you know you've been putting off, you know you need to do. Don't put all of these conditions and parameters in place. Show up for yourself and just start doing the creativity and being in your creative gifts. The second encouragement is similar to the first. Focus on the process of creativity and not the end result. Often as creatives, we can get in this mentality where we are just constantly thinking about the end result, and we're focused on, all right, let me get this done so that I can have a final result, or so that I can have a proof that my creativity is valuable. Your creativity is valuable just by you doing it. So be in the process of creativity more than in the end result. You're going to find a lot more joy by not worrying about how it's going to end or what someone might think when they see it. Just be in the moment, in the process with your creativity. Here's my third encouragement. Consistency is your main ingredient. Treat it as your foundation for your life as a creative. When you are thinking about what you're going to create or the skills that you don't yet have, make sure you're paying attention to consistency. How are you showing up? Are you showing up consistently? Are you showing up in a way that you are going to see those skills actually be built over time? Are you showing up in a way that's allowing you to be able to say, oh yeah, I am growing. I am getting better in this. In my life, I've experienced that consistency has to be there if I want to improve as a creative, if I want to grow in confidence, if I want to begin to enjoy aspects of creativity that in the past used to just stress me out. Consistency is going to pay off. When you look back years and years later, you are going to be thankful that you showed up for yourself in a consistent way. Number 4, growth is not linear. I know when you're on social media, you're scrolling Instagram or something, you see other creatives, people who are professionals, people who travel, and they showcase their creativity on social media. You might be tricked into thinking that growth is linear and that you just keep going, you're going to get better and better. And growth is not linear in the sense that nothing is guaranteed. Of course, like I said, number 3, consistency is key, but growth is not linear because you're going to run into challenges in your life. You're going to run into challenges that keep you from wanting to show up. So you have to be determined. There is a determination to this and just going, man, I want to be involved in this process. I want to be able to grow. And growth is not always linear. If we believe the lie that it is, we're going to think that, all right, I showed up on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. By Friday, I'm going to be better than I was on Monday. And if you experience setbacks, you're going to get discouraged. So acknowledge that there will be setbacks. Be ready for the challenges and the adversity, and know that growth is not linear always, and that's okay. All right, number 5, and I think this is actually my favorite one. When you are receiving advice about or for your creativity, something that you've created, think about who it's coming from. And is that a person that you actually should be taking advice from? If you think about it like in a marriage, if you're married, someone's giving you marriage advice, look at their marriage. Is that the marriage that you would want? It doesn't mean you can't glean wisdom from how someone might want to communicate to you. But often we are looking for advice and we're just so hungry for feedback or for someone to say something positive or just to say anything about the things that we are creating and our own creative gifts, that any feedback we get, we just take and try to make it work for us. Even professionals who maybe you're getting advice from someone who's not in your niche. They're not in your creative lane. They're in a different creative lane. And you're trying to take what their advice would be for you and apply it. And it doesn't always work that way. So that'd be my biggest encouragement, is just because someone is giving you advice doesn't mean that's actually advice for you. That doesn't actually mean that you need to be taking that advice in. It's okay to receive advice, take maybe a few things from it that are helpful, and throw the rest away. And I would actually encourage you, more often than not, when someone is critiquing your work or giving you some sort of advice, you're probably going to want to throw away more advice given than you're actually going to receive and take in, because everyone is full of advice. But the few people who I believe are actually doing more than critiquing other people, they're the ones, they're not out here necessarily giving a bunch of advice. They're out creating and being in their unique God-given gifts and passions. So you got to keep that in mind. But yeah, not every piece of advice is for you, even if it's directed towards you. And it's okay to say, hey, thanks for the advice, and move on and forget it ever happened. Number 6, I did a full video on this idea. Essentially, know when to stick to your plan and when to pivot. When you are in the middle of creating something, you're using your gifts, what does it look like to follow through to complete something? And what does it look like to pivot for the best results or for maximum creativity to be utilized? It's not always the easiest to discern. Sometimes when we have a plan for our creativity, for a specific project that we're working on, we want to work through that plan, and the result, it just doesn't land. It doesn't work. The idea that you had doesn't play out. And then on the other hand, you may have experienced times where you've pivoted in your plan, and maybe that's not even always worked out. You had a plan. You're like, let me try something new, and then that doesn't always work out. It takes wisdom and discernment to know exactly when to make those pivots. I have a full video on that I'll link to here. It's not easy to know, but don't trap yourself into just maybe a specific plan. Be willing to pivot, but build in criteria, knowing when are you going to pivot? When are you just going to let the creativity go? You're not going to worry about the plan and all of that. Number 7, we'll make this the last one. Recognize that your gifts have been given to you, and I believe it is your responsibility to offer those gifts back to the world. I think the world needs your creative gifts because you're the only you. You're the only one that is going to make the art that you are going to make. And you are, I think you have an obligation to share that with the world. We need more of your art specifically. We need more of your creative gifts and ideas and you showing up in your creativity because you were given your gifts. I think it's very important that as creatives, we offer our gifts back and share it with others. So these would be my encouragements for you. I hope this helps you out of your creative rut, feeling tired, maybe discouraged in your creativity. You're not alone. There's other people who are in the same place as you. There's people further ahead of you. There's people who are just starting out. I hope that this encourages you. My name is Tristan. My goal in making these videos is to encourage creatives like you into their unique God-given passions to show up in their creative identity. So thanks so much for watching and stay creative. As creatives, we get to live in one of the most unique times possible. We live in a world where we have access to tools and ways to express our creativity and get it out to the world. This has never happened before. We are living in the greatest communication shift in 500 years. And I think that's interesting to talk about. I think there are pros and cons and things to consider. And I want to consider this concept of democratizing creativity. Essentially, this idea of making something widely available to everyone. So for me as a filmmaker, you used to have to be in Hollywood or have access to lighting, studios, cameras, film. All of this was expensive gear, and you couldn't just go on Amazon and order, a Nikon or a Sony, with a kit lens. We hadn't democratized these things yet. And now anyone can make a film and put it on YouTube, and it could go viral and people could see it, whatever, right? So, but at the same time, that doesn't necessarily mean that better films are being made. And so yeah, there's like this grappling here with you and your creative gifts, your creative art, the things that you love. How have the tools become more available? Like, how has that helped you or benefited you? And have you found it harder? Maybe if you're a little bit older and you remember a time like before the internet or whatever your creative hobby is, maybe you remember the difficulty it was in the past and how easy it is now. And maybe you can get cynical about that and go, wow, kids don't have to suffer and experience all of that. So I want to look at a post on Substack. I've been wanting to react to this for a while, but just haven't found the right moment to do it. So this is a post from the fall last year. And I just thought it was really interesting. So I'm just going to read through all of this. I'll kind of chop this up if I need to. I'm going to read through this, react to it in real time. So here we go. This is from Danny offline, and it's just called "Everyone Wants to Be a DJ, No One Wants to Dance." She said, "This is not an essay about nightlife, not exclusively. When I was 15, I used to sneak out of the house to go clubbing, climbing through my bedroom window, crawling to my RAV4, holding my breath as I turned the key in the ignition, then slowly pulling away in the deep blue stillness of a Thursday night. I had a sense that I was participating in something holy. In the sacred vacuum of my car, only the earthy, paper-like smell of air conditioning could bear witness to my dreams of transgression and independence. I didn't know it yet, but I was becoming an artist." I present this example to mark a paradox that troubles the titles of this essay. Pure, anonymous participation in something strange and beautiful is often that which draws us to the center of it all. The best writers I know are devoted readers. The best musicians I know listen to music constantly. It is such a problem that everyone wants to be an artist these days. Maybe the issue is an inherited impulse to be creative, but primarily as an exercise in value making. Participation in the creation of others, for so many of us, have been made to feel like a means to an end. I've talked about this before, how creativity, we often feel like we have to reach a result, or there has to be a product, and that creativity itself isn't valuable. So I love that she's bringing that into this. We read books to become better writers, or so we can seem well read. We listen to music to sharpen our influence and find our target audience. I know I'm not alone in this vulnerable, terrified exercise, studying the things I enjoy and swatting away insecurities until my own inspiration strikes. This affected pursuit is not new. Whether we like it or not, aesthetic life under capitalism becomes dominated by the commodity form. Art practice, with all its ethereal and sublime possibilities, begins to feel like an exclusive, members-only club. So what she's bringing here is interesting, that life under capitalism feels like it forces artists to, instead we're not just creating art for art's sake, we are creating a commodity. We're creating something that could be valuable to the system. And that sacred act, that holy act of art, or as creativity as she describes it here, begins to feel like an exclusive members only club. So let's keep going with this idea. First, why do we crave access? Why do so many people want to be DJs? So in a 2015 essay for The Atlantic, Debbie Chakra writes that the cultural primacy of making is informed by the gendered history of who made things. Historically, we have come to understand that producing things of value is intrinsically superior to not producing. Repair, analysis, caregiving, sharing, touching, feeling, it doesn't pay the bills or get you a Wikipedia page. There is also, of course, the seductive title of artist. An aura of mystery, genius, and importance surrounds the word. In a culture where works of art, online presence, and tangible skills flatten so deliciously into commodities, being a maker at the center of culture leads to social currency and real currency. An artist today is, by necessity, an entrepreneur. So this idea that in history, who has made the things? And how has that made our history books? How has that made people successful, right? There are people who have shown up, been entrepreneurial, and done amazing things. But this idea that that's the only value, or that like now we're taking all these artists, you see it on your social media pages, these people who are really gifted and talented, and they're trying to sell you a course, they're trying to sell you a hack, they're trying to sell you a viral trick, buy their course or whatever it is, right? So we've turned these amazing people, these artists, into entrepreneurs. That's what the system under capitalism has done. Another definite reason so many people seek the troubled social status of creative these days is because it's easier than ever to become one. That's such an interesting statement. I think that statement is actually a bedrock to this YouTube channel and to my current sort of approach in making these videos and communicating as a creative to other creatives. The fact is, it is really easy to become one. And so let's see why, right? She's going to talk about the democratization. So the democratization of this pursuit is, on one hand, a beautiful thing, okay? But it's also incredibly lucrative to those who supply the means of production. Immediately, what I think of is Adobe. Adobe has democratized editing tools, Photoshop, Premiere, Lightroom, and turned it into a subscription service. So the downside, I'm kind of getting ahead here, but the downside would be in order to be a creative, let's say, you need to be paying $30 or $35 a month to this company who's, created the means of this creativity or these creative skill sets that you might have. It's also incredibly lucrative to those who supply the means of production. As creation gets conflated with entrepreneurship, making art becomes an experience, a lifestyle to be bought and sold. The subtle injection to network, curate, and fetishize ourselves and spend as much money as we can afford along the way can't be good for us. So I think that's good to think through. I hope in my videos I'm able to kind of push back on that idea. Fetishize is an interesting word. It's like if you are trying to set yourself up with creative pursuits. Sometimes I think like when I'm describing, hey, what's your creative hobby? What's your creative pursuit? We might think like, who's that person who's sitting out barefoot in their backyard and they're painting 1 minute and then they move over and they're making pottery on a wheel with the clay. Like all of these different things, like we're trying to set up like an Instagrammable moment as we create our art, and like we gotta eject from that idea. We gotta completely reject that and shift to something completely different. The problem is that not everyone wants to be an artist. It's that enjoying art with other people for the simple, loving pleasure of it all has become devalued. If that's the case, what are we even doing all this for? Why be an artist at all if we can't enjoy the things we create? I think that's a really valuable question. I think so many people have forgotten to ask that question, have gotten away from that question. They're asking about the end result. They're asking about what's the ROI What can I get out of this? How am I going to be successful? How am I going to get paid? Instead of just saying, man, like we can't even enjoy the things that we want to create anymore because, we're thinking about the wrong things. We know that all art is the result of thousands of sources. We understand the illusory fetish of ownership that gilds our concepts of art, craft, technique, and expertise. So why do we continue to place so much cultural primacy on creators as individuals and not part of a larger tissue of artistic life? Wow, that is powerful. This is something as an introvert that I really struggle with, this idea of a cultural, like a community artistry. Because as an introvert, I derive a lot of pleasure, appreciation in being able to express my art, one, as a way to connect with God. That's a huge part of it for me. But then connecting with myself, like turning inward. There's a turning inward with my creativity that I really enjoy. So I don't know if I'm the one necessarily to help you on this journey of joining community with your art, just because that's not something I am particularly passionate about or very good at. So I think this points to a really, really important idea, is when we try to individualize ourselves, right? We're thinking about, okay, what am I going to post on social media this week? How am I going to stop the scroll and impact? Instead of building community with our art or just being in community through our art, I think that's super underrated. Roland Barthes writes in The Death of the Author that when we read a sentence in a book, no real person utters it. The voice is not to be located, and yet it is perfectly read because the true locus of writing is reading. The multiplicity of art is inscribed in its destination, not its origin. In the interest of distinguishing this essay from yet another hand-wringing piece about some cultural problem, I want to linger on the possibilities that await us when we return to that magic, the real purpose of art, the reason we're all here. How would my life change if I danced more? If I listened more instead of talking? Walter Benjamin writes that the distracted mass absorbs the work of art. I don't want to absorb art to fulfill my own ego. I want to experiment with ways to be absorbed by it all. The way forward is precisely in valuing the things I have learned to avoid, sharing, slowing, watching myself disappear. When I used to sneak out of the house to go clubbing, I was always strangely rule following in that pursuit. I didn't drink and drive. I finished my homework before leaving. I didn't linger in hallways with men I didn't know or stay too long in smoke-filled rooms. The point was to learn and explore, to experience being inside what was outside. I wanted to protect the magic, this appreciation for a moment, like a preciousness in what you're experiencing inside a specific moment with a specific community is really cool. I think if I were to put on a certain hat, I would say, well, yeah, like younger generations experience less and less of that. I think the internet, in the ways that it has democratized different experiences and more like connection to information, the way that has increased, our unique experiences with others, I think, has decreased in a lot of ways. And so, there's a preciousness and a sacredness to what she's describing here in what she was pursuing, what she was going after, just this desire to go out and to dance. I am most happy when I feel myself exist beyond any fixed identity or role. Okay, that's key. I think often as creatives, we can get into the labeling of ourselves. Often that's ego-driven. It's driven out of fear. I am most happy when I feel lost in the things that I create and love. I'm no longer me, but part of something great and unstoppable. The power of that loss is always striking when it occurs, and it happens again and again when I stop thinking about myself so much and just enjoy it. Yeah, so that's a powerful article. I hope that encouraged you. I don't know, it's a very well written and interesting, thoughtful approach to what is going on in our culture right now. Why is there a pulling away from wanting to just experience and be lost in a creative moment or the things that we love, just hobbies and interests and expressing ourselves seems to have just been lost and so individualized now to where we're all just kind of going around as our individual artists trying to, I don't know, find a means to an end. Yeah, it's discouraging. But on the other hand, I see this on things, like on TikTok, for example. I see these videos of these saxophone players. It's usually a saxophone. And there's one where they're like, people are stopped under this bridge, right? They're like under the highway or whatever under this bridge. And people are just stopped and listening to this guy play his instrument. And it's just a moment. There's another one where I saw, it's kind of from the POV of the saxophone player. And he quickly shouts out the security guard that's standing there. He's like, thanks to the security guard for being cool. And you pan as everyone is applauding and they're in this parking garage. And it's like a bunch of young people literally sitting on the cold cement. There's like oil stains from the cars, right? Like a weird space. But this guy is playing this beautiful saxophone and people are just sitting and embracing it. And, in that moment, I guess the guy is like filming himself. How much of that is happening that we just don't see? Like maybe that's what it is. Maybe with social media, it's like we see these moments that are maybe a little bit, when you film something, it kind of becomes more contrived. Maybe there's people enjoying and creating art together in community. We just don't necessarily see it. That would be cool if that is still happening. I know it is happening, but I think so easily we fall into this trap of what is going to be good for me as an individual, what is going to make me money, and yeah, that's all within this, sort of capitalist system where the commodity of the art has become more valuable than the creation and actual art itself. So the democratizing is interesting. It's very cool that we can have tools. Like, for example, I was thinking about the TikTok edits. I've seen some of the most amazing TikTok edits. I saw a Nacho Libre one recently.
Tonight, I will fight the 7 strongest men in town. Maybe the world. And I will win.
That was just so cool. I think even Disney did like a TikTok edit style for their new Darth Maul show. And I guess that's not necessarily the best example because it's animated. But there's this new trend on TikTok where people are rotoscoping characters out of backgrounds and doing really cool effects with that. And the reason why that's possible is because of democratization with Adobe Premiere Pro. Adobe had an update a little while ago where basically you could auto remove people from the background. Now, this has been a feature in things, like Canva or whatever for a while, with like sort of a one-click remove from background. But this is video. It used to be that you have to painfully rotoscope. I know this as someone who used to have to do this. If you want to remove something from the background, you rotoscope that object, and then you do that frame by frame. So if you have a 30-second clip, 24 frames per second, you do the math. That is a lot of painstaking work. And now Premiere lets you do it, boom, one click, and it's done. So we're getting these really cool, I think, TikTok edits of shows and just like cool ways to express, montage or whatever. And I think we're going to continue to see that, and that's going to be a trend. It's going to peak once you see name brands, posting it. Once you see like Nabisco or whatever, like posting an edit, then you're like, cool. All right, the moment's over, and now we're moving on, right? So, but in the democratization, in the sort of, hey, everybody can have the software. Everybody can use these tools. There's cool stuff that comes along with it. But then there are also people who come in and are just looking to use this for their own gain. They don't care about the process of creating. They only care about the results and what it does for them. And yeah, there's a whole system that feeds into this. It's like, hey, how much money can I extract from you as you pursue this creative hobby? And so it's a bummer. It's a bummer that is the result. I think it's important and possible for us to, like I said, reject that and be in community with other artists and be creating just for the sake of it, just because we love doing it. As this essay kind of points out, instead of wanting to be the DJ, show up to dance because you love the music, you love dancing, you love celebrating a moment with other people. I think that's the key. I think that's how we can kind of break out of this. I hope this encourages you. It's a bit of a longer video, so thank you for sticking around for this. But yeah, my name is Tristan. I am passionate about helping creatives discover their unique God-given gifts. Thank you for watching, and stay creative.
All right, so one of the great things about having a YouTube channel is you can do whatever you want. And so today we are going to meme our way into a creative hobby. We are doing a meme review all about creatives and the hobbies that they choose, or maybe they feel forced into having. And so we're just going to start off with some memes that I have collected, and I'm going to react to them. We'll watch them together. We'll consider their validity. We're just going to have a good time. We're just going to enjoy these memes and the hilariousness of what it means to be a creative and to try to actually have a good time as a creative. So here we go. Let's see how we do with this. Also, I'm on. Okay. Do I mute? Do we play? I'm on Instagram on an iPad, and I can't tell if I feel like a boomer or a toddler. What's the difference, right? Okay. First meme, it's like when I'm showing someone my new hobby and their late stage capitalism brains tells me to open a business. Yeah, the classic, what's a hobby if not to make money for capitalism? Why people don't say hobby anymore. They say I'm autistic and this is my special interest hyperfixation. It's like you need a cope for why you're really interested, hyperfixated on something. Everyone needs at least one old lady hobby, like you need to be getting really into vintage ceramic or bird watching. Bird watching is the best one, this person says. No barrier to entry whatsoever. Go outside, encounter a bird, watch it live its life for a little while. You can photograph it or not, identify it or not. Also, there are no ugly bird watchers. So I think the bird watching theme is going to come back up. I do have a story about bird watching from when I was a child that I will tell later when it makes sense. Me when I got the overpriced hobby autism instead of being good at math or science autism. That is true. I think for anyone, again, I'm not stereotyping creatives as autistic, but I think for anyone that is deeply passionate about like creativity and the arts, you might not be so good at math and science. That's how I am. And so we love those people who are, but that's not us. I need a new hobby that costs $0, takes up 100% of my free time. And so far, all I've come up with is mowing the lawn. Yes, when I was a kid, I remember my dad was like, we got to get out and mow the lawn. We got to get out and pull weeds. And all I wanted to do was sit inside and edit videos. And thankfully, my mother was like, Jim, just let him go back inside. He looks tired. He should go edit videos. And so instead of mowing the lawn, I edited videos, and that was a win. Girlies, do not, and I mean do not, put a man on your music, interests, hobbies, any of it. He's going to appropriate your personality for the validation of other women. No comment. Wait, not yet. I thought I had a few more years of poorly structured prepper hobbies to half-ass before this happened. Oh, yeah, because the end of the world. And so if your hobbies aren't preparing you for the end of the world, what are you even doing, right? We need a slur for beginners in a hobby who already bought the most expensive gear. There is something to be said. It's a picture of a snowboarder. And I remember one of my hobbies is skiing, and I was renting for so long. I was renting skis, and a really nice man gave me his skis. And so that gave me the opportunity where I could invest some of my own money into the gear. And they're not the nice, they're like from the 90s. They're like really old, but they're high quality. The point is, sometimes all we need is the nicest gear, and then we'll finally get into the hobby, right? Men selecting a personality in their late 20s, bread making, smoking meats, coffee, analog film, politics, UFC, mixology, craft beer, cycling, fantasy sports. Yeah, this is great. I think the smoke, yeah, it's kind of a choose your own adventure. Like, you can go down all of these paths and see where it takes you. It could be you get into the smoking meats, you could be into the UFC, fantasy sports. When you get into politics, you're going to be, streaming on Kick or whatever here in like 10 years. So women selecting a personality in their late 20s. Fitness, true crime podcast, crocheting, run clubs, reading, thrifting, bouldering, baking, plants, coffee. I love that. Yes, the baking, the plants. I don't have the hobby of plants, but I do enjoy a good house plant. So that's hilarious. The true crime podcasts are a little insane. Let's be real. Old man hobbies that go hard: fishing, birding, gardening, standing with your hands behind your back, and then saying, "We needed this rain." Classic. You ever get turned on by somebody's hobbies like, "Damn, you really crafty like that?" Bro hurt me so bad, I actually started exploring my hobbies, interests, and passions. There is something about a truly heartbreaking breakup that galvanizes you towards a hobby like nothing else in this universe. So that's a cool experience. Why was Pingu's dad always ironing when none of his family wore clothes? God forbid a man has hobbies. That's good. That's funny. Okay, so that's our first meme. We're just going to keep it going. Okay. We're getting a little distracted with these memes, but look at this, the part of the haircut where you realize it would have been better to have never been born to suffer this fate. I kind of want to send this to my barber. Next meme. Having a random hobby as an adult is actually hilarious. Like, you'll be having a day delivered directly from hell, but then gotta suck it up to get to dab class by 6:30 p.m. Yes, I think there is something very unique about the social hobbies, because I'm an introvert, and so my favorite types of hobbies are antisocial, like doing them by myself with no one around. When I'm doing my hobbies, I don't even want my wife around. I want to be in a room by myself, right? So there is something truly insane to me about going to a class, like a dance class or a tap class, or even the pickleball. We're going to get into pickleball here later. It's really fascinating, the very pro-social types of hobbies that people are into that I'm just not that into. Go to art school, graduate with honors, finally become a professional artist. Poor. Yes, the life of an artist. This one, the threading, apparently, as I was looking for memes, apparently the threading memes, or the sewing memes, I should say, are huge. Good for y'all. Yep. Pickleball. Baking. then the bird watching meme, it's irresistible. So when I was like 9 years old, one of my friends was visiting his grandma. His grandma lived in town, and so he came to visit. He was one of my friends, but it's also grandma time because they're in town to see grandma. So his grandma was like, hey boys, we're like 9 and 10 years old. Let's go bird watching. It's like a Saturday morning. It's like 8 a.m. She picks us up to go bird watching. So we go down to the park. Dude, we bird watched. It had to have been 4 hours, like from 8 to 12 or whatever. We were bird watching. It was so much, and it was so boring. And so we had the binoculars, and we had the little book that tells you what types of birds and things. So it's like, I was so not interested. We were by the river. I wanted to take my shoes off and go walking in the water. Anything. We got a McDonald's ice cream cone at the end. Wasn't worth it. Was just straight up was not worth the toil. So I've done bird watching one time in my life. I will never do it again. Next meme. It says, what's one part of your hobby that you hate doing? I hate literally every step in the filmmaking process. The only thing I hate more than making a film is not making a film. Yes, very true. And I think this goes for anything, is like when we've gotten so into our hobby and we hate it, like it's such a love-hate thing. It's perfect, but you can't not do it. You have to do it. So what are you going to do?
Hey babe, are you sure that you want a new hobby? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Because we have a sewing machine that's never been touched, and a bunch of paintbrushes that have never seen paint, and like 6 or 7 terracotta planters that are empty.
Yeah.
Yep.
From when you were into gardening.
Yeah.
Are you sure you want to knit?
Yes, I want to knit.
Okay, you're gonna be the best knitter in the world.
Thank you.
That's so supportive. We all need a supportive partner, a person who is just like, hey, it's okay that you've started 10 hobbies in the last year. I support you in the endeavor of starting this new hobby. I think that's very, very kind. I am definitely someone who I stick to my hobbies. I don't change. All of the clutter of new hobbies and things stresses me out. So I just need to finish this creative project. What's the music? What's happening? I think it's the post below. This is getting ridiculous. I feel like a boomer. What's happening to me? All right. We're not even going to read that one. Let's keep it going. Me and the homies bonding over our niche interests. Stop this. Me and the homies bonding over our niche interests. Look, see, it's Arthur, DW with grandma.
Yes, Frank, please play us some of your music.
Thank you.
So what you guys think?
That's perfect. That's perfect. Yes, your creative artist friend. I think we all have a friend or two who is just they're just doing their best, and they're having a good time. They're probably having a great time. They're depressed, but they're okay because they're doing their creativity. You know, give them a little like on social media, little thumbs up, and just be like, "Yep, this is good. Keep going. Keep going." That's awesome. Cool. All right. Well, I'm going to cut it off here. Thank you so much for joining me for this memeing our way into a creative hobby. I hope this encourages you. Don't give up on your hobbies, for real, for real. Let's laugh at ourselves a little bit because creativity and all these hobbies and creative pursuits are insane and hilarious. Thank you so much for watching, and stay funny, stay creative. Artists and creatives, you play an important role in helping a society balance between the current status quo and progress, from balancing what is now to what could be. I think that has always happened in our history, is you have authority figures and sort of this, representation of the status quo through those authority figures, and you have artists and creatives, people who ask questions and challenge ideas
that are presented to them as facts or the only way or just a one-way approach to how life or how society should live. So that is what I want to talk about today, is this idea of our art and how I think it actually is a key function, a key purpose of our art to question authority. We can think about authority in a couple different layers, probably about 3 that we could be thinking about in this video. The first would be a much more closer, familial kind of authority. Maybe it's authority that you grew up with in your family, your actual parents, or those parental authority figures. Could be teachers or just adults in your life, people that are older than you that have that authority, people in positions of power within your immediate relationships. You could also think about it as like churches with pastors. Most churches are small, about 100 people or less is the average church size. So you can think of that as a more familial type of authority. After that, you have what I would call maybe a regional authority or like a local authority. So cities and areas, like the immediate area that you live, where you work and play and live, the authority figures that exist in those spaces, whether it's business owners or local politicians. It kind of spreads out from there, but that would be the more kind of local or regional type of authority. And then we could think nationally, or in some cases, because of the internet, globally. We have access to what's happening all across the world. But yeah, you have these bigger structures. It could even be businesses like large Fortune 5 corporations and those kinds of things, the authority that those companies have in our society, as well as governments. Of course, that's kind of the obvious one that we think of. We think of governments, and when we think of art, fighting against those governments, we can get we can romanticize that a little bit. I think for the most part, as an artist, your art can confront authority, but you kind of got to be strategic about it. You got to think like, what is this for? Like, who is this for? Am I attacking? Am I attacking something at a national level? Am I attacking something at a more local or regional level? Or am I attacking something that is a challenge? Let's use the word challenge. Attack, challenge, all the same thing. Am I attacking something that is more close to my interpersonal life and the relationships that are around me? So those are kind of the 3 levels or layers that your art is probably going to encounter when it comes to challenging authority. I think it's important to distinguish them and actually kind of separate them, because it's infrequent that maybe you have conflict with a parent or some parental authority figure in your life. Rarely is that going to spill out into a regional or a national level, right? I think top down, that national implications could certainly reach regional, certainly could reach your own life personally. But I do think as artists, we need to kind of think through, okay, what is my art for? Like, how is my art challenging authority, and what type of authority, and where is that authority structure placed, and where does that authority reside, and how does my art challenge that authority? I think it's really important. And if you're kind of wondering, well, why does my art need to challenge authority? Like, why is this even a thing? I want to draw out a couple of ideas that I think are helpful in understanding why your art should challenge authority on some level. So the first thing is that if our art isn't challenging authority, then what will? What in society is set up and poised to do that well? You might say, well, if we're talking at a national level, it could be voting, or regional, it could be this idea of something that's a bit more civic in nature. And I think these systems are fine, but I think art has a unique position to be able to challenge authority because of what it is. Art in and of itself, our creativity, the way that we express ourselves, it's moving away from a narrow black and white to something that is more colorful, subjective, open. Our art is expressive. Our art is bringing up new ideas or making people, it's asking people to think differently than about something than how maybe they have previously thought about something. When we've been handed something by authority, an authority figure or a structure of authority says, this is how you ought to live, or this is how society is, and here's how you fit your place in this. Art comes in, our creativity comes in and breaks all of that up in such a beautiful way, in a way that authority can't quite always like clamp down on that and deny that. There is just a subjective and very, I think, beautiful approach that art has in challenging authority and asking questions of authority. So if your art isn't going to do that, then what will? I think it's really important to recognize the unique position that your art has, the way that it can challenge authority. Another reason why your creativity needs to challenge authority structures is because authority can handle it. The authority that is set up is able to handle your toughest questions. The questions that your art is going to bring up, authority can handle it. If you grew up in maybe a religious context, you may have heard this before, where it's like, hey, God can handle your questions. God can handle your doubts. This, I believe, is true of authority that is good. All authority, I don't want to say all, but this is my working theory, is that all authority that can handle the deepest of scrutiny deserves to actually maintain its authority. Don't quote me on that, but that's the idea I'm running with for this video. Okay, so the idea is that if our questions are big enough and kind of attack the foundation of authority to the point in which it crumbles or folds, then that authority structure was never worth following in the first place. So authority that is grounded in truth, that is grounded in helping the people, like authority is supposed to serve, the structures are supposed to serve the people that are underneath them. That's the whole idea. You've had bosses before that are amazing. You've had bosses that are terrible and you're like, they're the most evil person ever. And you understand this kind of on a more interpersonal level, is authority that is for you is actually an authority that is serving you and is able to answer questions and say, man, that is a good thought that you have. That's a good question that you are bringing up. Whereas a bad boss is just saying, don't question my authority. Don't talk back to me. Don't think critically about what's going on here. Just listen to what I have to say and obey. So again, it's this black and white rigidness versus what our art brings out, which is questions and just all kinds of ideas that we can bring up. And so if you're asking questions, don't be afraid of what the authority, what's going to happen to that structure or that person who is in authority. Maybe, it's questioning the motivations or what's going on in your region, in your town, and using art to bring that about. That's going to inspire others, and it's going to allow your challenge to come across in a much different way. Again, if an authority structure or authority figure is not able to withstand tough questions, then maybe their position in authority is illegitimate, and if they crumble and fall because of it, maybe that was not meant to be. And that's what our art is for. It's for progressing and moving forward. Another thought I had when thinking about this was the idea that if art and our creativity is kind of questioning, it's kind of bringing up these ideas and challenging authority, are there concerns for the authority structures of a society or a group of people or whatever it is? Are there concerns for that to be challenged and to bring instability that is an overall net negative? And I think no. I think we can let art question, we can let our creativity challenge, and we can let other aspects of societal structures bring in stability. So I think, an accountant is going to bring in stability. Like, the numbers don't lie, right? The numbers don't ask questions. They just reveal what's there and what's true. So let numbers and let someone who is passionate about accounting and numbers bring in stability. Someone who is passionate about capital and making money, or producing shareholder value. Those types of things are going to protect the structure to a place where I don't think there will just be rampant instability. If our art is going out and questioning authority, I don't think we're going to run into issues, because there are so many aspects of our society that are bringing in stability. I don't think it is required that our art play into the stability of authoritative structures. I'd love to know where this lands with you. Maybe this is just the season that I'm in. Maybe it's where I'm at. I think I've always been the type of person to want to think critically about how art and creativity is supposed to challenge authority, and just challenging authority in general, I think, has always been part of who I am. And I don't like to do it just for the sake of doing it. I don't want to create questions and problems and stir things up just for the sake of doing it. I think as creatives, we know that we have questions. We think deeper about things. We're not okay with the status quo. We want change. We want progression. We want growth. And we view our art and the way that we're able to express ourselves as like a vehicle, as like a vessel for expressing those questions and ideas that we have. There's something in our nature that we're constantly questioning the things that we've been told, not in a conspiratorial way, but in a curious way, in an open way, in a willing to be wrong or discover something new, and not shutting things down. That's been my experience as a creative. I'd love to know where this lands with you. It's an interesting topic. We can go super kind of 20,000 foot view with this and try to pick apart things. But I think if you are passionate about asking good questions and you have a unique God-given gift that you want to share with the world, I think being able to pair those two things is really powerful. I think you'll discover, one, other people have the same questions that you have, and two, the way that your art is going to meet people in those questions, I think will be super meaningful. I think so often we can create and make something and call it a statement piece, right? Like, a statement piece is saying, this is what I believe, right? That's kind of what a statement is. It's like, here it is. There's no ambiguity here. But I think art that is asking questions is just as powerful. And it's not, again, a statement piece is kind of core. It's central. That's how we view something like a piece of art that we would call a statement piece. But there's art on the peripheral. There's art that is restless. There's art that is trying to figure out what's going on and trying to find its place in the world. So I know that gets a little philosophical and ambiguous, but I hope that this encourages you as you think about your art in different ways, not just accepting what was handed to you, not accepting art as a process or as a goal-oriented thing of saying your art is supposed to do this, or do this, then this, then this, and now you're an artist. All of that is made up and fake, and you can do whatever you want with your art. I think that's the beauty of the gifts that we have been given. I think there is a calling for each of us to share those with the world, to ask hard questions, to go to places that other things are not able to take you. Art is uniquely able to go to places and ask questions that other mediums of entertainment or things in our culture are not able to do. So that is my challenge for you. Create art that challenges authority. My name is Tristan. Thanks so much for watching, and stay creative. What is your worst collaboration experience? I think for a lot of us, when we think about collaboration that's gone bad, we maybe think about like group projects in school, or
times where things have just never gotten off the ground with a cool idea that we had. But I don't know, in my life, I've had a lot of negative collaboration experiences to the point where I think I'm probably overly fearful, but justifiably fearful of creative collaboration and working on big projects with others. And that's what I want to talk about today, is some of those experiences, why that drives me to just a place in my creativity that isn't very collaborative, and even why I think personality plays a big role into that. But I won't spoil the end, but I think community is very important. Let me tell you the story of the worst creative collaboration I had. So I met someone and they were really into filmmaking, and they had some experience on some low budget, sort of Hollywood-based, LA-based projects. And he had worked in, now this had been quite some time since he had done those projects. But he came in with a lot of ideas of how he would like to start a production studio in our town. And I was like, that's pretty cool. There's no one like that. And so I would see him every week, and he would hit me up for conversations because he knew that's what I did for my job, was video. And, kind of asked, hey, would you be interested in coming on to this project I'm working on? And, I'm writing this feature low budget horror movie. I would love to have you on. And so I was a little bit like, this is a cool idea, but I hear people talk like this a lot, especially grew up in film, when I went to film school, a lot of people sort of during that time and shortly after would have a lot of this, they'd communicate like this about these ideas that they had. And I always just thought, if you're actually going to do it, then I'm interested. So they were, all of a sudden they were gearing up to go shoot. They're like, we're going to go out for 3 weeks and film in like the, national rainforest. And they did it. And I heard about it a couple weeks before it was going to happen. I was like, oh, like this movie is actually being filmed. Like, that's crazy. I just didn't expect, all the hype going into it didn't seem real. So I had actually been the one who had recommended a friend to go be to essentially go be the cinematographer. And so this group, it's super, like I said, no budget. They shot it on a phone. And it was, I think, a total of 4 actors, including the director who I was talking about earlier. He cast himself as one of the characters. And then they had one guy out there for sound who was related to the main guy, and then the friend I recommended. So yeah, there was a total of like 6 people that were out there making this happen, which is cool. So they come back and we have a meeting because I had expressed interest in helping out. They film it. Oh, and like I wasn't going to go out there for 3 weeks. I was like, no, I have a job. I'm not going to take time off and not get paid or whatever to like go shoot this thing and like be out like camping for 3 weeks. So they come back and they're like, we have all this footage. We need to edit it. And they, if I remember correctly, they decided they were going to release the film. Like they came up with like a date. And the guy that I had connected to the project, who was the cinematographer, he was going to be the lead editor and I was going to be the assistant editor. And that guy set all the timelines. He said, we can have this feature done in 1 month. And I'm like, that's crazy. You're going to edit a movie in a month. And we should do the premiere on this and this date. And they had all that planned out. And I'm like, okay, like I wasn't there with you guys filming. Like, I'll help as much as I can. I'll help, I'll edit for a couple hours on the weekend, kind of a thing. Like, cool, let's make this cool video happen. So we start a editing timeline, and I'm waiting a couple weeks and I don't hear from the guy who's editing, and I'm waiting to like, hey, send me the footage and like let me know what I can do to help. And essentially that guy completely flaked out to the point. And I remember I went out of town when the premiere for this movie was going to happen. And I come back and I hear the story, like the guy who was going to edit the video didn't finish the movie. They had this premiere, invited people to come, rented out the space, nothing, no movie. I couldn't believe it. I was like, yeah. So the shortest version of this story is that shortly after that time, the guy, the main editor got, cut from the project, which makes sense. And it kind of landed on me because I basically had said, hey, if he's out, let me just finish it for y'all. So I inherit the project and realize like, oh, nothing is really done. The only things that are done are the scenes that I've already edited. So I basically edited the entire movie. We did multiple revisions, and it was just a painful process, as the guy who was the director that I was working with didn't really know a whole lot about video file sizes, file storage. He lost years after he lost the footage multiple times, like final versions of the edit he would lose, and he'd have to come back to me and be like, hey, my hard drive was stolen, or hey, this happened, I don't have the footage anymore. And I'm like, so you're telling me this is your movie and I'm the only one that has the footage? So it's stories like that make me just go, I don't want to work with y'all. I don't want to work with people because it's just too much. There's ego in there, not to mention the personalities of people involved in that are very toxic, very self-driven, ego-driven. I am just not interested in that. Now, obviously, I think in the future, I need to have better discernment about those types of situations. But especially when you're young, it's easy to just be like, man, here's a cool idea, fun project, let me jump on real quick. And, maybe if I look at it on the bright side, it's like, what's the worst thing that happened? Is I learned a lot, I wasted my time. Is there really anything bad that came from it? But there's just pitfalls and challenges that I've had with collaboration. And I think when you mix that with personality, because I do think personality plays a lot into this, as an introvert, I am just someone who really enjoys the quietness of creativity. I do obviously appreciate working with other people in those moments when you're in community and you make something amazing. Like, that is the best. But my personality sort of drives me towards a more quiet version with myself, quieter version of creativity. And I'm not really sure how bad that is. Like, if I continue down that path, does that lead to a really lonely life? A really lonely creative life? I'm not totally sure. I'm kind of just processing through this, and I don't know necessarily where this goes. So that's kind of why I'm making this video. In my current job, I've noticed lately, especially I've noticed it, that the times that I'm most happy in my role is when I'm able to just sit in my office and get things done. I love getting things checked off my list, like getting a project fully across the finish line. That feeling is amazing. And when it comes to collaboration, obviously, if there are people that I need to work with, people that I need to check with to get something done, that, holds me back from just being able to sit in my office and get stuff done, because I got to email this person, go talk to this person, have a conversation, wait for this meeting, sit down with this person, collaborate, come up with solutions, all of that. Very important stuff. But I've noticed in my own self that the satisfaction that I get in my work happens most often when I am just getting stuff done by myself. And that's an interesting way to be. That's an interesting way for my work to sort of take place. Certainly there are things that don't need others to support it and make it happen. And there are things that definitely need collaboration and community within my job. So I just struggle with that knowledge, knowing, okay, I've had pitfalls and bad experiences with creative collaboration. I know I'm an introvert and I really enjoy the quietness of creativity more than the community aspect. And I know in my current role, for whatever reason, the satisfaction that I get in my job is when I'm working alone. I think the reasons why I instinctually know to sort of question that and just go, is that okay? Is there improvement? Is there a growth opportunity here? It's because I know that everything in society, I shouldn't use the word everything, but it seems like everything in society is already trying to isolate us and separate us. And I don't want to be either adding to that or accepting areas of my life where I need to push against that. I think that is really important for us as creatives, is to recognize there are aspects of society that just are, want to isolate us further. They want to separate us. They want us to be in our own little worlds, not communicating with one another, not collaborating with one another. So the great thing about creativity is creating within community is so vital. It's so important for us as people to be getting out and to be in collaborative environments, to be in a creative environment with others. And it's necessary to create with others. Like, the value goes way up when you go from creating with just yourself to someone else. You go from creating with a small group to a large group. Like, the ability of what we're able to create goes up. The value of what we produce becomes greater. And so I'm fully aware that community is so important to creating, telling stories, practicing our hobbies, using our unique God-given gifts, all these things. But it's not easy, for all the reasons that I mentioned before. So anyways, I needed to get this out because this is something I'm wrestling with. I would love to know where this lands with you, how this impacts your story, where you're at currently. This is just kind of where I am at on my journey. But yeah, let me know in the comments how this lands with you. Are you someone who doesn't mind collaborating? Collaborating is necessary for you. It's something you seek and crave. Or are you finding yourself to be a bit more isolated in your creativity? Are you happy with that? Are you okay with that? Are you seeing the potential challenges? I'd love to know. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. My name is Tristan, and I am passionate about helping creatives grow in their unique God-given gifts and discover their creativity. Stay creative. As creatives, burnout can be devastating because it's keeping us from being in our unique God-given gifts and creating the way that we want to be creating. So in this video, I am going to share a little bit of how we can reframe our thinking around burnout and what you can do if you have found yourself in a season of burnout. If you're feeling burned out, I want you to know that, first off, you are not alone. You are not alone in your burnout. This is something that is normal. This is something that happens a lot. And in our society, burnout is often like a badge of honor. This idea that we need to keep pushing ourselves, that we need to work harder and go further to achieve success or to achieve results. This is what leads to burnout most often. And so it can be easy if you've been pushing yourself, whether it's been in other areas of your life or it is within a sort of your creative space, whether that's a hobby or you work in your creative field. It can be easy to find ourselves in a place of burnout and not fully realize all the little things that it took for us to get there. And so that's a challenge. That is a challenge that we can overcome, but we're not alone in that. I think a lot of people are feeling this burnout or have felt it in the past. I'm wondering what the overlap is between depression and burnout. I feel like if you're burned out, it's not because of depression, but if you're depressed, you're probably also burned out. Maybe it's something kind of like that. I don't know. My point is sometimes my burnout, or we experience burnout through circumstance. Like we're just in a fast pace, and it has nothing to do with sort of a depression or like a chemical imbalance. It really is just the pace. We're tired. We need a break. The expectations that are on us are way too high. So we can think about burnout in a couple of different ways. There's been seasons where I have been working really hard and I'm tired, and that can be in work areas and personal life. I've just put myself in seasons where I'm just doing too much, and that leads me to burnout. And when I'm burned out, of course, as creatives, we're not able to create. We have to pause. We have to cease from creating, at least at the pace that we want to be and at the level of enjoyment that we wish to have. And we have to reorient, rediscover why we do what we do as creatives. So that's what's at stake if we can't figure out this burnout problem. We need to be able to figure it out, because potentially you experience burnout to the point where you don't want to create anymore. You don't want to show up as a creative and show up in your unique God-given gifts. And that's a huge problem, because the world needs you and needs your art. We need you to be showing up and be creating, and burnout keeps us from doing that. So you're burned out, but I think burnout is normal in the sense that it happens to everyone, or it can happen to everyone. I also think burnout doesn't have to last forever. And this is kind of the thing I'm most excited to talk through in this video. Often when we're in that season or that state of burnout, it feels like we're done. It's like, all right, that was a good run. My life is over. We get into this such a negative mindset that we're like, nothing will ever be the same. It's possible that could happen. Like your burnout causes you to readjust your lifestyle so much that nothing is ever the same. I know there's a lot of professionals that kind of talk about this idea with burnout in their professional life, where after that they were like, nothing was ever the same. That could happen. When I'm talking about burnout in this instance and thinking about it through the lens of creativity, I'm more thinking about how we can often go too hard in other areas of our lives. And then when we try to show up for ourselves and show up in our creativity, we're not able to. We're not able to bring our best selves, our best ideas. So that burnout doesn't always last forever. Even though it might feel like it, it's not going to last forever. And I want to bring in this idea of success. Success, we have different definitions of what that is. And so for creatives, what could that look like? For some, that might look like you are not failing. The amount of times that you fail or give up decreases. And that is the mark of success. As people, we are not perfect. And so success under that definition is impossible. We're never going to be perfect. We're never going to not fail anymore. So I like to think of success as the ability to get up. And how often or how quickly do you get up after a failure? If you've failed in the past and you're like, well, I'm just going to give up. I failed on this thing. I'm feeling burned out. I am not going to create anymore. And maybe you go for months or years without being in your creative gifts. Success to me looks like you experience a failure, you experience something difficult, you're in a season of burnout, or you're experiencing just a lack of wanting to be in your creativity. Getting up the next day and saying, nope, but I'm going to do it anyways. That to me is how I think we should define success. Success is our ability to get up quickly after a failure. Maybe instead of waiting for a week or a month to get back to your creativity, you're back at it the next day, even though you are not feeling good about doing it, it's showing up for yourself because you know that this is what you want to be doing. This is really important for you in your life. That's what I think success looks like or should look like for us as creatives. And so when we're feeling burned out, we can push against that and go, okay, success isn't, I shouldn't feel this way. Success is, what do I do after feeling this way or in the middle of feeling this way? So let's end this video. We'll talk through a couple of solutions to burnout. This is not an exhaustive list. This just may be something to kind of ignite an idea in your mind. If you're feeling burned out and you want to get back into your creativity, here are some solutions to help you with that. So number one would be kind of falling in line with this idea of success and getting back up is just to push through. Maybe you are in a season of low energy, you're experiencing burnout, you just don't have the desire. Maybe you just need this encouragement to say, hey, do it anyways, get up, because only you can create the art that you are going to create. Only you have the ideas that you can come up with. And so the world needs your art. Just get up and do it. Number two solution would be think about your environment. Fix your environment. I was watching an Instagram reel and they were talking about how our environment is often what sort of triggers our actions. And often we're trying to just brute force our behavior when our environment is actually influencing that behavior, which I thought was a really interesting idea. And so I think that can be true for our creativity. When we're feeling burned out, when we're feeling low energy, we're feeling like we don't want to show up, what is your environment doing? Does that look like changing your environment? Maybe if you paint, does that look like going into the park to paint instead of sitting at home painting? Does it look like going on a short weekend trip, getting out of town for the weekend, changing your environment, getting a new perspective on life? It can be as simple as when you're feeling burned out, going on a walk. Changing our environment can be really helpful for us when we're feeling burned out and we don't want to create. And the last solution would be go get some inspiration. Go out and experience someone else's art that can encourage you. Maybe it's as simple as putting on your favorite movie, listening to your favorite album and dancing to it. Just getting out of, sort of the normal way that you are perceiving art and other artists in this season. Get a new inspiration. Go to a museum or some art installation that you haven't been to yet and just experience that. Sit in that for a little bit. Put your phone away. Don't get distracted. Experience art in a new and unique way. I think that can often just jolt us out of maybe the monotony, or when we're feeling burned out, we're just saying, why even create? Is it even worth it? I think experiencing something new like that can help us. Well, thank you for watching. I would love to know where this lands with you. How does this help you on your creative journey? That's what I love to do. My name is Tristan, and I'm just passionate about helping other creatives discover their unique God-given gifts and walk in their giftings. So thank you for watching and stay creative. As creatives, we have a superpower, basically. With our creative skills and abilities, we get to convey thoughts and ideas through ways that go directly to the person receiving it. It goes directly to their heart. So essentially, we're impacting their emotions. But we can also kind of manipulate people through our art and creativity. And that is what I want to talk about today, by looking at it from the perspective of the once great show, The Walking Dead, and kind of its generational run and then insane decline. Yeah, let's talk about it. So yeah, I recently went on this rabbit trail. YouTube recommended a video essay essentially on the rise and fall of The Walking Dead. And I don't know about you, The Walking Dead was such an important show for me when I was like in high school and like early young adulthood. That was probably the last show that I watched where it was like you have to sit down at this specific time, whatever it was on at 8 o'clock on Sunday nights or 7 o'clock, something like that. You actually had to sit down and like have access to, cable
DirecTV, whatever, to watch it. And that is such a unique experience, especially now we're in the streaming era. There isn't like a, show that demands viewers like, sit down and watch me right now. And so anyways, it's an incredible show. I think it's one of the greatest shows of all time for what it was able to do in the time that it was great. But then there is a decline that happens not only in viewership, but most importantly in audience trust. It went from a show that had 17 million live viewers at its peak to, by the end of the season, just under 1 million people, which is kind of wild. And so there is something that happened multiple times throughout the history of the show that I want to kind of get into and unpack. This idea of emotion versus manipulation, and sort of the reason why you do something. So as artists, we're always telling stories, right? Our art is communicating something bigger, or maybe it's communicating something small that connects to a bigger idea. And as humans, we detect this. Like, we can kind of pick up on this. It's usually subconscious. We're not always thinking about it, but we're picking up on these ideas. Let's say there's an artist that you appreciate. It could be a filmmaker, could be someone in movies or TV that you trust. Like, they have delivered for you on their promises, whether that's like they filmed a movie, they set a character up, and they delivered on that promise. They didn't let you down. There's also directors, filmmakers that you probably don't even know their name because you watched one of their movies, it didn't impress you, it fell flat. Maybe there was a character death at the end of the movie that wasn't earned, and you go, this is forgettable, I'm going to move on. And so we can think about that with our own art. Are we earning our viewers' trust? Are we earning people that are participating in our art? Are we like earning favor with them? I feel like even funny enough on like social media, you see content creators, maybe they're just, posting vertical videos on social media. You can tell when a person has good intentions and bad intentions, like pretty quickly. You can tell if someone is there for the love of the game. They're just creating because they love it. They're just sharing their ideas with you because they love it. And then there are people who are manipulating you, maybe in between ads for products, like they're just in it for the money. And you can just tell they're in it for themselves, and they don't really respect how you perceive them. They don't respect how you have intelligence and can think about things critically. They just want you to buy a product. They just want you to believe what they have to say. They just want you to praise them and build their ego up. And so that's an interesting thing with social media, where regular people in everyday life, you can kind of see this shift that people take. Even like, I don't know, maybe this is just me, but like on my Facebook, I'll see people, and it's just like they've chosen the villain arc, they've chosen the villain storyline for themselves, and I just don't understand that. And it's just because they're so ego driven, they're so after their own pleasure and whatever they want, and it's just so obvious. So anyways, that was a little bit of a tangent, but let's talk about The Walking Dead. So like, I was in middle school, I think, when The Walking Dead came out, and it was one of the most terrifying and beautifully shot pieces of zombie media that I'd ever seen, right? And it created these characters that you loved so much. And the great thing about The Walking Dead is it was willing to kill off a character. Sometimes it would kill off a character in a dramatic way, in a shocking way. And other times it would kill off a character in a very mundane way. They make a mistake and get bit.
or they make a mistake and get shot, right? And it, you know, they would honor the character for sure, but it wasn't always this dramatic moment. It was just the everyday lives of these people in the zombie apocalypse and who they were because of that, the decisions that they had to make. And so you got this sense, like there was a reality to this. It felt very tangible. And that's why this show blew up. That's why by, you know, whatever that was, the 4th or 5th season, 17 million live viewers. And what I didn't realize was how all of the behind the scenes played out, especially when it came to the showrunners. There were 4 different showrunners. And so you had the first guy who kind of set the tone of the show, left during the 2nd season. I didn't even know this. The next guy came in, took it over for a couple of seasons, about a season and a half. And then you had this other guy, the 3rd guy, come in, and he really took the show from what it really was, a zombie show. And this 3rd guy came in and kind of turned it into a drama with the backdrop of the apocalypse. And one of the big mistakes that the show made was essentially using character deaths for profit. Using character deaths to drive up viewership. Using cliffhangers, fake outs to manipulate you. And the earlier seasons did not do this. They certainly had dramatic moments, a character death that was a shock or a surprise or a twist, unexpected. But they did it for the story. And they built up the emotion. Like the emotion that you felt about that wasn't because you were tricked. It was because it was a story arc that had been building and building and building. And it was earned. In later seasons, starting around like season 4, or I guess more like season 5 specifically, you have character deaths that begin, kind of exist, like I said, to manipulate you and to drive up viewership numbers and to make more money. The show turned from a beautiful, honest depiction of people, and it just became a money-making machine. And it was a good money-making machine. It's unprecedented for a television show. But I didn't realize all the behind the scenes with the producers and all this stuff. It's so fascinating. It's so fascinating. So I think, I don't know, I could talk more about The Walking Dead. Let's do it. Let's keep talking. So Glenn was one of the most beloved characters in The Walking Dead. In season 5, he was killed off, or so we thought. They move on from his death like they did all the other deaths. And so the internet at the time and everything like was just shocked. Like there was, people were talking about this show and this character that died. And then a couple episodes later, they bring him back and they show, no, he didn't actually die. I remember watching that at the time. I was, again, a young adult, just being blown away. And I didn't think about what that actually was doing, like how that was different from the past deaths. Like, one, they had never really done that. Like, and I feel like it's in Marvel movies, or I'm trying to think of a franchise that does this, where like no one is ever really dead. Like you can kill off a person, no one's ever really, really dead. They're kind of doing that with Marvel Doomsday. Like they're bringing back Captain America. I know Iron Man is like dead, but then Robert Downey Jr. is Doomsday or whatever. So it's like, is anything ever really dead? In The Walking Dead, when you're dead, you're dead. It's final. So they had done this thing to, I don't know, maybe get like ratings up, get people to talk about the show. And then, of course, the infamous cliffhanger at the end of season 6, I believe it is, where Negan comes in and is going to bash in the head of someone. And they end season 6, and you had to wait like a year to see what was going to happen. And so we waited, and season 7 comes around, and it's the most brutal episode of television I've ever seen. And they kill off Abraham, and you're like, wow, that was shocking. One of the core cast members, like, wow. And then they turn around and they kill Glenn. And I don't even think there's an issue in doing that with Glenn. Like, it's just the fact that they manipulated us and did a cliffhanger. The season 6 ended, season 7 started, and a lot of people dipped off at that point. That was a breaking point for a lot of people who were fans of the show early on. Again, the show was doing us in. Whereas before, it was treating us with respect and dignity. I don't want to be overdramatic. The Walking Dead was so good in the beginning. But I stuck it out, man. I stuck it out all the way through basically season 9. All the way through season 9, which is or did I watch through season 10? I don't remember. I watched through the beginning of the Whisperer's arc. For someone who clicked on this video and hasn't seen The Walking Dead, thank you for, I don't know why you're watching this video. Another thing that I didn't know about The Walking Dead was Carl and the end of his character. Chandler Riggs played Carl, the son of Rick Grimes, and in the comic books, he makes it to the very end. He is alive and well, and he is sort of the continuation of Rick Grimes in that whole story arc. Rick Grimes is the main character. His motivation in the very first episode is to find his wife and son. And then his wife dies. His whole purpose is for his son. And the character, or the showrunner, made a decision, kind of on a whim it seems, to kill off Carl. And it was a shock. I didn't know this because in my head, I could have sworn Chandler Riggs had quit the show. And I'm like, yeah, he was like 17, 18, like, that's okay. He has every right to quit the show. That's not true. They fired him. He had just bought a house in Atlanta, was gonna move down there permanently. They killed him off the show. It's unfathomable, and they did it, as far as I understand. They needed to have a quick turnaround for a story arc. They needed Rick to forgive Negan, who was the villain. And they needed motivation for that to happen. Apparently in the comic books, that story arc takes place over a long time. And Carl is sort of, over time, communicating with his dad to forgive Negan. Instead, they kill him off and use his dying wish as that quick turnaround. I just can't imagine that decision making. So in our art as creatives and our creativity, we have choices to make. When people are participating in our art and receiving it, how are they receiving that? Are we trusting our audience and showing up in good faith? Are we trying to pinpoint human emotions and really get to the heart of people? Or are we manipulating? Are we trying to take shortcuts and cut corners to get a desired outcome? Or are we respecting the people that we are creating for? I think that's the lesson for us in kind of this thinking about The Walking Dead in retrospect. It's an interesting idea to think about the purity of what the show could have been and then what the show later became. It's almost like two very different shows by the beginning and the end. And so I would love to know where this lands with you. Are there other shows that you've seen that kind of fit into this pattern where corporate greed just kind of took over and turned a good story into, you know, a money-making machine that turned on its audience? I don't know if there's anything quite like The Walking Dead that really did this, that was something so great and amazing that fell so far. Yeah, and so I think as creatives, we just need to be aware of the power that we have in our creativity and in our storytelling. So yeah, love to know where this lands with you. But my name is Tristan, and I am passionate about helping creatives discover their unique God-given gifts and show up as artists. Thanks so much for watching, and stay creative. Hey, for this video, just sit back. I'm gonna share 3 stories from an acquaintance, a story from my own life, and a story from a mentor. I hope they encourage you. I hope they give you insight and inspiration along your creative journey. This first story is 12 years in the making. I just found this out yesterday as of filming. An acquaintance that I knew, I just found out basically made it big in the music industry. And it's kind of shocking. So when I was in film school, I attended college, and I met this guy who had a younger brother who was into music. And I remember thinking, wow, that's so cool. He's into music. He's young, you know, maybe he was 20 or so. I was 18 or 19. I was wanting to do music and you know, was getting into writing and recording music as a hobby. That's what this guy was doing. He was taking it very serious. And so I wanted to support his music. So I remember my friend, I think he talked about it or posted on social media, that his younger brother had released like his first studio 4-track EP. And I was like, I want to buy this. This was kind of before the streaming era and Spotify and all that. So I bought his EP on iTunes. I still have the receipt for that. I still have those 4 songs in my Apple Music library to this day, right? I purchased them. I own these songs. And so it was cool to just support this guy who I was like, man, he's making cool music. It wasn't anything that was blowing my mind. It wasn't any music that was, you know, going to change the game, but it was good. It was quality music. I remember in that time, I was hanging out with some friends. We were probably hanging out in my apartment, and I was playing music in the background, as I often do. And I was playing some songs, and I was like, oh, hey, guys, this is our friend's younger brother, Sam. This is his music. And I had a friend named Nate who ended up going on a crazy villain arc, like ended up being a terrible person. He was like, did you buy this? And I was like, yeah, like I wanted to support him. He's like, why? Why did you spend money on this? Like, what do you mean? And he's like, it's not like he's a professional artist or that he's like going to be famous one day. Well, why did you buy this music? I could never understand that mindset, especially as young artists and, you know, people who want to be filmmakers one day. That mindset is just never something that I've had. So I don't know, I've listened to that EP off and on over those years and kind of forgot about, you know, I moved back home. I kind of forgot about my friend and his younger brother. But I was listening to a playlist recently, and it was kind of in a discovery mode of new artists. It was kind of like a folk playlist. I was listening through, and, you know, some artists on there I was aware of, and so maybe I would click on their profile and listen to some of their top songs, and just was in a discovery mode with music. I'd finished out the playlist, and there was a artist that just drew me. Like the name of the song and his album cover, the song cover, I was just drawn in, and I listened to the whole playlist. It was kind of long, so it took me a couple of days to kind of listen through it. And I was like,
I'm really drawn in by this. And I remember listening to the song, but I don't really remember the song itself. So I clicked on his profile and I was scrolling through his artist profile on Spotify. And I see at the bottom a sort of artist's playlist. And it's by a profile. Okay, so not the actual artist, but like a user profile on Spotify. And it was Sam. I won't use his last name. But Sam, I was like, I know a Sam. I know that guy. Is this the same Sam that I knew from like 12 years ago? And so I clicked on it and was just kind of making this connection. I'm like, this might be the same Sam that I know. So I searched his artist name on Instagram and I found him. I'm like, this is the younger brother of the guy I went to film school with. This is crazy. He has over 200,000 monthly listeners on Spotify. He tours regularly. Like, he is a full-time musician. This is incredible. So that was a cool discovery, but it gets better. I'm scrolling on this guy's Instagram and I see a post that he made with a picture of Noah Kahan. Noah Kahan is a folk artist, just put out like the biggest album of the year. And I click on it and he's like, hey, this guy Sam is like, hey, it was so great working with Noah on these new songs. It was great to be there in the studio as an engineer to help him compose and write lyrics, right? Like, and he mentioned some of the songs and I'm like, wait, this guy is a composer and an engineer for one of the biggest albums of the year. And it blew my mind. I went on a whole rabbit trail. You're able to, on Spotify, you can see sort of song credits. He has 8 credits on this album as either, like I said, a lyricist. He co-wrote some of these songs. He engineered some of these songs. And it was just such an inspiration to see someone who had started out just making songs in their home studio to now working with the biggest artist, within their genre, and how that's just going to open doors for him. And I don't know the guy. I'm trying to remember if I even ever met him. It's possible that I met him once in person. He doesn't know me, but the fact that I still have the receipt for purchasing this guy's iTunes EP in 2015. It's so cool. It's so cool to me. And I wanted to share that story with you to encourage you. Wherever you are at in your artistry, there really isn't anything comparable to a decade of hard work, a decade of persistence. I think that's the lesson that we can learn from that. All right, so story number 2 is about me. Last week, I had the opportunity to perform music in front of a bunch of high school students for an all-night event where, basically my church was putting on an event for the youth, the high school students, and they wanted me to come in and do some music. Now, I have done live hip-hop performances in the past. I've performed my own original songs, but it's been about 5 years since I've done this. And so the request was for me to come back and do that. And I was hesitant on that part. And so my first response was, hey, let me do a DJ set. Like, let me put together fun songs that people know, that people can dance to and just have a moment and have a good time with their friends at this event. It would be about 10 o'clock, 10 to 11, we'll be playing these songs. And I was like, it's going to be better than me trying to stand up there for 30 minutes and perform songs that I have to figure out if I still have them memorized. And I don't even know if I still have it. Like, do I still have the skill to perform these songs? And so I was like, let me do this DJ set. So I was working through it. I had just about a short time to put this all together. And I did decide, okay, I could do 3 songs in the middle, and I didn't want to do more than that. I didn't want to over commit. So I picked 3 songs that I felt like are the best ones that I knew well, and started just putting the instrumentals back on and practicing them. And as I was driving in the car, just practicing. And for a little bit, I was like, I don't think I can do this. Like, I don't remember the lyrics. But as I kept going, the lyrics would come to me little by little. Anyways, I get to this event and everyone is super pumped. The students are really excited. So I throw some of these songs on. There are these moments where I'm playing like mashups of like a secular beat, like a Kendrick or a Kanye, mixed with like a Christian rap lyric, and it's like this cool mashup moment because the students are, maybe recognizing the beat, but then the lyrics come in, and, it was just a really fun moment. So then halfway through I said, hey, I just encouraged them in this idea of like, hey, like God has made each of you and he's given you unique gifts. And so if you have a passion for music or anything like that, like pursue it. I said, I have had a hobby with music and, writing original hip hop songs. Could I perform some of them for you? And they were like, yes. Okay. So we get to the first song. It's a high energy, rapidy rap song. And I start going and it's a fast flow. And there's this moment where the kids all, it's the beat's playing. It's like, okay. And I start rapping and the kids are like, wait, this guy can rap. And I had never felt in all the times I performed live, all my early 20s doing this thing, the energy was the most I'd ever experienced from a live performance. And so that was a cool moment. I did my songs and then we brought it back to some fun DJ hip hop mixes and stuff like that. And it was just a really high energy night, a highlight of the night. And so, yeah, I just share that story. It's a similar in a way to my friend. Just what I got to experience was the joy of this creativity, even the joy of lyrics that I had written. Some of those lyrics I'd written like almost 10 years prior. And to be able to be performing them after not performing any original music for 5 years was just such a fun experience. It was so cool to just be able to express that part of my creativity. And so, yeah, I think that goes to show, I would definitely say there's a skill set there. A lot of times on this channel, I just talk about creativity and just, hey, do it for the fun of it. Do it because you enjoy it. But there is something to be said about a skill set and working on that over time that I think is important. And so my ability to kind of pull that in and funny enough, even in, this is getting into the minutia of like performance, but I was having new insights as I was practicing these songs. I was having new insights on like my ability to control my breath and do breath control and like when to pause and when to, kind of pull back. And I had always struggled with that in the past. And this moment was a lot easier. Maybe I'm healthier. I don't know what it is, but yeah, there was just wisdom, I guess, in being a little bit older and being able to represent this art, this creative side of myself that I had put together so many years ago when I was much younger. So that was a cool thing. It was just a cool moment to be confident and just to own that and to have fun and to be appreciated by high school students. Like who doesn't want to be liked by cool Gen Z people, right? Okay. All right, this third and final story, it's more of an observation of one of my mentors, someone who I look up to. He has been in sort of the creative spaces for a lot longer than I have. He's older than me. So he just has a lot of experience, and he can look back on his life and go, oh, I remember when things were like this. I remember dealing with this situation. And he's just has a lot of experience in different areas. And what I appreciate about him is he is a small business owner. And he has so many different ideas of what he is interested in, what he's passionate about. And even looking back over his life, he can point to different moments of things that he was passionate about, whether it was a creative project or a skill set that he honed in on, or a specific niche that he was targeting and, you know, pursuing as like a small business. So many different facets, and yet he doesn't let that like control or change his current moment and current interests. He's willing to just follow an idea. He's willing to not just follow, but like invest and work hard and pursue diligently a creative idea that he thinks could either work as a business or at the very least is just fun to explore and is satisfying. Sort of asking this question of like, if you could do anything, what would you do? If people would just pay you to do whatever, what would it be? And he is very honest about those aspects of what he's passionate about. And so I just really appreciated him, you know, sort of, I always had this mantra when I was a teenager of like, I have too many dreams to follow them all. It's this feeling of not knowing, well, what creative path do I pursue or choose? And this guy, this mentor, is someone who I look up to because as soon as I try to pigeonhole him, like figure out, oh, this is like your thing, he introduces me to a side of himself that's like totally different and totally unique. And so it's just encouraging. I think for us as creatives, we can be encouraged by someone who is willing to pursue things passionately and with like a pace, like an urgency almost, a willingness to show up for themselves and to not deny what they're interested in. And maybe it's for a season, or there's a time where you say, okay, that's a cool idea, but that's not the right time. You know, there's wisdom that you have to apply to that. But I think as creatives, we can often just pick a path and we feel stuck in that. But the great thing about creativity is it changes with us as we age and as we develop. So yeah, with all three of these stories, I hope you are encouraged that your inner creative is able to flourish. And I say this a lot, but you are the only you, and we need you. We need your art and creativity. You are only gonna create the art that you are gonna create. And so we desperately need your art and creativity in this time. My name is Tristan. I hope, like I said, that you're encouraged. That's what I'm passionate about, is helping creatives unlock and understand their unique God-given gifts and show up in their creativity. Thank you so much for watching, and stay creative. By now, the dust has settled over this new set of Drake releases. Iceman, the album, is what we are going to be talking about today. I think it's a very interesting, whether you're into hip hop or not, whether you listen to Drake or Kendrick Lamar or any of these artists, I think there is a lot for us to learn in kind of a what to do, what not to do with our own creativity. Whether you are just a small sort of no-name creator, you just have hobbies that you're really into, I actually think there is a lot for us to unpack. So stay to the very end of the video to hear those ideas. So I want us to look at the very first song on this new Drake Iceman album. But before we do, we need to go back in time to May 3rd, 2024, when Kendrick Lamar released his sort of final song, an official song in the battle. It was basically his closing out. He released a song called Meet the Grams, and it was him closing out. For him, what he was doing was communicating to Drake, to his family members as well, basically how awful of a person he is, how awful of a person Drake is. And there's this hypocrisy that was coming to light. I think for a lot of people realizing, wait, Drake kind of represents himself as one thing, but over here he's doing these other things.
and he's inconsistent in his music and his lifestyle. And Kendrick was kind of bringing that to light. And so I think that's a good framework for how we can understand Drake's response 2 years later. So essentially, Kendrick ended the last line of his last song in the battle, and it went like this. He said, "You lied about the only artist that can offer you some help. F a rap battle, this a long life battle with yourself." Essentially boiling it all down to, hey, yeah, you've got problems with this rap battle that we're in right now, but you have a lifelong battle with yourself. And because you're not dealing with those things that are, kind of at a soul level, you're not dealing with the internal parts of you, you're gonna have to deal with those for the rest of your life. The juxtaposition here for Kendrick Lamar is that he has done the work, and we're gonna get into that line later. This idea of like digging deeper. Kendrick has done the work. You go back and listen to other projects that he's done where he is recognizing his failures. He's recognizing his past and how he has failed and owning up to those things and then moving forward. Drake is kind of unable to do that in a lot of ways. So it's essentially a direct response from Drake for having been called out for his immaturity. The intro to the Iceman album is kind of the only song that directly goes at this idea, whereas the other songs of the album just kind of move. In a lot of ways, they're moving on to just the normal stuff that Drake talks about in his albums. So in a way, it kind of contradicts. The first song contradicts the rest of the album, which is very interesting. Okay, so we're going to look at this song called Make Them Cry, 3 different sections of lyrics. He's talking about, in this line, he's talking about his co-collaborator, the guy who he co-started his label with, 40, talking about what 40's saying to him. So basically, this is the line that Drake says, basically he's saying, I got growing up to do. I gotta dig deep. I really hate those 2 words. They never bring peace. As Drake is kind of unpacking, hey, I have been going through it. I do have some problems. And my closest friend is telling me I got to dig deep. And even those words do not bring peace, right? This idea that it kind of reflects what Kendrick Lamar brought up in the battle, which was, hey, like you've got some work to do on yourself. And Judge Drake is recognizing that, but seemingly it's not working out for him. Okay, so let's go on. Later in the song, Drake says, what died back in 2024 was a big piece. So it's like, this shit is me, but it isn't me. Y'all keep on asking me what it did to me. That's what it did to me. When I dig deep, they say dig deeper. Tell us how it felt to meet the Grim Reaper. A lot to unpack in this. Obviously, what died back in 2024 was a lot. He feels like he's not himself anymore, which is very interesting. So even how he's carrying himself forward, he doesn't feel whole. He can't reconcile the person that he is today and the person that he was back during the rap battle, which is very interesting. And people are saying, hey, what are you okay? What happened? And he's like, no, I feel like 2 different people. That's what happened, which is wild. This is crazy. So then he's saying, so when I dig deep, this is later in the song, right? He had already said, hey, 40's telling me to dig deep. So when I dig deep, they say dig deeper. And then tell us how it felt to meet the Grim Reaper. And in that, he's referencing Kendrick. Kendrick is the Grim Reaper, the boogeyman, the one who put his old self to death, apparently, because he's got this version of who he is today, the version that he was back then. And he can't, those like are split pieces of him. And that no matter what, he says, dig deep, people say dig deeper. Either he's recognizing the work that he is doing, if he's doing any work on himself, is not enough to be recognized by other people, or it's not satisfying the people that are around him, or he has people that are pushing him and he's not, however you want to look at that, there is a part of him that is unwilling to accept the broken parts of himself. There's aspects that he's just unwilling to go. He's unwilling to go there. Dig deep. I'm not gonna dig even deeper. I'm not gonna go further. And so it's just interesting. I think for all people, we always have work to do, and our willingness to do that work for ourselves, especially as creatives, is huge. So let's keep going. There's a line later where I'll read it. So people want to talk about a battle. I'm battling patience. I battle frustration. I'm about to turn 40, dog. I'm battling aging. I'm battling the fact that the album ain't even dropped and already they asses complaining. Screw it. I'll battle the label. Screw it. I'll battle the majors. I'll battle the stations till my ass is back in rotation. So I think that line there is so interesting, and I don't know how intentional this is. Because obviously he's saying, it's like, you want to talk about a battle, I'm battling patience. And this is a direct response, it feels like, to Kendrick Lamar's final words on Meet the Grams. Forget a rap battle. This is a lifelong battle with yourself. So he's acknowledging those aspects. I'm battling patience, frustration. He's battling aging. He's going to be 40 this year in October. He's battling all of these people who haven't even heard the album yet, and they're complaining. He hasn't even dropped it. And then he's over it. So he's like, screw it. I'll battle the label. As we know, he has sued his own label for defamation. I'll battle the majors. I'll battle the stations until I'm back in rotation on the radio. His radio play has fallen tremendously. So there are all of these things that he is acknowledging here that he's battling. All of these things that he is dealing with. And it's actually quite profound. It's actually like a moment for him to acknowledge these things. Now, in this song, he isn't necessarily saying, like he's talking about the challenges that he is facing. He talks about his dad is battling cancer, his family members being like, basically having to father his own father, father his own mother. I forget the exact lines, but talking about his parents who have aged and the challenges that come with that. And so he's recognizing these things, but he's not quite owning up to any mistakes that he's made. He's just sort of acknowledging, man, this is where I've been at. This is what is so difficult. So it is totally fascinating to me how he is dealing with this. And this is just the first song. Unfortunately, we go through the rest of the album and there really isn't any substance or moments where he is actually grappling with his own soul. He's grappling with this lifelong battle. There are moments where he's recognizing things. Maybe he's calling out Kendrick, not by name, or he's calling out other artists, other people who he feels have wronged him. But for the most part, this is just kind of the tried and true Drake that we've had for quite a while. Is him talking about his money, talking about women, talking about partying, talking about his lifestyle, and just the life that he is able to live and how great he is. And there is no real reconciling with this hypocrisy of who he, proclaims to be in all of these other songs and the actual battle that is going on in his own life in this first song. The first song really contradicts the rest of the album. It's a cool setup. It's a cool intro. But then the rest of the album is just, hey, let's move on from that as quickly as we can, which I don't know why. I don't know why he's doing that. I'm not going to try to psychoanalyze or explain. But to me, it's just fascinating. There are examples that we can kind of see on the opposite side where Kendrick has done the work. He was digging deeper into his own soul, doing that work, doing the work, as they say. And, he's been able to respond to controversy. So, for example, during the battle, Drake made an accusation against Kendrick's wife, saying that Kendrick's wife, Whitney, she basically has an illegitimate child with Kendrick's business partner. And how did Kendrick respond to that? Did he respond to that directly with words? Did he say, no, that's not true? The way he responded with that was through putting his wife and children in a music video where they're dancing and laughing and being joyful together. That was his response to that. Kind of an opportunity to say, hey, Drake, you're painting this picture. Here's a visual of the reality of my life. That either this accusation is not true, or at the very least, like, hey, we're good. Me and my family are good, regardless of the past. We've done the work, and this is where we are today, and we're happy and joyful. One of the issues with Drake's ability to be relevant and be, I'm not talking about numbers necessarily, because he's relevant certainly when it comes to streaming numbers. I've heard it put this way, that Drake is a byproduct of the culture, and Kendrick is part of the culture. So essentially, Drake is a product. He's not in. He's just an observer of the culture of hip hop. And so he desperately wants to be included. He desperately wants to do that. And so he'll do anything. And so Drake actually called him out and called him a colonizer. He's stealing. And this idea of a colonizer, right? So taking something that isn't yours, claiming it to be yours, is so fascinating, because the very album cover of Iceman is the Michael Jackson glove. Drake is doing a few things here. He is sort of trying to make that connection, like, hey, I'm the new Michael Jackson, or I am as relevant, or I am greater than Michael Jackson. He's made those claims as well, as far as numbers and all of those things. But it is so tone deaf. There's so much hypocrisy here to have your album cover be a symbol of colonization, to be a symbol of taking something that isn't yours. And obviously he didn't steal it. He didn't literally steal. He bought it. He bought this glove, but it's not yours. This isn't your symbol. This represents something that is yours. This represents an American icon, and you are not an American. You are not an icon in the same way. And so I think it's just so fascinating. There's a lot of hypocrisy that where Drake might say, hey, no, that's not true. But then he's proving the point in his own songs, in his own album artwork, the way that he is representing himself. There is just so much hypocrisy. So what can we learn from this, right? We are creatives. We are unknown names. We're regular people. Maybe you have a hobby as a painter, or you're a writer. Whatever you do, whatever your creative endeavor is, there's something here for us. So I think the biggest takeaway is acknowledging where in our own life have we not confronted ourselves? How are we not able to show up and be honest? I think our ability to be honest is going to make us better artists, for one, and it's going to allow us to show up in front of our audience and be authentic. So let's say you put a piece of art out into the world. You create something and it's out in the world. Maybe it people see it, people recognize it, all that. There is an opportunity when people have an opinion that is negative. Maybe we're actually being attacked in some way. When you are not able to be honest with yourself, maybe you're not connected with your own self, and then your art, therefore, is coming from a place of, it's lacking authenticity. I think people are able to lob attacks at that can actually stick and actually can have staying power. They might sense, and your audience might sense, that there is a disconnect between you and your art, or there's some lacking of truth. There's some hypocrisy there. Whereas if we can do the work, and I think Kendrick Lamar is a great example of someone who is not a perfect person, is not incapable of flaws or incapable of being critiqued, but is someone who owns his flaws and is able to represent himself honestly to the public. I think when we are doing the work, when we are actually digging deep, doing the soul work, the inner work for ourselves, we're going to be way better artists. We are going to be amazing creatives. We can actually have an impact that will stay. We can have an impact on people. And again, it's not about numbers. It's not about, did this many people see my work? Did this artwork sell? Did, whatever it is, do people know who I am? Am I famous? It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with your ability to say, this is who I am. This is what my art is, or this is where my art comes from. And this is how I'm representing myself or my creativity to the world. That is what we can learn from this. I think it is more important than making a fire album or an album that sells the most, making some art and being creative in a way that reaches people. That's great. That's cool. If you become famous from your art, incredible. Good job. But we have to be owning our work, especially if you are going to get famous one day. It's better to work on it now when you're not famous, when you're not known, when you're not successful. So anyways, those are just my thoughts. I'd love to know if this topic, how this lands with you. What are your thoughts on kind of this Drake versus Kendrick analysis? Do you think I'm being harsh on Drake? Do you think this is accurate? Does all of this not matter to you? And you were just interested in maybe the analysis afterwards? I'd love to know all of that, how this lands with you. My name is Tristan, and I am passionate about helping creatives connect with themselves and their own creativity. I believe each of us have been given unique God-given gifts, and it's just incredible how we can show up. I think the world needs your art specifically. No one can create the art that you can create. So we need you. We need your creativity. I think this is just such a fun topic. I am such a nerd when it comes to some of this hip hop stuff, and so fascinating to see some of the online conversations around these. Some reactions are just that, they're a reaction and they're not very thoughtful. I tried to make something that was a bit more thoughtful. There's a lot of people online that are doing that as well. Thanks again for watching, and stay creative. Do you ever feel like your art will never be good enough, that your creative abilities will never mature to a place where people will finally recognize and see your art for what it is? If you're feeling this way, it's probably keeping you from creating all together. And that's a big deal, because only you can create the art that you're going to create. The world needs your creativity. We need your unique God-given gifts. So in this video, I want to talk through hurdles that are keeping us from showing up in our creative gifts and how we can overcome those. The first hurdle is comparison. It is just so easy for us to look at what other people post online and compare ourselves to that. Instead, we should just be posting our own stuff, doing our own thing, instead of saying, why can't I be getting the views that person is getting, right? Recently, I noticed this trend, and it's people talking about this sort of talking to camera style of videos. And they just call it like yapping or yap content, right? And it's like, hey, here's my weekly yap or my daily yap. And I think that's interesting. This might be the maybe I'm getting old, right? Because that's a very like Gen Z slang kind of thing. But there's a cynicism there in that trend, I find, that people are saying, hey, here's me talking to camera. I don't feel like I can say, hey, I have something to say. So instead, I'm going to kind of put up a wall or a facade and just be like, this is just yaps. Pay it no attention. Don't worry about what I have to say. And I feel like that's a protection, even just in that trend. That's like protecting me against, well, what if no one watches? What if no one likes? What if no one cares? And so the comparison, I think a big part of that comes from comparison, that we say, well, this person yaps, talks on camera over here, and they get views. If I do that, I may not get views, and so I'm just going to put this facade and call it yapping. So it's an interesting trend, and I think if you have the desire to communicate creatively, if you have the desire in a hobby, in expressing yourself, whether that's through words or just a unique creative endeavor, writing, painting, etc., you should own that. Like, the desire is there because it was given to you. And so I don't think we need to put all of these, well, like, this person does it this way and I can't do it that way, or let me just downplay what I have to say or downplay what I want to do. That idea, that urge to create has been put inside you, and it needs to come out. And it's important. Like it's not just that the thing exists, it needs to get out. And so my encouragement is, in that hurdle of comparison, just post your own stuff, because it's fun to do regardless of what other people are going to think about it. Similar to comparison is this idea of imposter syndrome. Again, looking at what other people are doing and thinking, well, I could never get to that level, right? Like, maybe you don't doubt your own gifts, or you don't even doubt your own enjoyment and therefore like the process of creating, but maybe you sort of doubt the impact that you could have, or as you're doing it, you realize, well, this isn't gonna make waves. This isn't gonna do what I think it should be doing. I'm not gonna get the attention that this other person gets. And you kind of have this imposter syndrome of because the results aren't there, you wanna just hold back the expectation. I do think a realistic expectation of people is a great way to overcome the hurdle of imposter syndrome. This idea that when you look at the people around you, and maybe there's people who have excelled, they make a career out of a hobby, they're really gifted in whatever the thing that you really enjoy creating, think about where they were when they first started. They were probably in a similar position. And how has that changed? If you've experienced, maybe it's a career where you've developed skills and you've grown in those skills and now you're very competent. Maybe it's something more like a creative hobby. I know for me, and I remember skiing as a kid, the first time I ever went skiing, and I was terrified. Like, I didn't want to go down the hill fast because I was just afraid. And now today, I wouldn't say I'm an amazing skier, like I'm not the best, but I am a competent skier and I really enjoy it. And to look back on my past self, my childhood self, it's interesting, like that I wonder what that kid would have thought looking at me skiing down the hill. It's the same idea. You can look at other people and just imagine, where were they when they first started this thing? And a lot of the times when we're doing something, we're just making it up as we go. Even in our creativity, that's a lot of what's so great about creativity, is you can just let me just try this out and see if it works. I think the most successful people, who we find to be the most authentic and genuine, really have been just making it up as they go and finding people who connect to that along the way. So instead of, imposter syndrome is kind of this idea of like idolizing someone. Instead of idolizing that person, recognize that they're just a regular person like you. They have insecurities, they have doubts about themselves. Even some of the most competent creatives that you can look up to, they have their own doubts, right? The movie director who is at the top of his game, he makes a movie and it does well, and then he has to turn around and go, can I do that again? Now, certainly it helps to have the sort of the proof. Hey, you did it once before, can you do it again? But I think a realistic expectation of people is really key for helping us remove this barrier, this hurdle of imposter syndrome. It helps us see the humanity in ourselves and the humanity in others, and just removes that barrier that we often place on people. The last hurdle that I want to talk about is this idea that some niches have higher standards. So if you are in a specific niche within your creativity, acknowledging that some spaces have high standards or they're oversaturated. I was thinking about this through the lens of like Christian art, and I was getting a bit cynical. I was reading a Substack article that was just really fascinating, talking about Christian art and the high standard that is often placed. The weird thing about Christian art is that it is an art form with an audience of Christians, right? So Christians are creating this art and consuming this art, and it's, kind of exists in this space over here. You also, within Christian art, you have this issue where a lot of, and maybe I should clarify it, in some of the circles that I'm in, the more conservative, evangelical spaces, those people are looking at art and not fully understanding it or appreciating art for what it's for. Like, art has a very specific purpose. Art is there to inspire, to stir up ideas, to question things. And a lot of the more conservative, evangelical sort of Christian art, movies and things like that, try to utilize art, or they want art to be something that answers questions, right? That's like stating something as factual, answering a question, giving you assurance in something. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, but the standard for that is really high. And I believe art should be to bring up ideas, to bring up questions, to wrestle through things. And I actually find that to be a more biblical approach, because the Bible is full of questions and bringing up things. It's full of violence and gore and like really striking visuals of human moments, real human moments, death, all these things, right? So it gets interesting when there are niches of creativity and art that maybe are just hard to break into because the standard is at a level that's kind of weird. And so as far as how to break into that, again, I think it's just doing the art. I think it's just showing up with your unique God-given gifts and being okay with not being perfect. Let's go back to the Christian art example. Faith is something I take very important. And so I'm not looking to another Christian or an institution of believers to tell me how to create art that expresses my own faith. I have my own experiences, my own journey, my own walk, and you do as well in your own areas, right? So being able to create out of your own experiences is important. And I think that is a great way to kind of break through a niche that has a high standard, is to go, hey, I can communicate to this idea. I can create authentically into this context because I've experienced it, because I have my own experiences, because I have a story to tell. I have something interesting to say. So yeah, let's wrap it up there. I'd love to know where this lands with you. Are there specific hurdles that I didn't mention that you're dealing with? What is kind of holding you back from being in your creativity? And then of course, as always, my encouragement is just show up, just make the decision. Hey, I'm going to show up in my creativity once this week, for 1 hour this week, whatever that looks like. Carve out space, make time for that. Your creativity matters a lot. My name is Tristan. Thank you so much for watching this video. Please follow along for more, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Stay creative. You know that feeling, that realization that you get when you realize you are not as in control of your life as you had been thinking you were? I want to talk through that, how it's been impacting me, this sort of negative and toxic belief system that I've been struggling with. I don't know if I have all the answers, but I want to talk through how that's been for me in my life. And then at the end of the video, I'll tie that into creativity and how I think it's more important than ever that we still walk in our unique God-given gifts. So lately, I've been falling into this negative mindset where I become hyper aware of how much in my life is sort of up to me. This idea that no one is coming to save you and that you have to do everything yourself. I was kind of confronted with what I believe is like a toxic belief about our lives. And I was starting to spiral. This happened last week. I was spiraling and kind of processing and thinking through all of the things that are up to me. I think it's very interesting as a society, if we kind of pull back, we are such an individualistic society. And so it leaves everyone kind of to fend for themselves. And I think this has created an environment, a society, where mentally we are really worn out. Mentally we are really trying to do our best, but there is so much that is up to us, and no one is really going to come and help us along with it, that we have to, unfortunately, struggle along. I think a lot of people experience that. And that was something that I kind of came, whether it's true or not, I sort of was like, man, I am feeling overwhelmed and cynical towards other people because of how much I feel like is resting on my shoulders. You might relate to this is in our jobs. So this idea, this realization that, oh wait, my job, my employer is always going to want more. They're always going to be pushing me. Now this can come out in good and bad ways. For me, I love my job. I love what I get to do, and the people that sort of supervise me are challenging me. They're saying, hey, you can do more. Hey, where do you want to grow? How can we support you in your personal growth, in your professional growth? And that is a cool feeling. But in light of kind of this moment that I was feeling, I was going, oh wait, like it's never going to be enough for my job. That feeling of like, I always am going to be asked to grow. For you in your job, you might have that same experience. It's never enough for these people. What can I do to get better? And then once I do, there's always there's another summit, right? There's like another place to go. And so that can be really difficult. Another area where this was happening for me and I was experiencing this kind of spiraling was with my doctor. So I found out, someone sent me a news article from a local newspaper. Someone sent me this news article and I read it. And through that news article, I found out that my doctor had lost his medical license. And so I was pissed. Essentially, he had been doing some non-traditional medication things with some of his patients. He was recommending things, and sort of the medical boards wanted to see, hey, what's been going on over here? And he wouldn't show them, so they took his license away. Now I'm open, like I'm an open guy. I'm like, hey, if a doctor-patient relationship is like, hey, let's try this thing. It's not necessarily the most traditional thing to do. If they're cool with that, great. But if you get caught, like my baseline is, hey, I need my doctor to have a medical license. That's a requirement. That's a must-have for me. So like my feeling in that moment was anger. I was angry at my doctor for doing this. I felt kind of abandoned. I have been in a season where I have been really focusing on my health, been trying to sort of chase down a couple of things, especially with hormones and stuff like that, that I've just been really wanting to get healthy and get better. And I have been. I feel healthier really now than I ever have been. I got this, ring, track my sleep, all of that. And my doctor was with me in the process, kind of helping me. So I had this feeling, this moment of realizing, oh, like he's not going to help me anymore. Like he can't. And also feeling a sort of a disrespect that I didn't want to reciprocate by being like, well, it's okay. It's like, no, screw you, dude. I need a doctor that can actually practice and can help me. And so, canceled my appointment and got a refund from all, it's like, hey, we're moving on. I'm done. And that feeling of like, fine, I'll do it myself. No one is here is gonna help me through this. Then I'll do it myself. And so that was a moment of spiraling. It's kind of like that meme, Thanos at the end of Age of Ultron, when, it's like, okay, his henchmen can't get the job done, so he's going to come down to Earth and do this thing himself. It's just like, fine, I'll do it. And so, like I said, I was spiraling. I was trying to journal and just process everything that was going on in this moment. And I think the realization in a moment like this, and if you've experienced something like this, I think something that would help is just recognizing we are not as in control of our lives as we think we are. It's almost this paradox where when we feel like it's all up to us, recognizing actually there's a lot that is not up to us. There is a lot that we don't have control over. And I think it is healthy to recognize the world is much bigger, and in that moment, like, hey, there's actually so much more that isn't up to me that I don't have control over. And so I think for us as creatives, this is kind of a key thing. When we ask that question or realize in that moment that there is not a lot that we are in control of, then we ask the question, what can we do? What are we in control of? And so I think there is a moment for us to stop and go, yeah, what can I do? And I think the one thing that we can do as creatives is to just show up in our unique God-given gifts and to share our art with the world. I really do think that that is the best response for this feeling of it's all on me, then realizing, wait, no, I'm actually not in control. And the things that I can control are things like my time, how I spend it, my own mind and the creativity, the ideas that I push forward and put out into the world. Those are the things that we can control. So I know this video is a little bit dark, a little bit sad. I hope you can, if you're relating to this, realize that in your life, there are things that you can't control. And so the things that you can control, like our creativity, those are things that we should focus on. Those are things that we should capitalize on and prioritize in our lives. When we are able to show up in our unique God-given gifts, the world is a better place because only you can create the art that you are going to create. So yeah, that's the video for today. A little less structure, just me kind of rambling. Thank you so much for watching. Again, my name is Tristan, and I am passionate about helping creatives show up in their unique God-given gifts and share them with the world. I would love to know where you're at. Where does this land with you? Are you feeling that weight? Like it's all on you. The weight is on your shoulders. Are you feeling good? Are you feeling like, no, I got a good support system. I have people that encourage me. Are there people that encourage you in your creativity? I would love to know all of that down in the comments. Would love if you would subscribe and follow along for more videos like this. Thank you so much for watching and stay creative. Should creatives use exaggerated language? Is self-expression best done in a realistic portrayal? Are the actual words that we use, do they mean anything? And should creatives who exaggerate reality even be trusted? I'm going to answer these questions, give my opinion, and then I'm going to share how you can become more confident in your own personal communication and self-expression. So stick around for that. So this video was actually kind of sparked for me through a comment that someone left on my video. It was a very interesting comment. It's from someone who is a philosophy major. Philosophy is kind of the study or understanding of knowledge, and oftentimes using like processes or even understanding through logic and reasoning why things work the way they work and understanding the world through that framework. That's my explanation of philosophy. Okay, so a philosophy major left this comment, and essentially they were reacting through the comments to what I was saying and leaving timestamps and essentially bringing up areas where I was having some logical fallacies, right? Bringing up these ideas that maybe weren't congruent across all of my statements. And I don't know, I thought it was fascinating. I actually took logic for 2 years in high school. I don't know if it necessarily helped me. It opened that world up for me. But today, that is not how my brain works. Like, I am a very organized person, but in these videos, I am not here to represent sort of a highly scripted, highly filtered truthfulness. I'm trying to represent something that is much more felt, much more vibe heavy. These feelings that I'm trying to express, the overall ideas that I'm trying to express. This is really just me. This is really me, stream of consciousness. I try to communicate as best I can while also filtering this through, like, this is how I talk in real life. So this comment was fascinating. It got me kind of thinking, like, am I doing something wrong? Is there an aspect to my own communication here on this channel that is somehow incorrect or could be, altered a bit to be more truthful, I guess, to not lean into maybe cliches or like painting pictures of ideas, but actually getting to more concrete stuff. I don't know. So this channel isn't so much about learning as it is about being and doing your creativity, like being present. This isn't an education channel in the literal sense, right? But I want this to be a place for people to learn and to grow, especially in their creativity. So, I think for people like us who are wanting to grow as creatives, we can think about the medium of our creativity and how literal that expression might be. For someone who is writing song lyrics, that's going to be a much more literal, sort of logical expression of an idea than someone who draws, right? That's a much more abstract of specific ideas. One isn't more valid than the other. One isn't more logical than the other. And so as I was trying to parse through this idea of, the way that I communicate isn't necessarily the most logical process. This equals this. Like you can almost like math out what I'm saying. It's much more communicating broad ideas, bigger picture concepts, and ultimately a feeling. Like I want people to feel something is true, even if they can't express it. I think a lot of the times people experience things and they don't know how to connect it to the rest of their lives. And part of what I want to do is help people connect, and maybe not even connect it with words, but connect with actions. Like they might not be able to describe the confidence that they have in pursuing a creative endeavor, but they can go do it. They can actually just go and be more creative. That's kind of my entire goal in this channel. And so when it comes to the specific words that I use and the broad ideas that I'm expressing and communicating, I don't think it's incorrect to say things that get at an idea while maybe not being perfectly aligned along the way. This comment, I keep going back to it because that's kind of what spawned this video. This guy saying, hey, like, there's some logical fallacies here. You set up this thing and now you're running with it. It's like, okay, I'm totally open to correction on that. I genuinely hope that this guy comments on other future videos, because I think you need both sides of that in the world. But on this channel, what I'm hoping to invite people into is much less of a logical figure it out moment and more of a feeling and confidence to just go and do. One thing I am actively working on through these videos is trying not to ramble too much, trying not to caveat things so many different times. I really hate being misunderstood. It's like one of my biggest things that, it's like a fear I have, is just like no one understanding what I mean. So sometimes I use a lot of words, especially in personal conversations. I might tend to lean very word heavy because I'm trying to paint a picture of an idea. I'm trying to use different types of words and different ways of communicating something to get at this bigger expression, this bigger idea, to paint a picture in someone's head. And when it comes to specific words, it's interesting. So I have this, I would call it a philosophy of words. I don't think words should be taken literally in most contexts. I'll caveat this later like I always do. But words, to me, represent ideas. They are not ideas in and of themselves. So if you just take like an English word, and again, we'll just deal with English because there's other languages and stuff too, right? We just take an English word. To me, that word, it does hold weight and power, but in and of itself, it isn't power. It isn't the idea of which it's expressing. So when we use words, we string sentences together, all of that, we're creating ideas and we're representing something through those words. I think a lot of time people get fixated on words. Think about it from the perspective of a foreign language. When you hear a word in a language that you do not understand, that word does not have meaning for you. It is complete gibberish. When we take words, we're hoping to build to something, right? We're hoping to represent an idea. So I just don't believe that words have meaning in and of themselves. But I think they're extremely powerful because you can use them to build out ideas and things that represent ideas. If you take this idea and extrapolate it into other areas, it's interesting. So for one, I talk about this in other videos in some of the sort of Christian circles that I grew up in. There was a lot of focus on words. And, there's good lessons for kids. The words hurt people and all of that. But I remember growing up, and you probably heard this as well, is don't take the Lord's name in vain. What does that mean? For me growing up, that was saying, oh my God, right? So you could not say, oh my God. That was taking the Lord's name in vain, using words that were somehow hurtful to God, using words that disrespected other people who sort of worshiped God and wanted to revere his name. Now, I totally understand where this is coming from and why this kind of got where it landed. But it doesn't make a lot of sense. For one, the word itself is not, the sin. The word itself is not what is like keeping you from revering God. Because if someone who speaks a different language says that, that is not going to be disrespectful to God. But now how I've come to understand this idea of taking the Lord's name in vain is it can be expressed through words, but it really is where someone's heart is at. It's an expression of someone's heart towards other people. This idea of being unloving or especially misrepresenting God to other people. When you misrepresent God, whether you say God is like this, or God hates these people, or God only wants these people, that is taking the Lord's name in vain. And so we see that a lot more when we open that up. We actually go, oh, like it's not this flippant, like, oh my God, and you say a bad word. It's much more this expression of a bigger idea, a much bigger idea. So again, this is kind of refuting this idea that words themselves have meaning, and instead the ideas that we use these words is what creates the meaning. And this leads into my biggest caveat, which I want to be very, very clear. This does not exclude the use of words to be hateful towards people. This does not allow for racist or white supremacist language, using derogatory terms towards people to incite a reaction, to speak hatefully towards people. That is completely wrong, and it shouldn't be allowed. You can have all the arguments you want about what is a free country and what words are off limits or not allowed to be used. That's not what this video is about. But I do want to be very clear that just because I don't believe that words themselves have meaning, I don't think that doesn't mean that I don't think specific words shouldn't be used or not used at certain times. There is absolutely a time and place for words. There's absolutely a cultural understanding of those words, right? The idea that the actual vowels and consonants and the air being pushed out of someone's mouth, that is not what is evil or hateful or derogatory. It is the heart posture behind it. It is the actual intention behind it. And so I think being able to police people's words is wrong, but policing people's intentions is necessary because people are always trying to find ways to exclude themselves from accountability. People are always trying to create in and out groups. White supremacy is a huge issue in this country, in the world. And so we have to be careful of people who are using their words to be hateful and to disdain people. So that is my biggest caveat when it comes to this idea. I don't want to be misconstrued. This is a very big issue when it comes to words. So when it comes to things like exaggeration and hyperbole, can creatives sort of bend the rules a little bit when it comes to things like logic and order and what makes sense? Or are we allowed to exaggerate? Are we allowed to be hyperbolic in our expression? Whether that's through specific words, whether that's through the ideas that we are painting, the pictures that we are painting, both literally and figuratively. That's kind of what I'm wrestling with. And so for me, that has never been an issue. That being able to jump from sort of a more, logical conversation into something that is a bit more abstract. It's always been enjoyable and interesting to me. Some of my favorite movies are the movies where the filmmakers are not telling you what to think. They are just showing you something, where maybe you have like a morally gray character. And the filmmaker is not telling you, like, using techniques to say, well, this instance is good, or what this person doing here is bad. They're just showing you. I find that very fascinating. Some of my favorite movies kind of have those elements compared to movies where, you see the good guy on screen and the music swells and you're like, oh, that's a good guy. And then the bad guy comes on screen, you hear the music and it's the bad guy music. The filmmaker is telling you, hey, this is the good guy and this is the bad guy. And so there's absolutely a place for that kind of art. There's absolutely a place for that kind of just direct creative expression. But I think there's also a place for this more subtle way, this idea of sort of saying, hey, we live in this world and I'm creating something that is trying to be outside of the rules of the world we live in, outside of reality. I want to bend things a little bit and switch things up. I think that's really cool and fun for creatives to do. I think personality plays a big part into this, whether you're trying to decide like, hey, am I going to create art that kind of goes beyond, like tries to extend and express in a way that isn't tied to the reality that we live in. Personality can kind of play into that as you go back and forth. And ultimately, like, what do you want to express? I think a lot of people want to express to represent themselves. They want to express for people to understand them. I go back to this idea of like, I don't want to be misunderstood. I want people to understand me. That's a lot of what I enjoy when it comes to creativity in all these different mediums. And so that's the application that I want to share today, is that we have the opportunity to express ourselves and express ourselves in a way that feels true to us. I don't want you to feel like you have to edit yourself or limit yourself when it comes to your creativity just because it doesn't fully align with maybe what you're seeing on social media, what you're seeing other people do. I want you to feel the freedom to express yourself in a way that feels true to you. Again, not in a way that harms other people, not in a way that's going to diminish someone, but hopefully in a way that you can feel confident in expressing your own ideas, using exaggerated big picture ideas, or in a more sophisticated sort of logical A plus B equals C kind of a way of going about things. There's so many different ways that we can express ourselves. I think it is really cool, this whole topic, just being able to unpack what does all of this mean? Is there a right and wrong? I think for you as a creative, you're going to have a lens, you're going to have a view, a way of looking at things. And thankfully, there are so many different creatives, so many different people coming in and bringing their gifts and their ideas. So we get to have all of these different views. If there was just one sort of way of doing things, it wouldn't be a lot of fun, obviously. And so we get to have all these different ideas. So it's a balance of acknowledging other people where they're at and saying, okay, my gift set falls in line with all of these other people. We get to all express ourselves in different ways. But that doesn't diminish the value of what you bring. That doesn't diminish what you are able to do as a creative. So yeah, that is a lot of words for me to express this idea. I really wanted to unpack this because it got me thinking, and I knew I haven't formally expressed a lot of the views that I personally have. I don't know how fringe this is, to be honest, especially my sort of philosophy on words. I don't know a lot of people who would think through that or express themselves and their opinion in that way when it comes to words. I feel like a lot of people that I'm around are just sometimes hyper literal. I don't know, hyper literalism, maybe that's an oxymoron. It bothers me. Like people, like, I don't know, life is too short. I want to joke. I want to be funny. I want to have a good time. I don't want to be impractical though. So that's where my personality comes in. You might be totally different. This is me. It's like, I want hyperbole and exaggeration, but I want it grounded in reality. And so, yeah, I don't know. That's just how I communicate. That's how I like to express myself. So, man, I am thankful you made it to the end of the video here. I really appreciate you. My name is Tristan. I am so passionate about helping people like you show up in their unique God-given gifts and grow as a creative. I have a bunch more videos on this topic. Feel free to take a look, subscribe if you enjoyed this. Thank you so much for watching and stay creative. Wow, okay, that was a video. It finally has happened to me. To me! Large language models and generative AI have officially negatively impacted my life. If you've experienced it, then you can join with me as I complain and talk through this. And if it hasn't happened to you yet, it probably will. And this is what I want to talk about today. I've got a fight to pick with AI. Let's go. Okay, so this video is not a conspiracy theory. I'm not completely anti-AI. I want to talk through how I've noticed other people using AI and how that has impacted my job, my 9-to-5. If you don't know, I work for my church. I'm the communications manager, so I film and edit videos. I do social media, graphic design, website, newsletter, social media, all that good stuff, right? And so, yeah, one of my jobs is I work with other staff and other ministries in the church, and people will submit a creative team request. And that request comes to me. I'm the creative team at our church, and I review those and then accept them. And so a lot of the times people are submitting for an event. They want an event they're having an event and they want a graphic to promote that event, all that good stuff. So sometimes I will make the graphic myself, but more often than not, I am outsourcing with a company and they have W-2 employees, graphic designers, amazing artists, amazing people to work with, very fun people to get to work with. And they are going to create the project for me. They're going to create the graphic. And so I get that request from the ministry leader, and then I'm kind of the go-between, with the company that we work with. They're going to send me the graphic. I'm going to show that to the staff member, get their approval, or hey, let's change this, let's make these edits, all of that, right? So I have continually am in the process of encouraging our staff to hey, what do you want your graphic to look like? Our staff, a lot of them have been around for a while, and we have people who are really good at keeping our brand in mind, right? We don't want to create just some random graphic. We don't want a graphic that looks like the church down the street. We want something that looks like us, that's consistent, while at the same time having some freedom, having the ability to say, hey, what do we want this graphic to look like? And so, that's like a challenge, right? Constantly working to get our staff better equipped at communicating effectively of what they want. And then my job is to communicate that to a graphic designer in kind of terms and language that makes sense for them, and then representing that graphic back to the staff member, right? So recently what I've been experiencing is staff members using like ChatGPT to generate an image as an example for what they want. So it doesn't necessarily bypass them being able to communicate with words, but it certainly is just like, hey, make this, right? Or I want something like this. And so I try to ask, okay, what do you like about this? What do you not like, right? Sometimes you could say, make this graphic,
and you don't communicate all the specifics that you like about it. Maybe there's things that you don't like about it, or you want to send them an example and it's actually an example you don't like. So being able to differentiate all of that is important. That's part of what I try to do. But I'm noticing when you submit a generative AI image as an example, the graphic that often comes back from a real person kind of looks like an AI image. There's aspects of it where it's like, okay, I can tell that this was made by a human. I can tell that there's like a human touch to this, right? But I'm worried because I'm realizing, wait, our graphics are getting more, they look more like it's generated by AI. What about in 2-3 years from now when you say, hey, what was that graphic that we made for that event a couple years back? Let's use that as a reference. It's just going to be this escalating moment, I guess, of like, hey, everything we make just starts to blend and look like it was made by a large language model. So that is for real now, I am actually grappling with this in my real life. I'm not anti-AI. I use ChatGPT all the time. It helps me in so many different ways. It helps me think through ideas, and I can go back and forth with it on different things. I can research with it. It is so helpful. Yet at the same time, I acknowledge, like, when is it becoming a crutch? When am I turning off my brain when I need to actually be the mind, right? Like, I'm the only one here that can think. And so, yeah, that is what I'm experiencing, is this real world thing. I know a lot of people, if you've experienced like job loss from AI, if you've experienced impacts in other ways, there's some really great videos on YouTube that you can watch. Independent journalism tackling like the AI data center issues. Those are all going up. More Perfect Union, I believe, has a video that kind of encapsulates that really well. So there's a lot of issues with where this is going. But yeah, I'm actually experiencing it for the first time when it comes to my job and how I'm interacting with people and like what the expectation is. So that's the thing that's happening. And it's kind of crazy to me. I think one problem is that a lot of the people, maybe it's just the people I work with, but it's probably the general population, I would imagine, can't really differentiate between an AI generated image and one that isn't. There's a great TikTok video. I might just show it right here.
AI logos are perfectly good. You can't even tell. Yes, I can. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, maybe now, but in 5 years, 10 years. No, I'm always going to be able to tell. And they're always going to be Remember back in the day when the PS3 looked awesome? It doesn't look so awesome now. It looks like a PS3. Same thing's going to happen with AI. It looks good now, but it's going to look dated really, really fast. And it's always going to look low effort. Your logo does represent your company, by the way. I don't know if you knew that. So when you use an AI logo, it tells everyone that you cut corners. You take the easy route. And why do I want to hire someone who cuts corners? Why do I want to hire someone who can't spare $400 for their company to get a real artist to do a real creative, good-looking logo? They're never going to look good.
Yeah, it just communicates what I'm feeling when I see AI. If I see AI in my timeline, in my algorithm, bro, I am pressing on that. I am saying, do not show this to me. I am not interested. I do not want to watch anything AI generated. There's instances where AI can be used creatively. There's a video from Connor O'Malley, and he uses AI within his own video almost as like an aesthetic. He's using like the AI aesthetic to communicate something, one that's funny, but also like really in-depth and creative. So there's obviously uses for that like look, but to me, it's just so obvious if someone is creating, I see all these people I know that are starting new businesses, right? And you always see like that Instagram page, and they just have like a generative AI logo. And yeah, I'm just like, man, this doesn't look good. I don't trust your service or like what you're going for here, because you're just cutting corners in the process. So yeah, I work with people. There was a graphic that I saw that someone made, and I could infer right away that I'm like, well, I didn't make that, and no one on staff knows how to make this level of graphic, because the graphic itself was like well done. I didn't even necessarily have a problem with the graphic itself. It's not like it looked bad or anything. One, it didn't match with our brand at all. Two, I'd already made a graphic for this event, And 3, like, to me, it was just so clearly AI generated in its entirety. And I showed it to someone, and they weren't on board with me right away of just immediately assuming like, oh yeah, that's AI generated. That happened in the same exact day. I was in a meeting with some coworkers, and a coworker who is my age, they're 30 as well, is like, oh, there's a video I saw of this pastor on the stage, and he was blah, 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 blah. And she explained it, and it's like, oh, that's funny. What, was it a parody, or was it from like a church's actual live stream? Like, that was the question I asked. And she's like, I hope it's real. And I'm like, that's weird. Like, she was almost like, I hope it's real because it's so funny. I'm like, okay, but that doesn't answer my question. Was it a parody? Like, was it like a parody video filmed on an iPhone? Or was it from like a church's live stream? And you can tell, right? There's like, you could just tell right away. So I click on the video, and already I'm inferring like, okay, why is the camera there? Why is the person walking this way? Is there a stage? Is there not a stage? There's a person walking directly in front of the pastor. And I look at it, and then I see a little artifact in the corner of the screen, kind of like it's there and then it's not. It's there and it's not. And I'm like, this is AI. And everyone looks at me like, they're like, really? You can tell? I was like, yes, people, this is AI. It was a video. It wasn't that clever. It was a short video. You can all, like, there's things, and I know you watching this, you can tell. You can tell when something is AI generated. You're smart. As creatives, it is so important for us to be grappling with this. This is a topic that I have avoided. I think it's been overdone. I think it's been like over worried. I think there are people who are fear mongering. I think people are afraid of these companies. I think fear should be factored in because these companies are evil. Like OpenAI, all these other companies are evil, but they're not more evil than Google or Meta or the companies that have been shaping our social framework for the last 10 years. I have siblings who are in high school right now, and I'm like, man, the Instagram that you guys have is terrible. When I had the Instagram I had 15 years ago was amazing. We got to see pictures from our friends. You only saw posts from people that you follow, people that you knew, and it was a great social app. Like, it actually was social media helping you stay connected. The Instagram of today is terrible, and I think these companies are doing great harm to us as people. They're doing great harm to our society. So I don't think AI itself is like evil. People say it's demonic. Like, I'm not getting into all of that. That is not what this video is about. But I'm starting to experience how socially, like, my interactions with coworkers are different. The framework of which we are basing things is different. Being able to prove things. Well, how do you know that was created with AI? And it's like, guys, we can't, like, I don't have that energy. I do not have the energy for this conversation. I am so not interested in having to prove to coworkers, whether they're older or not, that's kind of irrelevant, apparently, when something is real or is fake, or when something is quality or not. I think that's another thing too, is people have their preferences. Like, maybe you've experienced people, even if you're, a designer or a painter or whatever, and you make something, some people are going to like it and some people are going to dislike it, right? That's just how it is, right? And so when it comes to AI, some people just like what they like. They like the look of something. They like the aesthetic of something. And for them, they're not discerning or thinking through, did a human make this or did a computer make this? For a lot of people too, like, graphic design is this digital like thing anyways. So, like, what does it all mean? They don't understand the process involved when a human makes an image or a graphic or whatever. And so, yeah, I am sensing in my life, real life now, my day-to-day life, that I am going to have to grapple with these things. And I knew it was coming, and I just, like, you know what? Let me just enjoy the positives of some of the AI stuff. It's helpful. It's like makes my workflow faster in a lot of ways. But now it is impacting. The negatives have, it's the scale is tipped. The negatives now outweigh the positives. And I think that's just going to continue on. I think that's how we have experienced technology over the last decade or so. As things get worse, right? The shitification of everything. Things are lower quality but cost more. I know for me, dude, I used Artlist. This is not a sponsor. Artlist.io. I have been using them for literally a decade, 9 years. I have been using them for videos, all their music and stuff. Their company has turned into a AI slop machine. Like they literally are just turn out AI slop videos that you can go in and make. They have completely pivoted their market, and I'm canceling my subscription. I'm gonna probably switch to Epidemic Sound or something. Like you can go and look at the difference. Like it was such a high quality music library, and then they introduced sound effects, and I'm like, I'm not paying extra for sound effects. That's not what I'm here for. I have a very specific thing that I'm going for here, a very specific need. And then now it's just AI everything. You have to like go to a different page once you log in, be like, no, I just want music. Boy, okay, that was a lot for me to get out. Thank you for bearing with me on this. Feel free to type in the comments, like, what's your story? What's your experience? What's been going on with you? How have you experienced the negatives of AI in your life? What does it look like to communicate, like as an artist, as a creative? What does it look like to communicate with people? It feels like you almost have to validate your own like existence as a creative, like your own, you have to like explain to people why what you do is better. Like I even experienced like there's an aspect of something that was human made that has like a lack of perfection. I feel like an AI image these days, as they get better and better, there's like almost it's like perfect. It's really hard to explain without showing examples, but I can just tell that a human made something. Like they actually thought about it and put something together, and they have a skill set. And they deserve to be paid for that skill set. So, yeah, I feel bad. The biggest thing I feel for that I've been thinking about for a little while is filmmakers and editors. When I was learning Premiere Pro and other editing software as a kid, as a teenager, like I would just make videos and learn. That's how I had to learn. And there was just something so real and tactile, even though it was all, non-linear editing software. There was just something so real. If I didn't know how to do something, I would try to find a YouTube tutorial. And now there's YouTube tutorial, then it kind of translated like, oh, there's YouTube tutorial for everything. You could learn any software through YouTube. And now I'm worried that the kids who are going to learn video editing today, they just turn their brains off and they don't actually learn how something works. They just have AI do it for them. That's my biggest fear. And the quality, I think, of things is going to go down. I think that there's going to be a huge differentiating factor between the people who actually know how to manipulate software because they've had to do it and they don't rely on crutches. And then those who just make stuff to try and make money or to like show off or just like, look what I made. I think there's going to be just a big shift that is going to happen. And that's scary and it sucks. And it sucks that I have to like exist as a creative. We have to exist as creatives and sort of advocate for ourselves. But that's the reality. I think it's important. I think we can do it. We can prosper. We can thrive. But it's going to be hard. It's going to get harder and harder. So, okay, that's my doom and gloom. That's my negative video. Again, I just didn't want to talk about AI because I think it's overhyped. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but now it's everywhere. It's just changed. It's changed our lives so much, so fast. Everything I do, we sold a car, and I just asked ChatGPT, like, what's the process for this? And it just made it so easy to just like do this, then this, then this, then this. And I would ask it questions. Do I need this document? Oh, I found this document. Should I also have this document? It was like I could just trust and not have to like really worry about things. It did save me time. Honestly, it saved me a lot of time. But did I use too much water in the search with the data centers? I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. But yeah, my name is Tristan. I am passionate about helping creatives like you show up in your unique God-given gifts and create and use your brains, right? We get to use our minds as creatives in ways that only you are able to do. So like I said, I'd love to know where you're at with AI and how this is impacting you. Thank you so much for watching, and stay creative. Is burnout keeping you from creating? I am feeling burned out right now. I didn't want to make this video, but I ended up turning to my own advice, kind of by accident. Let me explain how that happened. So I am on day 2 of a vacation. I'm taking the week off, and part of that is some time away over the weekend. Other parts of that in the first 2 days of my vacation are at home. Staycation vibes all the way. I absolutely love it. So when I knew I had this vacation coming up, I actually put time on the calendar. I time block, even in my free time. In my days off, I time block. And I knew I wanted to record 2 videos. That was the ambition that I had. Hey, instead of recording 1, I usually record once per week. I was like, hey, I've got some extra time. I have a full day I could dedicate to filming and editing 2 videos. So that was the plan. So I worked on Monday, and Monday night rolled around, and I was in my vacation had officially started. And on the calendar for the following day was film and edit 2 videos. And I was like, I am really tired from work. I'm tired from a long weekend. I need to pace myself. And so what I ended up doing is kind of flipping my calendar around. Essentially, instead of filming on Tuesday, the next day, I moved everything to Wednesday. And then on Wednesday, or all the stuff I was planning to do today on Wednesday, I decided to do. So I did some cleaning yesterday. I watched some movies. I kind of vegged out a little bit. I was productive. I went and saw a friend, hung out. There was stuff that was happening. But I needed to not force the creativity. I needed to not force what was happening. But by the end of the day yesterday, I was feeling so tired and so burned out. And so I think in that moment for me, the acknowledgement was, okay, the rest of not being at work is not enough. Like I'm realizing this week is going to be very important for me to actually rest. And I was realizing like, oh, recording this video is going to be very difficult, even just recording 1, but recording 2 videos is actually going to be a challenge, because I'm noticing that I am in a place, in a season where I am burned out and I'm very tired. And I know that just a day or 2 of being at home and relaxing is not enough. It's not going to get me through. So I was able to acknowledge that. I was able to acknowledge I'm tired. This is a season that I am burned out, and that's okay. But then today rolled around, this morning rolled around, and I was still feeling tired. And I was actually starting to feel guilty that I didn't want to record this video. And the next video after this. We'll see if I end up recording that. But it's videos 50 and 51 of creating 52 videos in 52 weeks. So I am at the finish line. I'm almost done with this goal that I had set out. Right now we're recording video number 50. And so I started to feel guilty. I'm like, videos 50 and 51 need to be a smash hit. They need to be awesome. They need to be great. They need to have energy. And I was starting to feel guilty that I wasn't into filming. I didn't want to create. This is where it gets kind of paradoxical. So a couple weeks ago, I was listening to a Julia Cameron audiobook. She wrote The Artist's Way. I was listening to a different book that she has. And in that, she is talking about morning pages and essentially just journaling your thoughts first thing in the morning. So I actually got into the routine for like a week. I was consistent. And it was really helping me process my emotions and getting some things out. And so I had been doing that consistently first thing in the morning, like wake up, alarm hits, I get up and I journal for 15 minutes, 3 pages, all that. And it was good. It was helpful. In my job and other areas of life, I was noticing like I was holding a lot of tension, a lot of things. And so this was my opportunity to kind of get things out and to process things. And there were people who have shared like they've been doing morning pages for decades and it's really helped them. And I was like, this would be an interesting habit for me to form, like to actually do this every day for my life. Like, I was like, that would be really cool. The pressure that it took off, because I've done journaling before where like you have prompts and questions and it's very like specific. Like, I don't know, there's like a structure to it. This has zero structure. You just journal what pops into your head. There's no criteria for what goes into the journal or not. And so I was doing that and it was very helpful, but I'd kind of fallen off that. I'd fallen off that routine the last couple of days. And part of it was just like, I didn't want to do it anymore, or like not at all, but I just was like, man, I'm so tired. I don't want to be journaling. So I woke up this morning and I had some time to pause and reflect. And often when I'm ready to record a video, but I don't have an idea yet, I will sit down and process. I'll sit right here and I will be thinking to myself. Sometimes that kind of looks like a conversation with God. Sometimes that's more of a conversation with myself. The two kind of blend a little bit. Where I'm going, man, what do I want to talk about? Or what would be helpful for someone? Like I'm actually asking the question, like, what should I create? What should I talk about? And I felt like I was hitting a wall, like a dead end. Nothing was coming to me. And I was, like I said, feeling guilty, but getting discouraged in that process. And as I was sitting there, I was going, well, okay, so I'm burned out. I had made that discovery, like I'd sort of definitively figured that out the day before. Wow, I took a nap yesterday and I was still tired. I was able to pause and not be at work. I'm still tired. Okay, to me, that means I'm burned out. How long that's gonna last, that's not really necessarily what I'm thinking about right now, but just acknowledging like, okay, in this moment, this is what's happening. So I thought to myself, what if I made a video about burnout? And then I was like, well, didn't I already make a video on burnout? And I looked through my videos and it took me a little bit to find it because the burnout was not in the title. What to do when you don't want to create. And I watched that video and I had really good advice for myself. 2 months ago, I made that video and I had great advice. And I don't know, we can react to me watching that video, I guess. It can be as simple as when you're feeling burned out, going on a walk, changing our environment can be really helpful for us when we're feeling burned out and we don't want to create. And the last solution would be go get some inspiration. Go out and experience someone else's art that can encourage you. Maybe it's as simple as putting on your favorite movie, listening to your favorite album and dancing to it. Just getting out of, sort of the normal way that you are perceiving art and other artists in this season. Get a new inspiration. So I watched that video, kind of skimmed through different parts and stayed to the end where I had some pretty good advice. So I decided to take my own advice. And it was a bit of an interesting moment because here I am looking at a video that I made where I gave some advice and I actually needed that in like today. I needed that advice. So here's what I decided to do. I was sitting on here on this couch and I was trying to force it. I was trying to just say, get through it, figure it out. And I knew in that moment, okay, I've been trying this. That's one of the things I say in the video is like, just force it if you have to. Almost like in a disciplinary way, right? Like just discipline yourself and do it. And this was a moment where I realized, okay, that is not what I need here. I need to give myself some grace. Instead of trying harder, I need to try softer. So I decided instead of trying to sit in the tension and the pressure of forcing myself, what else can I do? So I got up, I turned on some music and I went and took a shower. And because like I knew I needed to take a shower before I filmed this video. That's something I needed to do, right? So I turned on some old SoundCloud, a SoundCloud album that I really liked. If you know, you know, right? It was like, man, this is music I listened to back in like college. I turned that on, sang in the shower, right? Just like had a moment, just let myself enjoy someone else's art and creativity. It was a bit nostalgic, reflecting, and it was great. And just listen to that and just let myself do my morning routine and all of that. It was really nice. So I got ready. I drank a Red Bull, very helpful. Started drinking a Red Bull. I also had some water with it. Like I was trying to just hydrate myself, caffeinate myself, just kind of wake up and be ready for the day instead of trying to focus on this one thing. You have to make videos. It was like, hey, live your day, right? Then I turned on another album, one of my favorite albums of all time that I hadn't listened to in a few years. And I had to find it on SoundCloud because it's not on Spotify or other streaming platforms anymore. Don't know why. Thankfully, it's still on SoundCloud. So I just played the full album And while I was drinking my water, drinking my Red Bull, I danced in the living room. I hadn't danced to music, like just full on by myself danced. It's probably been a couple of years. That is something that I used to do. I could do a whole other video on that topic where, like, to get out of my own mind, I guess, I would dance and try to be present in my body, all of that. And it's very fun and enjoyable. It's something that I enjoy doing. I don't like dancing in public. I like, anyways, okay, we don't have to get into all of that. But I danced to music that I used to listen to all the time and hadn't heard in several years. And even the emotions of the artist, like what he is singing and rapping about on the album, I tried to embody that. Like I tried to move. If he was speaking about something difficult or painful, he talked about the death of his parents actually in that album. Like I tried to emote physically, like with my body, through those emotions. Like I just knew I needed to like creatively express myself in a much different way. Whereas like when I was sitting here like an hour before that, I was trying to like force myself to be creative. This was just allowing myself to be creative in a way that I hadn't in years. And it was really cool and really fun. And so that was following my own advice. And then after that, I went outside. I finished my Red Bull, I took it outside, and I went on a walk, saw my neighbors, talked to them for a little bit. And then I just went on a short, like 20-minute walk. And while I was on that walk, it was a beautiful day, I wrote my outline. I wrote my notes for this video, which is essentially just me explaining what happened to me in the morning and how I was able to show up and make this video. So there's a bit of a meta moment here. But yeah, it was so cool for me to discover my own advice through a video that I had made previously and to realize, wait, like what can I do? Like what can I do to actually follow this advice? And what would it be like to document this experience and through this video, like kind of express, hey, what's happening here? I even thought about filming aspects of that morning, right? Like if I'm dancing to this album, I almost thought about setting up my phone and filming myself moving to the music. And there's just something about that I am hesitant to do. I think there's a version of this video that would really benefit from filming all of that. But the video is this, and the process that it took me to get there has to happen for me to be able to create this, right? So there's almost a moment of like trying to mix the two, like mixing, receiving inspiration and then creating. Like there was a separation that I needed in order to be able to create this video. So that was the journey. That's how I got here. And now you're watching this video, and I appreciate you for doing that. Sometimes you need to focus and discipline yourself in your creativity. Just show up and create, right? And it's a discipline. That is how I've been able to make as we near 52 videos in 52 weeks. Like that discipline is absolutely part of the process. But then I had this moment of realizing, man, I'm burned out. So especially when you were burned out, what does it look like to find inspiration, to get out of your routine, out of your head, out of like how you normally would create and find inspiration in other ways? For me, it was singing and dancing and moving and going on a walk, doing something different. It's a Wednesday. I have the day off. Like I have this opportunity to find inspiration instead of just sitting and being in this cycle of worry and guilt. I got out of that and I said, screw that. Like, yes, the outcome needs to be like, I really need to make a video today because we're doing it. We're on video 50 out of 52. Like we have to make this video, right? And so there's that pressure, but I just got rid of that pressure. And I said, it's okay to take time to reflect and be inspired by other people's art. And I was able to do that successfully and make this video for you here today. So I would love to know what is keeping you from creating? What is keeping you from showing up in your unique God-given gifts? Do you need to discipline yourself? Do you need to step out and be inspired? Do you need to dance and sing and be awkward and silly and funny? and just totally let that childlike aspect of, you know, of yourself, that inner creative, just let them loose. What does that look like for you in this season? Are you feeling burned out? Are you feeling the pressure to create? How are you pushing against that while also not just being lazy and not just, letting go, but allowing inspiration to spur you on to create? My name is Tristan. I am just passionate about helping others walk in their unique God-given gifts. You are a creative, so start creating. Thank you so much for watching. Stay creative. You haven't created yet because you still think there's something to lose by creating and something to gain by not creating. And it's just not true. You really don't have anything to lose by creating. And here's why that's true. There are processes and like levels to what you do with your creativity, how you show up. Oftentimes when we think about creating as artists and showing up in our unique God-given gifts, we're thinking about the big picture and like what could happen. If I create something, then I'm going to put it out online, then people are going to see it, then I'm going to become famous, then I'm going to be known for that thing, then I'm going to be trapped in the one thing that I created. Instead, you need to be breaking all of that apart. Those are all separate things. Those are not connected to each other. Your creativity exists in just you showing up in the little and small moments. So instead of thinking about what could happen, if your art gets known or you become famous or whatever, think about what can you do in the next 5 minutes? What can you do in the next hour? How can you show up today and show up for your creative self? Show up for the childhood version of you, that childlike version that just wanted to create and wasn't worried about becoming famous, getting recognized. When you were a kid and you drew a painting or you had chalk and you drew on the sidewalk, you were just happy to be there in the moment. You were just happy to show up and be creative. You weren't thinking about, oh, I should post this on Instagram. Like that wasn't part of the process for you. And so this mindset of like, I don't know, the 50,000 foot view of like, well, if I do this, then this, then this. That's like a business owner thinking through things. If you are trying to start a business off of your creative skills, sure, think through all the implications. Be wise in that. But when you're just showing up and creating and you think you have something to lose, you don't actually have anything to lose by just showing up in that moment. Worry about what you do with your art later. Like, where does that go? Do you post it online or do you not? Do you share it with others? Do you not? So many times in my own creative journey, I have been worried about what people will think, right? Like in the moment, when I've been filming something, for example, I have the camera in my hands, I'm looking at what I'm capturing, I'm seeing the time go by on the clip, and I could be worried about 10 different things. What is the client going to think about this? Is this enough for me to be able to edit? Do I have enough space on the card? Maybe I should cut now because I don't want to use up too much space on my hard drive. I am so worried about the end results that I'm not even creating in the moment. I'm not even there and present in the process. Instead of just being there. And it's a mindset that has really been detrimental. And I have to constantly break it. I have to constantly go, yes, like if I'm making something and I'm getting paid, let's say, I need to be thinking about the end result, of course. Like I can't just like throw stuff at the wall, figuratively speaking, and hope it turns out. People are counting on me to make something. I have to actually try, and I have to be thinking about those things. That I think is the value and the power of creating just for ourselves and creating just because we can and showing up for ourselves in that way, because it's just up to us whether we do this or not. And there, we put so much pressure on it. Shift that mindset. Instead, be focused in the moment. Be focused on where you are, your breath, what you hear, what you see, and enjoy the process. Don't rush it. Don't be thinking about 10 steps ahead. Be present with yourself, with your gifts, with your ideas, with your mind, with God in that moment. And when you're showing up and being present, you're not going to be afraid because you have nothing to lose. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Tristan. I am passionate about helping creatives show up in their unique God-given gifts. I'd love to know where this lands with you. How does this impact you on your creative journey? Let me know in the comments. Thanks again for watching, and stay creative. We did it. 1 year later, 52 videos later, we're here. You are watching video 52 out of 52. And I challenged myself a year ago to upload once a week to YouTube. And I want to talk about like why that happened, what I learned from it, the challenges, the joys, and yeah, see what we can learn from it. My name is Tristan, and I am just passionate about helping creatives walk in their unique God-given gifts and grow in their creativity. And so if that's where you find yourself at, maybe you can kind of hear this as some encouragement for how you can grow wherever you are at in your creative journey. For me, I was in a season where I was feeling a bit lethargic. The reason why I started this YouTube channel, there's a lot of joy that I have in making this video right now, but the starting place was a bit tragic. My wife and I were expecting our son, and we lost our son during pregnancy. And yeah, I was feeling very unmotivated in life, unsure of where I was headed. You know, I had been in a season before we got pregnant of I was feeling lethargic and just kind of coasting a little bit. And then we're gonna have a kid, and I was like, wow, my whole life is gonna change, and all of a sudden my time is gonna be accounted for. I'm not gonna have a lot of extra time. And so after our miscarriage and the summer kind of went on, I had a conversation with God and was processing this idea of like, well, I'm not going to get to go on paternity leave. There's all of these things that were not going to happen. And I was like, how do I spend my time now? What do I do with my extra time? I mean, it's like, I have like, I don't know, even bigger pictures, like, what am I doing on this earth? Like, what am I, and I have my job and my family, my wife, and, but there was just a sense that I had that I was like, man, I need to do something different. I need to step into something that's going to challenge me. And I felt like just this idea of a YouTube channel, and I've had this YouTube channel since I was a kid. And so the idea of returning to it and posting on it, I've always thought about that. But I really just in that moment felt like it was like, I need to do this. And it was a year. Like, it was like, hey, you need to make 52 videos in 52 weeks. So yeah, that was a year ago when that came to me. And I mean, it's so cool. It's so cool to have done this. I think the process of doing this in some ways is more exciting than how I feel now. Like, I'm trying to have a lot of energy for this video, and I do. But being in it week in, week out was so fun. When I first started, like there was a lot of challenges because I was feeling self-conscious in even like my own, like how I look. I was feeling
fear about, do I have something to say? Will people care about what I have to say? And I just had to overcome those, because those are not important things. Like I shouldn't base what I do off what other people think. So I batch recorded videos. I did 3 videos in one day. And I feel like you can go back and look at those earlier videos from a year ago, and it's just different. I'm in the process, like I'm trying to figure out what to say, but I feel like in a way I was also self-editing. And there's always, like, you're always going to be doing that here. And my style and format hasn't changed a whole lot. And that's not necessarily what I'm pointing to, because this is how I decided I was going to approach these videos. It was going to be minimal editing. It's going to be more stream of consciousness. Like, I'm not going to fix mistakes if, rambling. I'm going to meander through ideas. And that is what I'm doing for 52 videos. But going into it, yeah, I was afraid. I had a lot of fear of pressing publish. I had a lot of fear of the reactions of people. And so just going through it, because the reaction was fine. Like, I had some people encourage me. I had people, Facebook friends and all that followed me over to YouTube, like a couple, dozen people subscribe, when I post that first video. And it was fine. But it really was the process is what helped me get over fears. I might talk about that a little bit. But yeah, starting out was really hard, because like it's like a muscle. If you haven't worked it, you're not going to know what to do with it. Like I was just trying to figure out, man, what do I do with this channel and this process? Like, what do I even say? What concepts do I come up with? How do I package this on YouTube? All of these questions. And like, I grew up on YouTube. I'm native to YouTube. YouTube is not foreign to me. It's very comfortable for me. But there was still a lot to work through. And my advice for anyone who wants to, like, specifically YouTube, but any creative endeavor, you just have to do it. There isn't a magic, like, oh, if I knew this before I started. For the most part, like, yeah, there's always things that will help you in the process, but just doing it is the answer. That is absolutely, like, the number one thing I would say. If you want to post videos on YouTube, you have to just do it. There is no, like, there's no secret besides that. All these YouTube channels that tell you, here's the 10 things you need to know about YouTube. It's like, yeah, just do it. Just literally just post. And so, yeah, you learn through doing it. So yeah, I already knew that. I knew I had to push through those barriers, those insecurities. And I'm so glad that I did it. I'm so glad that I pushed through that, because now I can jump on here and it feels different. It feels very different. There were other challenges too in the process. There were weeks where I didn't want to record and I did it anyways. And then there were weeks where I didn't want to record and I didn't record. Now, how did that work? I did 52 videos in 52 weeks. So the biggest thing, like the biggest saving grace for me, I guess, for lack of a better term, was batch recording at the beginning. And then I was like 3 to 4 weeks out at the beginning. And so then there were times where, like, I went on a vacation, right? And you take a week off. Like, I was just like, hey, I'm going to take a week off. Sometimes I would come back and I would do 2 videos the next week, right? Make up for it. There were always ways where I was staying ahead. But there were weeks where I would wake up, maybe I was feeling depressed, maybe I was feeling unworthy, or I don't know, there was just a lot of fear. Sometimes I had a video idea that was like very, I don't know, it was like a very specific thing. And I was like, this is not the video for today. Like, I could just feel it. A lot of times too, this process, like coming up with the videos, was either like a conversation with myself or like a conversation with God. And sometimes I would just feel like that's not the video I need to be making. Like, it's hard to describe, but I would have written a video outline, looked at it in the morning, and there were times where I just, like, I can't record anything, usually due to something more internal in myself. And then other times I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to record that. What do I want to record? And sometimes I would just turn the camera on and it would just come to me, like God or my own mind or whatever would speak to me and tell me what to say. It would give me insight in the moment, which was so cool and so interesting. And so it wasn't like if I could, that's the thing is there wasn't like a formula. There wasn't like oh yeah, I always do this to make my videos. Some were scripted, some were outlined, some were stream of consciousness, like no notes. I don't even have a video title in mind. I would just talk. And so it was all over the place. But yeah, the distance, keeping myself distanced from when I need to upload, when I need to have a video done was really helpful. And over time, that 3 weeks out, 2 weeks out, 1 week out, like there were times where I was like, I have to record a video today because if I don't, there won't be one for this weekend or there won't be one for next weekend. And so there was some pressure, there was some pushing, but I feel like for the most part, by the time I got to that point, I was probably 6 months in. And so the initial fears and insecurities going into it were resolved for the most part. Like I wasn't dealing with that actively. And so when there were times where I just needed to push in and make the video, then it's like, great, make the video, right? So yeah, that was some of the challenges. But, when I think about the question, like, was it worth it? Absolutely. Without question. This has been one of the more fulfilling things that I have done over the last couple of years. And having the confidence to do it and be like, wow, look at what's happened is incredible. It's so fun to be able to sit here now. And I have the proof of my work, right? I've talked about, in the world of like video and multimedia, kind of the spaces that I'm in, having a reel is like, really valuable. And I'm like, to an extent, these videos are proof of me showing up every day and being consistent. They're proof of me being able to communicate myself creatively. And so less of video like skill set expertise. I'm filming this on my phone. We're not going crazy here with the edits. We're not scripting things. In the future, I would like to be doing maybe some more scripted video essay, tightly edited stuff. But for now, this is what I've been doing. This is really enjoyable for me and very, very fun. Very fun, very... I don't know. I needed this outlet. I needed this outlet to express myself and to express ideas and to share it with people and to gather feedback and to get better. And it's an up and down thing, and if I go off of views, if I go off of like interaction with my work, that's not even what I'm going for. There is an impact that I wish to have on people. I wish to have an impact on individuals. But the numbers of views and click-through rate and all of that here on YouTube, it's a nice to have thing, but it's not a requirement for me to keep making these videos. So yeah, I'll be back over the next coming weeks to kind of process more of this. I'll have some more videos kind of talking through my journey on here in this last year. And so that's kind of what's next. I don't want to put anything in there for sure. This is such an interesting moment for me to have finished 52 videos. There are some changes that I'm expecting in my own life. And I'm just realizing some of those. So I don't want to say anything about that. Potentially that could impact the type of content I make on this channel. But I'll say this, for the majority of the rest of this year, 2026, you can expect to see more of these types of videos. As far as me sitting here on the couch talking, I plan to do more of these. I won't necessarily be back consistently week to week, maybe for a little while, just because this is my routine. This is what I do every week. So I might keep that for a little while. until I'm ready to try something different or to move into maybe a different way of creating, week to week. But yeah, this has just been incredible to endeavor on this journey on this and just say yes. I think that's just one of the lessons that I've learned, is just the process of showing up each week, saying yes, and being okay with imperfection, right? Perfection is never the goal in this, and I don't think it should be. But showing up each week, being faithful, is really important, and having the creative freedom within consistency, right? Like there's like this framework of consistency, and that allows for me to create. I think both are important. So anyways, I could just keep rambling on this. Where does this land with you? Because this channel is by me, but it's for you. So I don't want this ever to be like just about me, where it's like, look what I did. I want this to impact you and to show like, hey, where are you going? What are you doing with your creative gifts? Are you using them? Are you showing up? Are you offering them back to the world? Are you allowing them to be a conversation between you and God, or you and yourself? Is there something holding you back from showing up week after week and being faithful with your unique God-given gifts? I hope that this encourages you. I hope that each of these videos, whether you go back and watch previous ones or you stay tuned for future ones, may this just encourage you to keep going, that you can reinvent yourself. It doesn't have to be one thing that you do all your life, and that's the thing that you do. Keep going. That's my encouragement. Keep going. Thanks so much for watching. Stay creative.